Go. है
PMPL को नयाँ संस्करणमा छौं हामी रहेको छ सिजन 5 अनि आजको फेस अफ भिडियोमा हामी दुईटा गेस्ट बोलाउँदै छौं एकजना प्लेयर जो अहिले आईजीएल छन् बट पहिला फ्र्यागरको रूपमा खेल्थे अनि एकजना प्लेयर जो एन्टी फ्र्यागरको रूपमा चाहिँ आफ्नो टिमलाई कहीं न कहीं म्याक्सिमम एफर्ट परफर्मेन्स चाहिँ दिइरहेको छ म कुरा गर्दै छु स्नाइप को जो सिजन 3 मा टप फ्र्यागर मध्ये एक थिए बट अहिले आईजीएल मा कन्भर्ट भयो बट अर्को प्लेयर इन्कस एउटा राइजिङ प्लेयर बन्न सक्छन् जो क्वालिफायरमा पनि राम्रो खेलेको थिए एन्ड आई बिलिभ PMPL को टप फ्र्यागरको लिस्टमा सायद उनलाई हामी देख्न पाइनेछ
नमस्कार मेरो नाम चाहिँ यमन श्रेष्ठ इन गेम नेम स्नाइप र म ज्यानमाराबाट खेल्छु
मेरो नाम चाहिँ प्रसन्न पुलाइ मगर म एलिमेन्ट्रिक्सबाट हो र मेरो रोल एन्टी फ्र्यागर हो
स्नाइपको साइडबाट सिजन 3 मा टप फ्र्यागर मध्ये एक सिजन 4 आफू खेलेन त्यो पछाडि केही कहानी थियो भने म त्यो निकाल्न चाहे हैन इफ नट फिलिङ के रह्यो लाइक ज्यानमाराबाट क्वालिफाई हुन सकेन PMPL
सिजन 3 पछि हामी रिजनल फाइनल्समा क्वालिफाई हुन सकेन र त्यो खेल्ने इच्छा थियो त्यसको लागि स्काइलाइट्समा जान ट्राई गरेँ तर रोस्टर चेन्ज गर्न मिल्दैन रहेछ र हाम्रो ज्यानमारा गभर्नर गेङ्गिस खानले कन्ट्याक्ट गर्नुभयो ज्यानमारा हो भनेर र म त्यहाँ गएँ अनि त्यहाँबाट अनि सिजन 5 को लागि मेहनतहरू गरियो प्लेयरहरू खोजियो सबै गरियो तर सिजन 5 मा PMCबाट चढ्नु सकेन
धेरै मेहनत लाग्यो बट क्वालिफाई गरिएन यो पालि छ मौका देखाउनको लागि मौका छ देखाउनको लागि भन्दाखेरि मलाई इन्कसको एउटा पर्टिकुलर मोमेन्ट याद आउँछ गेमको जहाँ आफूले टनेलबाट ओरेन्जीलाई क्यारी गरेर लगेको थियो आई बिलिभ कि त्यो म्याच नै थियो जसले एलिमेन्ट्रिक्सलाई PMPL सम्म धकेल्यो सो PMPL मा अब के एक्सपेक्ट गर्न सकिन्छ
फर्स्ट टाइम भएर होला हल्का कन्फिडेन्स बिल्ड अप गर्न टाइम लाग्यो क्वालिफायर्समा त ठिकै गयो अब PMPL मा चाहिँ राम्रो गरेर देखाउनेछ
सो सिजन 5 मा टप फ्र्यागरतिर जाने आईजीएल को लोड बढी लिने
अहिले लोड आईजीएल के बढी छ हान्ने केटाहरू छँदैछन् टप फ्र्यागरमा आउने म त बस आईजीएल गर्ने हो
ज्यानमारा अलिकता एग्रेसिभ लाइनअप मात्रै देखिन्छ अन पेपर हेर्ने हो भने 4 जनाले घुसेर हान्छ इभन रोस्टरको 5 जना प्लेयरलाई पनि इन्क्लुड गर्ने हो भने बट लेट मी नो कि ज्यानमाराको प्लेइङ फोर के हुन सक्छ किन त कसैलाई पनि बेन्च राख्ने यस्तो प्लेयर छैन ज्यानमारामा
पहिला जस्तो छैन अहिले पहिला त जो जहाँ जे गरिदिन्थ्यो अहिले तर अब धेरै अपग्रेड भइसकेको छ गेम त्यही भएर गेम प्ले नै अब त्यो रोल हिसाबले खेल्न नै पर्ने खालको छ। मान्छे रोस्टर चेन्ज गर्दा नि त्यतिकै बिग्रिन्छ जस्तो चाहिँ मलाई लाग्दैन। हनाइमै हो सबैजना मेन चाहिँ, तर पछि अब हनाइ भन्दा पनि मेन भनेको सर्भाइभल पोइन्ट धेरै म्याटर गर्नेछ र त्यसको लागि म मेहनत गर्छु र केटाहरूले हनाइमा मात्र फोकस छ सबैको।
ओके, स्नाइपले ज्यानमाराको लिड लिए चाहिँ एलिमेन्ट्रिक्सबाट युजुअली चाहिँ मोस्ट अफ द आइजिएलिङ एन्ड देन लिडिङ प्याटर्न चाहिँ आफूले सम्हालिरहेको हुन्छ। सो म जान्न चाहेँ इनकस आफू इन्ट्री फ्यागर भएपछि आफूसँग त्यो फ्रिडम थियो कि थिएन पहिलो कुरा, अनि दोस्रो कुरा म जान्न चाहेँ थोरै फ्ल्यासब्याकको रूपमा PMPL क्वालिफायरको जुन अन्तिम दिन रहेको थियो, टिम क्वालिफाई हुन्न कि जस्तो पनि भएको थियो, त्यतिखेर भएको ब्याकग्राउन्ड टकहरू, टिम म्यानेजमेन्टको टकहरू।
फ्रिडम त थियो भन्नु मिल्छ। अब घुस्ने बेला घुसेको थियो, नघुस्ने बेला होल्ड गर्ने बेला होल्ड गरेको थियो हामीले। अब त्यो लास्ट दिनमा चाहिँ के थियो भने अब डु अर डाई थियो हाम्रो, पोइन्टहरू कम थियो, माथि आउनु पर्थ्यो हामीलाई। त्यही भएर नि हामीले एउटा प्लेयर बेन्च राखेर ओरेन्दालाई लिएको थियो। ओरेन्दा आउनुभयो भने चाहिँ गेममा हल्का बेसी कम्पोज हुन्छ गेम इन कम्पेयर टु सुस्दा आउनुभयो भने त गेम एग्रेसिभ हुन्छ, जुन चाहिँ हामीलाई चाहिएको थिएन लास्ट गेममा।
बट टेल मी वान थिङ, ज्यानमारा एलिमेन्ट्रिक्स भनेपछि रिलेसन एकदमै क्लोज एन्ड ओजी टिमबाट सिजन 1 को PMPLबाट भएको। यदि ज्यानमाराको टिमसँग भोलिको दिनमा 4v4 भिडियो भने ज्यानमारालाई हान्न सकिन्छ?
हान्न त अब सकिन्छ।
स्नाइप एलिमेन्ट्रिक्सलाई अगाडि 4on4 भेटायो भने के गर्ने?
त्यो अहिले बोलेर काम नै छैन त्यसको बारे। अब त्यो परिसकेपछि हुन्छ, अब हाम्रो एउटै काफी हुन्छ कि त्यो हुन्छ। 4v4 नै चाहिँदैन जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई चाहिँ।
लास्ट डे PMPL क्वालिफायरमा हामी फेरि पार गइयो, यो बारेमा पनि भनौँ न कि खोल्न गएको हो या के थियो?
त्यही देखाउन भनेर लास्ट डे फेरि पार झरेको, तर भेट भएन। तर जोगसपाट त्यो होइन, हाम्रो सोलेस भाइको चाहिँ त्यहाँ झुकेर जम्प भयो चाँडै, अनि अब त्यो भाइलाई अब एक्लै छोडेर हामी जान मिलेन, अनि त्यही भएर फेरि पाएर झऱ्यो। जोन पनि ठ्याक्कै पारि पऱ्यो नि त, अनि भाइलाई लभ बोर्ड समातेर हामी ब्रिजबाट गयो भनेर अनि छरपष्ट थियो नि त हाम्रो सबै लास्ट टाइममा। त्यो भएको मेन रिजन चाहिँ।
एउटा कुरा म जान्न चाहेँ, ज्यानमारा एज अ टिम 2 स्प्लिट पछि PMPL आउँदैछ, सो कुनै डिसएडभान्टेज रहन सक्छ अलरेडी PMPL खेलेको टिम र ज्यानमारालाई? त्यो कुरालाई यदि कम्पेयर गर्ने भने
डिसएडभान्टेज त धेरै नै छ, एक्सपिरियन्स मेनै हो र गेम स्टाइल पनि धेरै नै डिफ्रेन्ट। र अब हाम्रो टिममा 2 जनाले PMPL खेलेको पनि छैन, गनर म, समीर र बाइक, सुजन र सोलेस भाइले खेलेको छैन PMPL, र त्यो पनि डिसएडभान्टेज नै हो। तर दे आर द राइजिङ स्टार भनौँ अब हाम्रो ज्यानमाराको टिमको।
एलिमेन्ट्रिक्सको लागि यो कुरा सोध्ने हो भने के रहन सक्छ कि के एक्सपेक्ट गर्ने हो PMPLमा?
PMPLमा त राम्रै एक्सपेक्ट गर्न सकिन्छ, किनभने लाइनअप पनि चेन्ज भएको छ, एग्रेसन त्यस्तै छ योपालि। सुस्दाई, म, लिक्विदाई, ओरेन्दाई, युजदाई, हामी 5 म्यान राम्रो हान्नेछौँ योपालि PMPLमा। हामी उनीहरूको लागि त अन्डरडग्स हो नि त एक प्रकारले, त्यही भएर नि हामी त्यही स्पिरिटमा कमब्याक गर्नेछौँ योपालिको PMPLमा। सो कन्भर्सेसन एन्ड गरौँ, बट म जान्न चाहेँ कि आफ्नो हिसाबले यो PMPL को टप 3 को रहन सक्छ?
पहिलो स्टालवर्ट लाग्छ, किनभने उनीहरूले देखाएर नै राखेको छ सबैमा। त्यसपछि DRS अहिले वान अफ द स्ट्रङ्गेस्ट टिम अफ नेपाल भनौँ। त्यसपछि SC र हामीलाई राखौँ न।
ओके, सो थ्रो डिप्लोमेटिक आन्सर। एलिमेन्ट्रिक्सको साइडबाट म जान्न चाहेँ टप 3 प्रेडिक्ट गर्नु पर्यो भने?
फर्स्टमा त म स्टालवर्टलाई राख्न चाहन्छु, किनभने उनीहरूले ग्लोबलमा नि राम्रो गरेर आएको हो। अब सेकेन्डमा चाहिँ म राख्छु DRSलाई, किनभने उनीहरूले नै अब हरेक टुर्नामेन्टमा कन्सिस्टेन्ट पर्फर्मेन्स देखाउँछ। थर्डमा चाहिँ हामी अब EX और JM।
सो बोथ अफ दलाई चाहिँ म गुड लक भन्न चाहेँ फर द PMPL। होपफुली बोथ अफ द टिमले जुन भनेको चाहिँ एटलिस्ट टप 3 त्यो चाहिँ निकाल्नेवाला छ। सो गुड लक दुवैजनालाई। ओके, बोथ अफ द टिमहरू कन्फिडेन्ट देखिए भन्न पनि मिल्छ, बट त्योभन्दा पनि म यो कुरालाई खुसी छु कि बोथ अफ द OG टिमहरू जो सिजन 1बाट PMPLमा चाहिँ आफ्नो जर्नी सुरु गरेको थियो उनीहरू फेरि ब्याक भएको छन् सिजन 5मा फाइनली। केही डिसएडभान्टेज त पक्कै पनि रहनेवाला छन्, बट होपफुल्ली यत्रो वर्षको एक्सपिरियन्सलाई समावेश गरेर उनीहरू आफैलाई चाहिँ बेस्ट भर्जनको रूपमा चाहिँ निकाल्नेवाला छन्। तपाईँहरू PMPL को एक्सन इन्जोय गर्दै गर्नुहोस्, हामी फेरि अर्को कुनै भिडियोमा भेट्नेछौँ।
each new era needs new champions. But to become one needs to rise to the challenges. Persevere through failures. One needs to fuel the inner fire. PMPL South Asia Spring 2022. The dawn of new champions.
Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, which, ladies and gentlemen, is finally out in the market. So you guys can grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny. The man right next to me is a man named Ocean. And ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin the final Super Weekend of the league stages. And it's going to be super exciting to watch because at the end of Sunday, which is in about, 2 days, 3 days now.
Today is Friday.
Yeah, so today is Friday, then the Saturday, then the Sunday. It's the third day from today. And that is when the top 16 for the finals will be solidified and will be confirmed in front of us. And the race is still on, at least for the moment.
Well, I was watching other PMPLs, right? The other regions and all, the way the PMPL is going on out there. And yesterday I was watching PMPL Pakistan. Amazing matches actually just cemented and ended. So I'm hoping for the same, if not the betterment of the matches just moving forward, because all these regions, I'm pretty sure, are watching each other's as well. They like to study, they like to just understand, adapt, etc., etc. All those things do come in handy. But then again, talking about this PMPL, I am very much excited for these 3 days, because then again, just like you said, 16 teams are going to be the ones that will move forward for themselves to cement themselves. But for that, they have to go through these 2-3 days, because again, it's going to be a roller coaster of a ride.
Yeah, definitely. And talking about roller coasters, I think not exactly a roller coaster, but a battering ram of sorts is going to be joining us in this particular Super Weekend. And that is A1 Esports. Now, a lot of people are going to be questioning, like, why am I hyping up A1 Esports now? Because the first 2 weeks they failed to qualify for the Super Weeks. Well, then you need to go back and watch how they played in the third league play stages, and it was absolutely incredible. The team finishing in the top 3, accumulating a lot of points for themselves in the rankings, and they have a strong momentum going into this final Super Weekend. So hopefully we're going to see a lot of strong performances from A1 Esports, because again, ladies and gentlemen, as we look at the format, this is the final Super Weekend. After we move towards the finals, where the top 16 teams will be competing. And since Ocean has mentioned other PMPLs and also the region of Pakistan, what is happening over there, ladies and gentlemen, for the SA Championship, we have 10 teams that the top 10 from the finals will move to the SA Championship, and top 6 from the Pakistan region will be joining us in the SA Championship over there. But again, that's how the slot distribution is going to be.
That is a thing of future, just like we said, and that is definitely how it's going to be. But right now, if you talk about the prize pool for this one, we see a total prize pool of $150,000 with every, yes, it's back, every winner chicken dinner giving you $1,000. And just like you said, hyping up A1 Esports, well, it's their chance to get more and more amount for themselves if they are coming up. Make the most out of it. And just like we have that headline, top 10 squads qualified for PMPL South Asia, well, that is gonna happen, definitely. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be super exciting to watch exactly which are the teams that will be moving forward. And I mean, one point of concern that I think, Ocean, you will agree with me on this, is going to be the fact that Stalwart Esports, a team that have been doing really well for themselves as far as the league stages are considered. You talk about the Super Weekend, you talk about the league play days, they have been very consistent, but going into the finals, can they replicate the same level of consistency? I think that is going to be a point of concern, because even they want to make it to the SA Championship this time. And again, ladies and gentlemen, the story overall remains the same. Every single game that you play, you need to get those points, you need to get that chicken dinner, because along with the chicken dinner, you get $1,000.
Yes, that is correct. And 13 to 16, though, just like we have that standard point structure, it always comes down. This is not where A1 Esports would want to be right now for the start for themselves, because then again, their points are starting from zero itself, getting a big blow at the first game. If not getting points, then they'll just, be left with less number of games for this Super Weekend to just, cement themselves. And then again, all the other teams are just, getting good points. And for a few teams, staying in top 16 is important. Why we are talking about this? Because this is where it all is. Seal 373 points versus Stalwart, that just lost their lead in the final few days for themselves, and now they're at 329, which is really close to IHC's 325. IHC would want to get themselves to the second position. If anything, Vibes, a team that is doing phenomenal, I would want them to get, multiple chicken dinners for themselves, because if they do, right, if they manage to get multiple chicken dinners now, they might as well surpass Stalwart and IHC together. Train to Kill is a pretty decent name. Deadeyes Guys, we talked about this team as well, is doing good, is doing consistent. DRS and Skylightz, I mean, these are not the old whizzes with Vibes and DRS that we are seeing for now, because I believe things have changed. But talking about the journeys, right, TRZ, oh my god, the journey might just be on an end. Depends on how 7Cs perform, Atrax performs. A1 Esports, well, they have to go for a start. High Voltage is at 16th. They don't have to worry about anything. Raw, 196 points. Will they retain?
I mean, it's a big if Raw Esports are going to be able to stick around. Phantom Esports on the other side did quite decent in the matches that happened yesterday. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, there were matches that were that were conducted yesterday, in fact, and it was sort of a rematch of a few games where technical glitches happened in week 2, and those matches were redone. Yeah, Phantom got a chicken dinner and
DRS
put themselves into the top 10, and it was an incredible moment. DRS, I think, are already doing quite decent, and in fact, they have qualified for this week, so they won't be in too much trouble. One team, although, whose hopes and dreams have already been shattered, 1952. I mean, they came in week 1. We saw them be very, very nice, but then week 2 was a struggle for them. They fell out of the top 16 and then failing to qualify for week 3. That was the final nail in the coffin. Their journey is done.
That's true. But then again, let's have a look at two teams. That is A1 Esports and Atrax, and we'll talk about the differences that they have in their own styles. We'll talk about the stats, and this is League Week 3 overall. Obviously, if you're including A1, we'll have to go with the leagues only right now, and this is League Week 3, in which you see them getting 10,000 plus damage pointers for themselves, and 7,200, like almost 7,300 damage received on them. This obviously does not show efficiency, but this is a big jump for them in terms of damage dealt that they have done for themselves. 50 eliminations on their board versus 38 for Atrax, and then again, the survival time, although it's quite close, but that the amount of points that they secured for themselves. This A1 was 100% different and better from the first two.
Well, let's see. I mean, the League Week 3 for these teams, as you can pretty much tell from the stats, was incredible. I mean, even that is an understatement, talking about A1 Esports. Dax, for a moment, I thought they were struggling, but then they recovered quite nicely, and the second day was another very nice performance from their end as well. A1 Esports on the other side, the first day, which was Tuesday, they were playing like absolute gods. I mean, for a second, I mean, we could see the old A1 Esports return, the one that even Bigatron Red Aliens were concerned about on Miramar specifically. And Miramar is what was played more this week. But, Ocean, now do you think that since we are in the Super Weekend stages and you only get one Miramar a day, will we see A1 Esports struggle because of that?
I mean, I don't think so. For them, just again, the earlier they realize, and I don't know if they have realized, it's a thing that, let's go YOLO. If they realize that, it's good. If they don't, then again, we'll have to see what happens for them, because this team has just, been showcasing quite a good stance for themselves, given the fact that they were trying to perform. They have been performing decent here and there, and now for this one, the graph has just gone up and up. That's the only way to just move forward with this. There have been a few stale performances by that team as well, but then again, we can just rule them out for this time, because right now they are having their time of life.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Completely agree with you that A1 Esports, they are playing one of the best matches that they have ever played, and that is an incredible level of consistency that they've brought into the matches. But again, the main point of concern is you have to play sort of in a similar manner even in the Super Weekend. Otherwise, there's no point in playing very well, playing like absolute gods on the league play days, and then just bombing out in the Super Weekend, because the Super Weekend points count. The league play points are just to get you to this mark.
It definitely is, and league points now, they are just they have done their job. Now it's time for you to just cement yourself and do your job, just like we are saying this. And in a while, obviously, definitely we're going to be starting off with the match really soon, and in that we will have our own conversations as for what's going to happen. But then again, if you're talking stats, then obviously we have some other stats to talk about as well as right now, because Wipes, just like you said, this team is doing phenomenal, is doing great, with Jiggle having 23 minutes of survival time for himself in League Week 3 as of now, which is incredible. And Vibes, I mean, they had their share of multiple chicken dinners in League Week 3, so I get it. It makes sense.
Well, let's see. I mean, Vibes, I just want to... I mean, I'm very desperate about this, Ocean. I've never tried to hide this. I want to see Vibes in the top 3, at least once. I mean, they did an incredible job in this league, in the League Play Week 3, because they managed to hold on to the first position for the entire week, for the entire 10 matches that happened, out of which 8 Vibes played. They managed to stay on the first. And they were very consistent, they were very dominating, securing 2 chicken dinners on the first day itself. I mean, making sure that there was no competition around them. And they have to do the same thing again in the Super Weekend, and a little bit more, because IHC Esports already have an advantage against them, and getting into the top 3 won't be easy for Vibes.
Yeah, that is correct. That's totally correct, the way you are explaining it, because now we'll see what happens with the team, to be honest, because the team definitely has been doing pretty decent, has been doing pretty good, but then again, they need to do more and more. And for them, the goal, if not the first position, should be to take the second position for themselves. Right now they're at 4th, but team at 2nd and 3rd are quite close to them in terms of points, and they are quite close to each other as well. So we will see, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we will see, maybe, I think. Is the perfect statement, because you never know what's going to happen in the Super Weekend. I mean, with the way IHC and Stalwart were playing during the league play days, I think Stalwart I'll take back, because in the second day, Stalwart Esports just played them like themselves. But IHC Esports, talk about them, talk about what's happening with Skylightz Gaming as well. I think the way these teams are playing, and these are very strong teams, the sort of performances they deliberately put during the league play days, it makes you question what is happening. And then they show up in the weekends and they are like, you are like, you start to question all right, yeah, maybe I was wrong, maybe my sort of calculations about these teams not even breaking into the top 10 were wrong, and they just go on to dominate again and again, game after game. But moving towards the matches that are about to happen, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, it is going to be quite exciting to witness exactly what the results are going to be. But talking about excitement, we have a lot of stuff planned for you guys, because ladies and gentlemen, how could we forget? This is the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia, and we always bring an opportunity for you lads to win stuff for yourself. This time you do see these beautiful skins on your screen, and the only way you can win them is by going on to the PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia official YouTube channel and maybe on Facebook as well. And then there's going to be a Q&A. You answer correctly, I mean, you can take Ocean's help if he's willing enough.
I need my share then. But,
yeah.
You know,
What are you going to take? Don't you have every skin in the game at this point?
Yeah, but still, the more the merrier.
What are you going to do with 2 skins of the same weapon? I don't think that's possible.
I mean, it kind of is. Actually, it kind of is. I'll tell you. But then again, if you talk about the schedule right now, right? Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel, those are going to be the maps that we're going to be playing today, tomorrow, and day after. Obviously, these 5 are for today. Tomorrow, they're going to be another 5. It's not like we are splitting these matches only for the 5 for the 3 days. But then again, Erangel is going to be the one where we started off with. And, we're going to be moving on really, really good. Because... Miramar is where you had that conversation, right?
Yeah.
A1 Esports, the way they play on Miramar, etc., etc. I would want to see that. But before that happens, it's going to be the OG map.
Exactly. It's going to be the OG map. Erangel is what we will be starting on, like always, ladies and gentlemen. And again, the fight for the top 3 was going quite intense. I mean, Seal Esports leading the charge with 373 points. Then there's Stalwart Esports with 329. And then IHC on the final few matches in the second Super Weekend, they did manage to break past the 300-point barrier and bring themselves in a much more comfortable position. But Vibes, they never let IHC get too far away from them. So IHC is at 325, Vibes is at 286, a difference that can be covered up in day 1, and tomorrow Vibes can look to see if they can topple over IHC Esports. On the other side, the Vibes, they have their own pressure. Train to Kill has been charging on like a tank, basically. They have been climbing up the leaderboard at a crazy speed, and that is something that can definitely put up a lot of pressure on the 16 teams that are qualified. Because as far as the second Super Weekend was considered, Train to Kill was the team that walked away with the most points. They got 182, whereas Seal Esports only managed to secure 180 in the entire week. So it's going to come down to whether the teams can stick to the same game plans and whether they can be the same level of consistent as they were in the second week, especially with T2K. I think even the matches yesterday, they were looking very strong, very solid. So I'm going to be quite hopeful with T2K also moving up and getting quite close to Vibes Esports, but we'll have to wait for the game and see what exactly is going to happen.
We definitely have to just wait for all those things, just like you said. But then again, if you talk about I get it. I feel like we're making it more or less like about A1, but then again, it kind of is needed because as of now, A1 Esports, they would be starting off their journey. In order to get into top 16, they might need to get around an average of 9 points per game as of now, if they want to qualify at 16th position. But then again, we'll see if that happens. But right now, we are on to a little game. Can you spot the odd player out? Well, it looks like a few of them are having their own happy time. I see multiple camera angles in which a few players are just not happy here and there, just looking out and just enjoying their time. But they might not be enjoying a lot because the game's about to begin.
Yeah, I mean, it's no time to enjoy. It's time to get serious. Godless, stop looking at your phone. Get ready for the matchup. It's about to begin, lad. And I mean, it's going to be super exciting. The first match of the last weekend, the beginning of the end, if you will, ladies and gentlemen. And there's the plane, there's the banner, Erangel. I recently found out they pick up these banners after the plane has taken off, which I think is a pretty, for us, the general public, it's the information we have no use for. But it looks pretty cool when they do that. But, ladies and gentlemen, the trajectory of the plane is in front of us, starting from the western edge of the hospital area, well, towards the shoreline of the hospital position on the main island, going all the way just north of No Rep Noise. So, as I always like to say, I mean, Stalwart Esports would have been pretty happy had they been playing this match, and in fact, they are this time, because this is not the league play days. We only have 16 teams now. They will be happy again, but if the circle is on the northern side, then it becomes a challenge. If it's on the southern side, if it's towards the southwest, the southeast, as we've been seeing in the first 2 weeks, then it's going to be a pretty easy game. And there's the new team right there. You see the purple in the center of the map, A1 Esports.
They'll drop down to the back lines of farm. You'll see them in quite a split with the ElementriX on one side of these players. All right, that is just one of the things. Skylightz has changed their drop location again. I am surprised with this one now because look at how close they are with Venom Legends. I'm pretty sure they were not expecting Venom Legends on this area. Venom Legends, sometimes they used to drop down to the areas of Milta Factory as we have seen them. So with the team coming down here, it becomes a big challenge for Skylight's players to just get out. 7C on the other side. Looks like one of the players of 7C just went to a slight southern area of Pochinki to get that vehicle for themselves. A1 Esports players in that decent split for themselves. JyanMaara quite behind DRS. The team that likes to drop down to the area of Milta, and JyanMaara is moving north now with Savage. That's going to go to Yasna 110%. Atrax to the George Pole area. And T2K, all right, they're going to their northern place. That is Severny. The only challenge they'll have to face is to come back to the circle. Seal is in the military base area. No, nothing wrong with that because they're inside the circle. But looks like Savage's Sanchir was caught off guard. I want to see how he was knocked. I want to see maybe with a buggy only, but I want to see. Yeah, 191 damage coming up on Snipe. 100 would be with that buggy ramen, I'm pretty sure. And 91, it's like 95 HP is what a person gets once they are knocked. So 91 is with his punches that he has taken the play down. So I get it.
I mean, it's going to be pretty incredible now to see how the teams are going to adjust. But JyanMaara, they're going to be in a happy bunch. One early point secured as soon as the game started. And on the other side, Venom Legends returning this time, ladies and gentlemen, missing out on the second Super Weekend. And they have the lads of Skylightz Gaming going past them. Rafat, he won't try to... I believe he won't try to take them down since he is also in an isolated position right now. It's going to be a massive, massive risk that he will undertake if he starts shooting. So, especially at this early point in the match. Although, I mean, Ocean, I need to ask you a question. Have you gotten used to how quiet it is for the first 10 minutes in South Asia these days?
Yeah, it is different. I mean, as compared to the other regions, or maybe the previous PMPLs, right?
Exactly.
It's quite different. Yeah. I get it. Everyone wants to just stay alive because at the end it's a battle royale survival game. You have to survive till the end. But then again, everyone they take risks, but they it's like they take risks really slowly for themselves. They don't like to just get into the fights and just start it off right off the beginning. They're like, yeah, let's read the lobby. Let's try and understand the lobby and all those things. And with each and every game, you're seeing like every team, not even every team, like most of the teams are still playing with their own drop locations. So you never know what sort of a thing just comes down on you. Even if you're prepared for something else, like even if you're prepared to take down the players, some other thing. Look at this, right? It was just a normal day. Savage's players are like, yeah, we're dropping down. We might just find up a few weapons or maybe a few vehicles, and they're done. One is done.
Well, let's see. Another one being taken out. Steel Shot being the man going down. And Skylightz Gaming, they do find an advantage for themselves. Rafat, he's going to be next as AJ with this nade is looking to dish out a little bit of damage. But his read is a little bit off. Rafat just positioned right outside the door. Now AJ with the second nade might just be able to do the trick, but there's one thrown in his direction as well, and this one was quite brutal because it's not just AJ. Gyalzen HP is also very low, but Gyalzen steps out, and with the UMP, Rafat is going to be taken out, but from the flank, Dictator is going to be dictating the pace of this fight. Taking down Gyalzen, AJ could be in a world of trouble if he does not heal up soon. Ale from the distance has made sure Mafia Ninja won't be participating in the action anytime soon, taking him low. Yeah. But the first aid will help the lads from Skylightz Gaming just sustain a little bit more. Now Nima is also out in the open, so he needs to be extremely careful about how he decides to push towards the house.
And we talked about this, right? We talked about this, that this is happening. As now Gyalzen just, that finish, the elimination just comes to him. They have lost down on Gyalzen, but then again, the job is done from Gyalzen's side before he was just taken out. And Mafia Ninja, AJ, and Nima, they have to make a run for themselves. See, this was the exact thing that we were talking about. The drop location changes. You think you have a plan, but then again, the plan just, changes against you. And you were not at all ready for that. Right now, we see Dictator. He's trying to understand what's happening quite close to him, so he would be just moving from here to there, just trying to find his own place. Venom Legends' players, they are moving in one of the buggies whose condition is quite done for, although they can get that second vehicle for themselves, that Dacia. It's going to be better, it's going to be decent. And now Nima and the gang is moving to the other side. I don't know. See, All right, they're
Yeah.
coming quite close to the players only, but
Yeah,
I'm
they
pretty
wanna
sure
hunt.
they would not want to be a part of the fight anymore. But then again, they're getting shot at from the other side, and that was supposed to happen, but I guess it's time to disengage. See, Johnny, Skylightz. First, they went to Northern Georgia Pool. Then they
Yeah.
went to Pochinki. There was a game where they went to Yasnaya, and now they are going to Gatka. They are dropless.
They are dropless. That has to be a new thing.
I mean, come on. I wanna. I just don't get it, right? A team
I mean,
that is
yeah.
just so good, just so dominating. I hope they find a decent place, because if you change your drop, right, your rotations, your strategies, everything changes.
Yep.
It feels sad seeing this team just struggling with the drop locations. Maybe they are changing drops on their own will, but if they are, the fights are coming to them.
I mean, I just want to see them go back to Yasnaya Poliana, man.
I
mean,
loved that team when they were in Yasnaya.
I've been dying to see that happen again, but that's the only reason I'm upset with Skylight Gaming at this point, like, because they're not going to Yasnaya. Otherwise, I mean, the performance in the league stages, let's be honest, I mean, the objective of the league stages for the teams mainly is to secure as much money as possible and also to qualify for the finals. And if you can like work on both these things simultaneously, that's the best case scenario for you. I mean, it's not necessarily to just sit on the first position without no chicken dinners or with less amount of chicken dinners. So Skylight Gaming, since they have checked one of the boxes that they have like put themselves in a position from the finals, from where the finals are like an actual possibility for them, I think they need to focus a little bit more on just securing that extra money that they can in this last super weekend, because this is the final opportunity. If you move to the finals from here, then you're just playing for the prize pool that's there on the table, $10,000 for the first team, and so on and so on. So I think that is something that Skylight Gaming need to focus on. But I think even they, you and I both know this. This is a team that has been known to purposefully just stay in the middle of the table in the league stage and then pop off in the finals. I think we call that hiding strats for them. But I mean, it's not even hiding strats, because their strats remain the same. It's just that the level of firepower the team is outputting, that goes up quite drastically in the finals. They just become more aggressive.
Yeah, that just definitely happens. And it's a change of pace that a team just showcases for themselves when we talk about the difference in the finals and right now, and the play styles. And as of now, if you're in top 16, well, you're safe.
Yeah.
Like if you're in top 5, you're very safe. You can make mistakes, you can maybe just prepare yourself, you can sometimes overcome it as well, if that's what it takes. But this time the circle goes down with Pochinki at its center. Pochinki as the heart, and 7C, I guess they are to the southern side. They might just go back to the city for themselves. But look at Stalwart, right? The standard Stalwart rotation drops in.
Skylight
onto
Gaming.
Number of just
Why
go
did
back.
they go there?
I mean, obviously their players were taken down. They did not want to be a part of the fight at that time, so that's why they just chose
Yeah.
a different route, a road not taken by anyone. And so they go back to the back lines. But right now, Sinister is using up a good grenade. A1 Esports is something that we wanted to see, and the grenade did hit Hyozu, who now will sit in his own vehicle and would want to just move away. I guess Sinister understands that, but Sinister's grenade takes down Hyozu from that vehicle, just, marking up an exit. And A1 Esports has started. Sus has been spotted down as well. Oh, Sus will just, he will move away. But Hyozu, John, it looked like a Grosjean fireball crash. He just went out of the vehicle.
Yeah. Used to be one of the most likable guys on the grid. And look at that. From this distance, it looks like the buggy just drove itself out, like it just was annoyed by the shots in his direction. But Sushant in a world of hurt. Leon, I'm going to connect the spray, and Sushant finally will be taken out. There's the knock, but all right, Demo. I thought Shus were the one who found that knock, but Demo just dropped out of the vehicle too quickly and was knocked out because of the fall damage right there. But CD Sports managing to make sure that ElementriX is not going to be in a fighting position in the later stages of the match. But look at that, another fight breaking out. It's IHC against T2K, and I believe trades have happened from both the teams.
Yes, it has. It has happened. I mean, on the other side, definitely. This is where Sushant was taken out. And look at this. Yeah. Venom Legends is taking fights against the Goliaths, to be honest, right? They are bringing up their experience to take fights against the Goliaths. They took down IHC right now, a few players. They took down Skylightz previously, a few players, in fact. Their players were being taken down as well, but they're not stopping. If they find an opportunity, they're trying to make the most of that opportunity for themselves. They're trying to just, do really good for themselves. And that counts at the end. T2K on the other side, you see them at a really good place, really good spot. Legends coming quite close to Sandesh as well, as they would just want to get a hold of this area. But then again, Shifu, all right, we spot him. The Potato Hill contestation. This is going to be a good one because these teams understand it. But, oh, Incus. If you arise out in the open, I am pretty sure Jax would want to just get that confirmation. But then again, does Incus know?
Well, let's see. He's the final player left standing for ElementriX. So this could be the first squad wipe of the game. A1 Esports, they have his number, have his address, because he's hiding inside the house, not on the phone, right? Well, he's on the phone in real life, but yeah, it's a little confusing. But still, A1 Esports, they have his address. And Jax is just keeping a vision of that house from the corner of the window using the third-person perspective free look mode. The eye icon that's there in the game, but Incus on the other side just jumping around in the basement, can't really do much as well at this point. All he can do is just hide and hope the zone stays on him as long as possible. And the zone is closing in, ladies and gentlemen. In the next 5 seconds, we will have the third zone in front of us. Let's see where this one will go.
Goes to the sidelines of Pochinki again, just like we see. So IHC, 7C and High Voltage have a really good position for themselves for the next zones as well. They just don't need to hold their, just leave their grounds for themselves. They have good ground. Seal, they come in from the military base area. They are quite to the backside of High Voltage. Might as well just take those houses for themselves. And Skylightz, for them, getting inside the circle is going to be a big challenge because Venom Legends is still there. And right now we see top, like we see Stalwart is trying to hold up a decent ground against A1 Esports. Now, this is a fight that if A1 would want to take, they'll have to just beware of everything, because with Stalwart, the thing is, if one player knocks up, gets knocked down, the other one is ready for a cover, and Sinister, 6-9 gets taken down by top with that headshot, and this is where this team likes to go just YOLO.
Well, they are trying to go YOLO right now, but it won't be easy for them as well. But let's see what the end result is going to be. Sinister is going to be there with his teammate now. So it's going to be an easy revive for A1 Esports to secure and be back to the, fighting numbers, basically. Stalwart Esports on the other side. I was hoping this fight was going to be absolutely berserk, but A1 Esports, even they are playing for those $1,000. So they're not going to go as ham as they were during the league play days. Now they will be extremely careful about this. Skylightz Gaming and Venom Legends find themselves against each other once again, ladies and gentlemen, from the start of the match till now. These two teams, did pick off 1-1 players each from each other's side, but in this 3v3 now, as Skylightz Gaming, they have taken control of the edge of the circle. Venom Legends, they are waiting just slightly inside the zone with concrete covers available. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how the fight will begin on the other end. Sinister now just taking the tires out of that UAZ.
Yeah, just trying to do everything to the vehicle so that they don't move. And he feels like there's going to be someone. He might just be reeling that information as well. But then again, he's just seeing the vehicles and not the players. Right now, this is where A1 Esports is. Stalwart quite close to them. The revive was given. And Venom Legends on the other side again. That Skylightz Venom Legends IHC confrontation that is happening. Vibes is coming from the northern side, which is good. T2K is quite close to them. Atrax, we see them on one side as well. DRS on the back lines of the zone as well. But look at JyanMaara and Deadeyes, guys. They're trying to make up their home in Pochinki. We don't know if it's a good idea or not, because the next circle's formation, it's coming.
If it's on Pochinki, it's perfect. But if it's anywhere towards the southwest or the southern side, then it's going to be a world of trouble. Oh, Pika, I want to see this happen. This man has given us a lot of bolt action clips in the days, and now his eyes are all set towards the lads from Savage Esports. And the shift is not entirely outside Pochinki, but still quite a lot of the area is outside the Pochinki city. So Deadeyes guys will have to abandon their spot. Vibes will be in a perfect position to pick off Deadeyes guys and IHC if they play their cards right. But T2K, Jane being spotted out by Dictator. Quite an easy takedown for the side of Venom Legends, and they are looking to push forward in this fight. Jane is going to be completely finished off, put out of commission, while Steel Shot cooks up a nade to toss on the first floor. The rest of the lads from the T2K team are showing up, and this nade is going to be, well, a bit off. But Sandesh is going to be taken down by High Voltage Praveen, as the third party has been initiated, and the fourth party is going to be there as well. Skylightz Gaming chime in, and Train to Kill out of nowhere become the first team to be taken out of this match, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god, it's just, started off right now, and with one team out of the picture, it's not looking that good. DRS definitely just trying ElementriX. Oh, they follow up. So many teams are marking up their exit all of a sudden, as we will see Savage as well following up. 13 to 16 gets you no points. And now there's going to be one more team that might as well just follow up, because we are down to 46 and 13 teams alive all of a sudden, Johnny. All of a sudden.
Well, let's see. I mean, 3 teams. Savage Esports also another big surprise exit this time. But Deadeyes Guys, I want to see what they are going to do, because they have teams towards their left, they have teams towards their right. There's going to be Vibes Esports with a high ground advantage as well. It won't be easy to leave Pochinki right now. They're barely on the edge. So for this shift, at least for the blue zone that will close in, they can still stay indoors and survive. But for the next one, they will definitely have to move out. On the other side, though, Ryu with the nade being lobbed towards the lad from Atrax will dish out a little bit of damage, but no knock secured.
None as of now. Spike on one side. And Venom Legends, though, is starting up their fight against Skylightz again and again. That is happening, just as we were talking about it. And Stalwart's action is taking its toll over Memo, who has been taken down now. And the other players of 7C are on the other side. That means they will have to be careful. They'll have to beware of Stalwart's rush onto them. Pika is just trying to move forward with the other players as well. The nades are being lofted down. It is really, really important. EJ on the other side goes down as well. This time it's Seal taking a toll on the players of Skylightz Gaming. 7C, these players, I don't know if they know what is coming quite close to them, as Stalwart is trying to move forward. Precious, my Precious, he's being taken down right now. He's still surviving, though, but on a sliver of HP for himself. And Memo, there's no way in heaven that he can be saved now.
Well, yeah, completely agree with that. Memo is going to be finished off. Well, Action is going to just let him bleed out. That's even worse.
It's Zone doing its own job. Action's just looking in that direction. Nothing.
Yeah, that's just a worse way to let a player go out. And now that he's finally done, I think 7C Esports are going to be thinking about how do they react to this. Do they try and find a trade, find a point somewhere else, or just hold their position and see if Stalwart Esports will go for a push? The blue zone closing in. We will have the next circle in front of us. High voltage close to the center, and they still miss out on it. It moves towards the Pochinki area. So, Deadeyes Guys, I guess the stars aligned for them. They're still quite safe.
As of now, yes, the circle's movement definitely shows it that they'll have to take up the fights. But then again, if the zone moves away, right, they'll have to come out in the open. That open area, those jumps that they'll mark from their buildings, they might just be not what they would be planning. But look at Atrax's rush. Is it a death rush? Well, it looks like it, because Alex takes down one, and in a single spray, he finishes that player as well. And IHC is ready to defend their own home, to defend the squad house for themselves. It looks like a nade is getting lofted at, but then Spike is getting shotted from the other side as well. He understands that position. He's going to go for a nade of his own, which seems like a good nade. But then again, I guess it does not connect to anyone but Alex. Another nade just, gets lofted on him, but he's on the other floor as compared to where the nade is getting dropped at. Look at him just on this slight area. Kyante, he has a decent place for himself, but then again, that warehouse, IHC is not going to worry about that warehouse. All they worry about is this one squad house where Shant is on the first floor. But look at Alex jumping in, and he's punching. All right, the footsteps, they don't arrive with a jump and punch. So now the hunters have become the hunty, as IHC is moving forward. They are pushing forward. They take down one of the players, and this is not looking good, because if you look at it, now Gyante, the player in the warehouse, is the last one surviving all of a sudden.
Yeah, definitely, I agree with you. I mean, Dax is not in a good spot in that fight, but DRS, they are taking their own toll against Stalwart Esports, who have in fact pushed in on their barn house and now looking to just shut them down. Oh, just think about that, cooking a nade in your opponent's face on top! No! Ooh, that has to be heartbreaking.
Oh, rules! He was in that Molotov somehow. He was in that Molotov and he gets taken down by Stalwart's actions. Molotov, steel shot. He just takes himself down though. And now DRS's players are trying to do everything in their power to take up the fight for themselves. Stop needs to heal and then they might as well just rush to that upper ground as well. Delta is going to go for a throwable. Look at him just cooking that throwable for himself. We'll see what happens. But Stalwart, I guess they are ready to just get that movement flowing, that momentum flowing on for themselves. DRS killer, he's in that upper area. They are trying to survive, but then again, are they not seeing this? What is happening from the backlines? It's Action who just arrived. Whoa, Killer's gonna go for that finish. 100% he's gonna go for it, but then again, he might as well just not be able to finish the other players. But then again, he takes one more down. 6 bullets remaining for himself. Would want to go for a reload, or would he want to go for the heal? Well, he cannot heal right now. The time is not there. One more shot to him, and he will be taken down. But then again, he has done his job. He has taken the main man Action out of the picture.
Yeah, and now Stalwart Esports, they're going to be struggling for a bit. Let's see how they manage to recover. Deadeyes Guys on the other side, their struggles are also quite intense as they are trying to fight to move towards the zone, and it's not going to be easy against JyanMaara with a wonderful nade.
Wow.
They do manage to finish them off, and now for a second it looks like their route inside the circle, it's going to be clear, but they have to worry about wipes from the flank as well. Shifusa and the rest of the lads from the Deadeyes Guys squad totally focused in on the front. And ladies and gentlemen, in a matter of minutes, we are down to 7 teams, 20 players surviving in this matchup. Extreme, he's up against Dictator right now. And Venom Legends, they have to be extremely careful about this since Dictator is the last player for his team.
Ayatsi, look at them just moving from around the blue. They don't want to take any risks, so they are going for it. But then again, if a few shots do connect on Alex, he would be taken down. Look at that! He goes down by Joker with a brilliant 4-time straight. We loved it. Everyone loved it. But Venom Legends, well, they might not love their elimination as they have been taken down on only 4. Joker, he's just around the corner. Ryu in that vehicle as well. He wants to get in that. But then again, oh, Deadeyes Guys, these players, they are looking forward to 7C. Does 7C know that there is a team coming from the backlines? I guess they do. Now they do. And on the other side, it's Stalwart. This backside of Pochinki, this Pochinki Hill, it's going to be a really, really crowded place right now. And just like you're taking your fight to be on top of this hill, you will want to take up a fight to be on top of this game as well.
Well, but let's see who at the end, in fact, will be on top and will be walking away with $1,000 in the chicken dinner of this game. Shifusa against Top, who is constantly tossing a lot of utility in the direction of the Deadeyes Guys boys, but now finally refocuses, shooting on the players of Vibes, and one of the lads has been taken down. It's going to be Joker on his knees out in the open. Who will get that pick? It's going to be Pika from Stalwart Esports securing the point for his team. And Vibes, they do manage to rotate quite close to the edge of the circle, but it's still not completely in. We do see Ryu stuck on the outside, and how much utility does this man have?
Oh, a lot is a small answer. Just, go for it. Look at Chari's HP, though. He's barely surviving outside the blue. Maybe around the blue, if I'm not sure. But then again, 7C's Precious gets taken down by High Voltage Assassin, a brilliant player. Assassin, as for what he is, he's just, showcasing that. Now he's just moving from around the zone. Oh, if he spots IHC on the other side, I'm pretty sure he would be able to take down the entire team. I don't know if he has that information or not. And Pika's going to go for a few nades of his own. Vibes, they do get eliminated out of the lobby. Now we're down to 5 teams and 13 players surviving. Deadeyes Guys is Chari. Oh, Stalwart's on one side. You know what? I have the similar shades in which of a different game, I guess. We'll talk about that in a while. But right now, Assassin spotting down the players of IHC. Zol's on one side. Pika with that bolt action still would want to rain hellfire. But look at that. They're spotted on a few players. But then again, Zol manages to take Assassin down.
Well, Joel, he does find the pick on Assassin. The Molotov is going to be lobbed behind him as well to stop the fallback. But Chari, oh, this is going to be interesting. It's a 1v3 push that he's planning to do. And who takes down 2? Last play. Top is going to be finished off. Fragboy is the one who stepped in right there. And, well, even after Fragboy was taken out, I think Chari was the man just finishing off the job. Who got those points here? Chari took down the last player, but still, Deadeyes Guys, ladies and gentlemen, managing to wipe out Stalwart Esports from this match. Now, IHC are the only Mongolian team in this fight with 13 eliminations secured. 2 players remaining, Zeol and IC. IC has spotted out Chari out in the open on that slope. Was going for a few shots, hiding behind the buggy, prone down. steps back up to go for a duel again, but Chari is going to try and escape from this one, or try and at least reposition himself, but will get spotted out by Precious from 7C. A damage trade between the two teams, and well,
Icy gets taken down.
Yeah.
Icy gets taken down. This can be an opening for the other teams to just capitalize. Look at that. Ripson just gets that. Chari is burning, but he barely survives. What is it? Is it like 9 lives of the cat as he's just surviving everything on him? But now he might not, as I guess Ripson has spotted him out. He's going to go for a few shots again. Now he does. Has he spotted him? Oh my god, now the zone's coming up for 7C Ripson as he has to move forward, and Chari was going for it, but not this time, says Precious as he takes him out. Zul is the last man surviving. Zul has 7 individual eliminations. High Voltage is surviving. By the numbers, by the probability, 7C would, might get a chicken dinner. But then again, Extreme on one side, Joel. These players, if they manage to have the similar sort of a thought process, imagine these two players from different team taking down 7C. We might just witness that, we might not. But then again, we'll see what happens. They know IHC's position as they took down IC on that area. But do they know High Voltage's Extreme's position or not? I guess they're shooting anything that they see as a potential cover. But will they be able to get that potential chicken dinner? That's the question.
Well, quite an intense question as well. I think 7C, they have what it takes. They have the man advantage. They know exactly where Extreme and Zeol are.
Look at them.
They're not looking to stop. I think Precious especially is quite eager to just take down the individuals and secure the first chicken dinner for 7C Esports in the Super Weekends. It's going to be quite interesting to see exactly where will this win take them, because they weren't there for week number 2. They were present in week number 1 with a decent performance, but no wins. And now Ripson,
I guess they know.
Yeah, they do know, but like it's just Extreme is not moving at all. He just wants to stay there.
Here's the catch, Johnny. 7C is not in the circle anymore. They have to move for the circle. Oh my god, this is actually really difficult for them. But then again, they're trying to spot on the players. But Zol with one shot takes the team out, takes one player out, but he's shooting again and again and again. Now he's also not inside the circle. That's also one of the most important things. 23 bullets for him, but he's gonna go just for his own confirmation as he gets that, and he's spotting down the other players as well. What is happening? The Molotov, he's just going with everything that he can find out right now. He will take one more player down. He is trying to take the last player down, but no, it's a one-on-one for High Voltage. Will it be a chicken for High Voltage? Oh my god, yes! High Voltage! Well, they're gonna enjoy it. They got a chicken dinner, all thanks to Extreme and Seoul. What?
Oh man, that was a throw. That wasn't supposed to happen. This chicken dinner wasn't supposed to go to High Voltage, but still, now that High Voltage have secured it, I'm gonna say, boys, well deserved. I mean, Extreme, that level of patience, that level of commitment to not taking a fight, I think was incredible. I think he was just being smart about it. 7C Esports, like, why would you do that? Just completely tunnel vision towards a lad who was just not intending, like there wasn't even a thought in his mind to get up and take that fight until the very end. And they were just looking in his direction, constantly pushing towards him. Zeol for the flank was completely left unbothered, and he was like, well, if you're gonna ignore me, I'm gonna make sure that you guys are getting punished for that. Takes down 2 players and just changes the team that walks away with $1,000.
In one of all the multiverses, 7C did get a chicken dinner, but it was not this one.
It wasn't this one, and this one is all that matters to me, because this is where I am. Talk about having regrets, right?
What a throw coming up. 7C, they I don't know what was in their thought process. They would have seen 5 alive. They were like, yeah, we are surviving. We know, we are 3. But then again, 3 is chaos.
I mean, after Zul took down the first player, they should have realized, like, yeah, lads, towards the left is where we need to shoot. Ignore the guy in the front. But we'll talk about this later after this very short break.
I'll be your
Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, that is Ocean, and both of us are right now very upset with how the previous game came to an end.
Yeah, I mean, come on, that game was not supposed to end like this, but
I mean,
well,
I'm happy for high voltage. I'm happy for high voltage,
Johnny.
but 7C Esports, you better get your game on point.
we've always
That's
said
not
that.
how you win. Yeah.
I have always said that. It's been historical the way I've said it, right? Third week is always chaos. Third day is
Yeah.
always chaos. All those things happen, and it starts off with such a good chaos that everyone, I guess, everyone's gonna enjoy it, but no one's gonna believe it. It's there in the history books now. It is a part of history, a history that happened a few seconds back. But then again, we'll talk about that as we look at the MVP as well. And Johnny, I guess it might just be Zio, as he has what, 8 eliminations, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I think so.
That
Oh yeah, Extreme shot the other guy and he went down and the pick went to Zeol. Hey, bonus, right? I mean, can't be too upset about getting a point after you're taken out. I think we had... Yeah. Yep. I think the whole team put together has like 14 or 15 eliminations maybe. Yeah, 15 eliminations in total. So yeah, IHC they're definitely going to be going to be doing quite solid, and this match just pushes them further into the top 3, quite close to Stalwart Esports, and maybe they've taken the second position away from Stalwart Esports. Who knows? I mean, we'll have a look at the overall standings for that. But ladies and gentlemen, looking at the top players, Zeol is going to be there sitting on the first position with 1,048 damage dished out and 27 minutes 15 seconds of survival time. His teammate IC is on the 5th position, so IHC Esports, they start the top players list and they end it as well. In the middle though, we have Pika sitting on the 2nd spot with just 2 eliminations but 800 damage dished out. No wonder the man, I mean, just carries a bolt action around with him just to make sure that his team's elimination securing point is at least a little bit easier because of him. On the 3rd and the 4th, we have the lads from 7C Esports, with Precious being on the 3rd and Aku Jord being on the 4th position, respectively. Even though, as far as the individual performance is considered, as far as the whole game is considered, 7C Esports did quite well. But I will still be upset with them because this chicken dinner win was supposed to be theirs. There was no way, especially, I mean, there was no way, especially high voltage should have been allowed to win this. Yeah, I think, yeah, they're going to first. I think they have the most points, I'd see. Yeah, it is what it is. And I think another interesting thing to mention right now would be the fact that out of the top 3 teams that were there, IHC, High Voltage, and 7C, only IHC are the ones who were doing really well in the overall leaderboard. High Voltage and 7C are the teams from the bottom 5, with High Voltage who were on the 16th position and 7C Esports who were on the 18th position before this game. I think there's going to be definitely a few changes in the rankings, and both the teams are going to be moving up. But looking at the match summary, it's just Zeol everywhere, and just Pika taking the highest assist away from him from 1 extra assist. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, at the end, they did really good for themselves.
Well, let's see. I mean, they did quite well for themselves. I'm just waiting for the overall rankings to see exactly what the changes are going to look like and whether IHC Esports are, in fact, going to be on the 2nd position right after CG Esports. And what is the situation between Vibes and Stalwart Esports, like what the difference is going to be. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. We predicted. I mean, I have a maths professor sitting right next to me, so it's quite easy to get the numbers crunched at this point. And IHC Esports sitting on 25 points on the first position. The tally works out for them. 7C Esports on the second with the with more eliminations than High Voltage. 20 points for them. High Voltage, they don't care. They got 20 points, but they also got $1,000.
Yes, they definitely do. Just get good points for themselves coming up. And it's good, right? They're at what, 15th position in the overalls and all, and you have to stay in top 16, right? That's important. That's really, really important, just like you say. On the other side, if we look at teams at 13 to 16, they legit got no points for themselves, no eliminations, no placements. That's just how it is. And Stalwart, they get 14 points out of IHC's 25. Johnny, IHC is getting to the second position, if I'm not wrong.
Yep.
And because they have a second position, Stalwart, it's a wake-up call. It is a wake-up call. Come on, set your alarm tones now. It is a wake-up call.
I mean, it is definitely a wake-up call for Stalwart Esports, but I think they still have a little bit of a safety cushion because Vibes also didn't do too well in this game, and IHC Esports are not going to be too further away from them to take them over in the next few matches. So Stalwart Esports, the opportunity is going to be there, but they have to tone down on the aggression, man. I mean, they were just going absolutely berserk in the early game scenarios, not thinking about how they were approaching the fights. Just like blind aggression was what we saw in this match. So if that can be adjusted a little bit, just take it a little slow, and I think Stalwart Esports is definitely a team that can secure a lot more points. Although maybe it's because of the fact they already have a lot of chicken dinners and already have a lot of cash for themselves, that at this point they just don't care. They know they are going to the finals. They know they have a lot more money than the other teams. They're like, yeah, you guys enjoy the games right now. Our job is done. We have had a lot of fun so far.
Talking about the open moments, this is where we have the first elimination coming up right of the battle, right of the start of the game, when we saw teams just dropping down and taking each other down. This one was quite a bit faster, this Erangel, as compared to the other ones for the start.
Yep.
But after that, there were a few slow instances, and that was the mid time of the game, right? We saw a few teams just not trying to struggle out here and there.
Yeah, and talk about struggles, I think none were quite clear than ElementriX, who lost out the individuals quite earlier on in the game. It was Enkus, the last player surviving, and even he failed to secure a lot of points for his team. IHC on the other side were quite brutal on everyone they saw since the early stages of the match, not looking to stop anytime soon, and in fact they didn't till the very end, where Zeol just stole the win away from the lads of 7C Esports and gave it to High Voltage, basically. He was the kingmaker in this match.
Yeah, Zeol was the playmaker. Look at him. He did not have any helmet. He had nothing on for himself. His vest was totally done for. He was like, nope, I'll confirm this one. And then he was like, I'll take one more down. So he was like, let's throw a Molotov on that place, that airdrop's cover. Let's just go for a Molotov. And precious, you can just, see him just coming up. Imagine, imagine, had there been one extra player from the side of IHC, it would have been their game. But
if there was one more player, I think they could have pretty much just split 2-2.
They would have destroyed it.
Yeah.
They would have destroyed this. Had there been two players, there would have been a 1v2v3. They would have destroyed the final lobby. But then again, if we talk about this one, look at this: Atrax, Savage, ElementriX, C2K, just trying, but they could not get the results for themselves. Just like we said, 2-2, 3-2 for IHC, 2-1, 4-0 for Stalwart. Oh, these Mongolians, they are just dominating again in terms of damage for themselves. But High Voltage, well, 885 with 5 eliminations, and 7C 8 with 1408.
Oh wow!
There it is.
Any team that got eliminated before Esports were taken out were basically sitting there with negligible amounts of damage compared to the rest of the lobby. So in this match, basically the teams that went out early went out without a fight, or they were like fighting till their deaths.
Yeah.
The swap has happened. 7 points.
Exactly. This is what I was saying, right? That the swap has happened. As we were talking about it, everyone is going to be just understanding it as for what happened. And right now, on the other side, High Voltage with this one, now they have cemented themselves. 7C, maybe with the next game, they might just cement themselves as well. That means 7C is going to be one of the teams that we'll see in the top 16 coming up. And well, once they are in, we might just be witnessing our top 16 teams as of now. Then we'll see if some changes happen or not. But then again, for that, we'll have to go to Miramar.
Yeah, exactly. Map number 2, ladies and gentlemen, for the day is the map of Miramar, like always. And it's going to be super exciting to watch because, again, Stalwart Esports, it has been a tradition for them that the first Miramar, they do really well. And it is going to be very interesting to see exactly how they plan to topple over the lads of Atrax Esports, because right now the difference is 7 points. Who knows what it will be after the game is done? Maybe IHC walk away with the chicken dinner win in this one, and Stalwart Esports get eliminated super early, so the difference is going to be very massive. Also, I think my dreams of seeing Vibes Esports in the top 3 are pretty much done, because there's like a 50-point difference between Vibes and Stalwart Esports. It's not easy to cover up.
But 14 games, John. 14 games.
Let's see. I mean,
can change, cannot change. We'll see. We'll see. 14. I mean, if in one day, let's say 1.5 day,
yeah,
if in 7 games, 8, including this one, Stalwart can go from first position to third position. It just took them 8 games to go from first to third, with Seal just capitalizing on all the games. Vibes, we might just be hopeful. They might just get to the second position. They might not. Again, we have 14 games for that.
Exactly. I mean, Vibes at this point, they're gonna dare to dream to finish the league stages at least on the podium, and then in the finals, maybe they will try definitely to replicate the same results, but it will not be easy. On the other side, though, 7C Esports, 7 points just to be safe. They need 7 points to get in the top 16, and let's see which path they choose. Do they go for placement points? Do they try and get elimination points early, so that even if they get 1 placement points at the end of their performance in this match, they still are inside the top 16 and don't have to worry about a lot going into the last few days? But let's see how the results are going to look like, or in fact what the results are going to look like at the end of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, which is set to begin in, again, a few short moments.
Yes, as of now, we are going up with this match for ourselves, ladies and boys and girls, as the plane has taken off for us, and now we are seeing the plane just coming up from the southern side. All right, that definitely looks good, and it's going to be moving down to Campo Militar, 110%. Yes, it is. Prison, Los Higos, Minas del Valle, Chumacera are the areas for the start. Los Leones, Montenuevo, San Martin, El Azar is what we see, Hacienda del Patron as well. And on the other side, we do see Campo Militar coming up.
Yeah, I mean, the trajectory of the plane is, I have to say, quite nice, because, I mean, even for the teams of El Pozo, it won't be too difficult for them to drop and move towards El Pozo. It's not going to be a very big challenge for them, but let's see what... if in fact we are going to see any early game collisions. Dax have taken an exit towards Ladriel, and they are slowly and steadily moving up north along with the lads from Skylightz Gaming. High Voltage is going to be landing towards Valle del Mar. Chumacera being taken over by Savage Esports. IHC moving towards Montenuevo, and A1 Esports and Seal Esports going to Los Leones as of this moment.
Yes, these teams just, gonna go to those areas. Los Angeles, just like I said, it's a pretty big big city, right? So teams can just, drop onto those areas and can just move forward. Carlson on the other side has spotted down Atrax's Spike, who's moving, and it's just, he is gonna go. Oh, I see a mutant MK47 on the back of Carlson now. Rarely players use that. I don't see anyone using that in the competitive, and I'm pretty sure he's going to just drop that weapon as well in a while. The only thing that I would say this week, this weapon needs is a slight buff, so that people could just consider it as a 7.62 alternative. And also, there's one thing, right? 7.62, the ammo itself gets a lot of space on your backpack.
Yeah,
so that's also one of the things. You might just be using one weapon that is AKM or maybe better than the second weapon as this one. I believe people would use an SKS or any other weapon of that choice on the other side. So yeah, 556.45. I mean, people are using UMP for one of the prime reasons as well, that its ammo costs less space in the bag. But 7.62, I mean, I would want to see some changes happening to MK47, to be honest.
I mean, I agree with that, but it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly what the buffs are going to be. Because I mean, the changes that were made to the UMP just made it like absolutely insane in close quarter combats, and the weapon was from the beginning, since the UMP used to be 9mm, already quite decent in mid-range combat situations. So uh, it's like the perfect second weapon to have. Close quarters, mid-range, you
Yeah.
don't have to worry about anything. Just carry a rifle along with this, and you're good to go. On the other side, though, I think one more reason that the UMP came, as you mentioned, the backpack situation, the amount of units ammo take in your backpack, I think that has also become quite important, because in the recent days, uh, not recent, well, in the past year, we have seen the team sort of rely more on utility to get those openings in the late game stages. I mean, you won't see them just step out in the open and take those fight head on. They will try to set up at least rotation covers with the smokes, try to block out certain angles for the opposition using Molotovs, and try to dish out some early damage before charging in using the nades. That has become the primary thought process, or a checklist of things to do before you charge and push forwards towards an all-in team fight.
Yeah, that's just how it it has to happen. But then again, right now high voltage is extreme. He's just
Well, let's
going
see.
for his own loot. Eisenberg is like everyone just is gonna go for their own loot as of now. Sanshir is moving forward as well. Anif with that FPP angle. Now this is what players just like to go for, that TPP FPP swap for themselves for those initial looting phases and all. Like people like it, right? People just love it when it comes down to themselves. If you're moving, so here's a guide as well to the people. I'm pretty sure the audience, they are pros themselves, they do know it. But if you're just look at this, just like what Legend did. If you're moving somewhere in a small place or something, people would like to switch to FPP so that they get that initial vision for themselves, and that is really good if you're rushing or something. And it kind of just you can adjust the angles as well in the settings, like how much degree do you want that vision for yourself and all. I love it how these players just like to go for that. And right now we see Stalwart. All right, they have their own area, that is San Martin, right? They start off, their first rotation is to that hill, then they start moving to the other sides wherever the circle is. Right now the zone's on them, so they don't need to worry about anything. So yeah.
Well, let's see. As you mentioned, they don't need to worry about anything for now in this match, and that's the situation for almost every single team in the lobby. Since I mean, we have already gotten to the 5-minute marker in this match, and it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly when the fights will break out. I think the first few points of action that we're going to see is going to be that ElementriX Vibes, Deadeyes Guys, Stalwart DRS cluster right there. We see 7C Esports moving in on the players of DRS as well. T2K is going to be there, quite nicely spread out. And Sandesh, I think, is one of those few people who knows how to, well, play in a solo isolated position. But I think in a few short moments, we're going to see him regroup with his team. Although, look at Los Leones Ocean. Now, A1 Esports and Seal Esports will be, well, moving in towards the center at the same time. And if that happens, A1 Esports will constantly have to check their backs.
They'll have to, right? They will have to just look to the other sides to find, if they can find someone, as it is going to be really, really important, just like we said, just like we had this conversation. And right now, for a few teams, staying in the center is going to be a really, really good thing. Again, the circle, it looks like it's going to be a north side of Power Grid plus San Martin, that sort of circle. The players would just want to, go and stay there for themselves. Maybe would want to take up a few fights here and there, and then nothing else. We'll see. Vibes is Jiggle. He has that high ground for himself. Deadeyes Guys on that lower ground, in fact. Jiggle, he knows, he understands the positionings of the players. But then again, if you have a look at the minimap, there's one more team, one more player that just, is moving from around the whiskers. But then again, I don't think so he's going to be bothered with anything that's going to happen out here, because Jiggle, with that high ground, he might just be having an information. And Shifu, he's trying to move forward as well. Let's see if he goes to that high ground and if he finds someone.
Well, let's see. Well, Jiggle is there. Shifu is right underneath him, making a lot of noise. And The rest of the lads from the Deadeyes Guys squad, they're going to be joining Shifu sir as well. Do they know where that Jiggle is going to be on the high ground? I mean, they're constantly checking that summit. Ryu from the distance is looking to close in. If the lads from Vibes Esports, they collapse at the right time, Deadeyes Guys can be finished off from this point, because there's no way they can take Jiggle down apart from stepping out in the open and tossing nades towards him. And if you're going to be tossing nades, that means you don't have the weapons to retaliate against the teams, against the players that are going to be shooting on you. But Jiggle is completely cut off from his teammates, who, as you can see on the red, are slowly and steadily closing in.
Yeah, they definitely are just closing in onto those places, those positions, in fact, for themselves, just like we said. And Deadeyes Guys, I'm pretty sure they would want to just be ready for whatever is gonna just arrive at them, as it has to in a while. I'm pretty sure Jiggle just has that understanding, and Vibes players are coming as well, so that info has been given. Now it's all up to True Love if he can get a good angle. This definitely has to be a good fight. And also the circle shift, all right, it happens onto a good place. And Hacienda del Patron, that's where DRS is right now. And that is the center of the zone. And for the first time, Stalwart is not marking any rotation. Again, we know it. Stalwart likes to rotate, but the circle's coming onto their home, right? So they don't even need to worry about it.
I mean, for now, they don't need to worry about it. And I think, again, out of desperation of trying to secure more points and get more $1,000 for themselves, Stalwart Esports have decided to play a little bit slow this time. But with IHC closing in on their position, is a fight about to break out between the Mongolian Titans, especially with the airdrop right between them. And we do see one player from the Stalwart Esports lineup moving towards the airdrop position. IHC Esports are going to be closing in on that location as well. So it's going to be quite interesting to see, and you have to be extremely careful. Action, you can be completely isolated. Top and the other players from the Stalwart Esports side are on the extreme end of Hacienda, completely opposite to where Action is, and towards the southeastern cluster as well, towards the southeastern edge of the circle as well. There is a massive cluster spot. Well, Jiggle, quite an easy knock, and can secure the finish as well in this situation from the high ground. Just an easy nade being lobbed. But will he go for the rest of the players as well? Now they know that against this fight and against Deadeyes Guys Vibes, they will for sure have an advantage. There's no way to get that lad back into the fight. More damage dished out, barely around 50 HP. Jiggle, he's looking to drop down from the other end of the cliff and try and see if he can get down to the ground floor. Yeah, it's quite a lot of distance. He won't be able to make it safely, and the elimination is secured on its own.
So now what he wants is maybe, he was just changing his position to see if someone moves from around the lower side and revives True Love on the other side. That's why he was just, going there. But then again, before that could happen, the player was taken out. And now Deadeyes Guys is left with 3 players. They know someone's constantly watching them from up above. And now we'll see what he can do. I mean, Vibes' other players, they were just encircling the area. But look at that! Oh, the Mongolian Goliaths fighting with each other as Action gets taken out. I love it. I love it, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be super exciting to watch, but let's see. Atrax against High Voltage as well. T2K taking on the lads of A1 Esports. Extreme was taken out from the High Voltage lineup. Now, Wauduji is going to be a nade perfectly lobbed towards Chante to take him out. Can he take down Octopus as well? Waudu, he does stand a chance of winning in this fight, but needs to be careful about the util that Octopus is tossing. Does manage to secure the finish on Chante. Now, Octopus behind the tree is going to get his boosters on. The energy drink. Going for the push with the UMP. Up forward, just jiggling left and right, trying to see if he can pull some shots from High Voltage earlier on. The Molotov is going to be lobbed as well. If High Voltage's Wadu runs into the Molly, then it's done and dusted. The next util is going to be a nade, and it's a bit of an exchange between the two lads, but from the flank, Praveen, Octopus never saw him coming towards him. Now Spike is stuck in the blue zone as well. Still in the early stage, the Maz and DRS, they're taking a massive hit.
As you look at this, right, the circle shift as it happens to Hacienda del Patron San Martin. Stalwart was there, but then INC just arrived, and DRS is coming up as well. These three Goliaths are actually inside the circle. JyanMaara Snipe takes down Seal Baron. On the other side, for Spike, it's really important. Look at this. He's last one surviving. He would not want to be the first one to get taken out, because if he goes down, the team gets eliminated with only one elimination to their marker. So he'll have to go for a really long rotation. He only has 3 first hits. He might make it, he might not. Depends on how he's moving. Look at Spike. From the left-hand side of the circle, would want to enter from power grid. But then again, so many teams on the area of power grid as well. Oh, this is really bad for him.
Yeah, this is not looking good for him, and it's going to be quite difficult to survive in a situation like this. But let's see if the lad can make it happen. If he can make it to the other side without getting taken out. Oh, Gunner again.
Wow.
Seal Esports takes down one, but instant trade coming in. Now, Snipe from the distance is going to look down. Look to see if he can snipe out a few of the lads from the side of Seal Esports. Try and see if he can find the trade, but the opportunity is just not going to be there. It's not going to present itself. Deadeyes Guys stuck in these compounds. Vibes, as they try to rotate, will lose out on Ryu. So there's another lad being taken out, and Jiggle, he can't go anywhere. He's just stuck.
I mean, Johnny, the way these fights just started, right? Maybe 30 seconds ago, we were just seeing few teams just watching each other, and then all of a sudden, so many players, they do get eliminated. So these things did happen. And now Snipe is moving forward, right close to 7 C's players. I guess he's just, taking a bit of information and nothing else from that side. Oh, did Sanchi not spot someone? I guess maybe not. And right now, Sanchi has just dished out damage of 2. If you see on his stats,
Yeah.
right? I could just see damage of 2. That's all he has dished out. And if definitely just gets that one confirmation for himself and the team. 55 players still alive. 16 teams surviving. Hyozu gets taken down by Sinister. A1 Esports and ElementriX, it's happening again?
Well, I don't think there's no one there to just referee the fight between the two teams. It's just going to keep on happening. Jiggle is going to try and see if he can dish out a little bit of damage on the players of Deadeyes Guys. Just barely managing to escape, but he has a little bit more area on the cliff to move around in. And Shifu is just going to be taken out as he drops out of the vehicle. It's going to be blown up, and Savage just capitalizing on the damage that was dished out by Jiggle. Will he be upset about this? Like, I do all the hard work and they take away the rewards for that. Last player from the DE squad making a run for the circle. Eisenberg sees Chari, almost, finishes him off. That's it.
Oh my god. The way this fight happened, Deadeyes Guys, they become the first team to get eliminated. JyanMaara Snipe, look at him. This is a really daring place to be in, if you try and understand it, right? This is a very, very, very daring place. Just, be at. The zone's coming. The players are just there. And it's getting really difficult, to be honest. He has to move out, but then again, his teammates are also outside the zone. So things might just, not look good at all for him. And that is where he might as well just get pressurized. A lot of cylinders. So now JyanMaara, they need to understand how they can move inside the circle. On the other side, Top takes down ElementriX's Orange, which is not looking good for him as well. As ElementriX, they are being pressurized now.
Well, let's see. They are going to be under a lot of pressure at this point, and with Orange down on his knees as well, Stalwart Esports in a perfect position to contest the fight that is about to head in their direction, with Savage Esports closing in on their rear. ElementriX, I believe, quite close to getting eliminated from this point. Top, instantly turns around, takes a few shots towards Sancher, but Sancher stepping behind, not in fact stepping out of the cover, was the right decision taken by him. Now finally goes for the peak. Top dishing out more damage on the competition. Not looking to stop anytime soon, but Niba, he's stuck. Vector in his hands, will have to fight for survival with just his SMG. Switches over to the Scarl, but the UMP is going to out-damage him in that close quarter combat situation. And Skylightz Gaming, Nima is going to be finished off. AJ is knocked out. Galzin doing all the heavy lifting by himself. Look at him. taking down the players of high voltage left and right.
But will he be able to lift them up more and more? That's one of the questions. And right now on the other side, Sushant just doing his own job, his own sweet job, taking down a few players. They are going to be missing out on RNG, though, in all of these situations. And ElementriX, they need to understand that Savage is coming from the other side, who are indeed taking up another fight from another team. But Hyozu is surviving. He just sits in that vehicle, would want to move away from this place. ElementriX's Incus was spotted down. But Hershey, I guess he understands to take down the last player. That's going to be the most important. And Hyozu, he's stuck. He gets taken out. There's no stopping. There's no coming back from this one. But look at that, Hershey. Oh my God, Hershey. He just saw one of the players on the back lines, although. But now he chooses to go for the zone, which I guess is the right call. But he's still not inside the circle.
Well, he's still not inside the circle, as you said, Hershey. This is not a good spot to be in. Jumps down the cliff. Does hear Spike rotating. Will he go for the pick? We'll talk about that later. Praveen finishing off Galzan from the Skylightz Gaming squad. And the blue zone closing in. Even he will have to think how to find his way in and find some safety. Takes a massive hit while moving in. This is not looking good. Praveen, which is barely 5 HP. Finished off by AJ in the very end. High voltage forced to take an exit after the win in the previous match.
Wow. This time they go out early. They go out really early. And it just, doesn't look good for them. Although they are in top 15, if not anything. So, they have secured it for themselves. And obviously, they have a lot of matches for themselves to just showcase their incredible gameplay. Oh, Top gets shot at. If he had fallen down from this place, he would have taken the fall damage as well, and he would have been taken down. But then Hershey's coming, but he's getting shot at from the other side as well. He understands now he's in the wrong position, the wrong place. He'll have to just lie down on this place, and will have to heal. Yes, that's exactly what he's doing. He's gonna go for a first aid and has 6 energy drinks, so he's gonna just make the most out of it. If not, as well as he's fully energized with that boost bar coming up. AJ gets taken down by IHC. Godless, what sort of a sorcery is this? And Hershey will be taken down from the other side by Stalwart's try. They lost on action in the start of the game, but they're not looking weak. But Demo? What? Demo takes down. Memo takes down. 7. What?
I mean, quite an interesting situation, but I think 7C Esports, they are retaliating as well. They have taken down Wally, Demo, and one more player from the side of Seal Esports. It's just one final player left standing. So I don't think Seal Esports, they stand a good chance of making it to the late game stage. 7C Esports trying their level best. They're desperate to win this fight, finish off the last standing player from the side of Seal and walk away alive. But Demo is crawling towards his teammate, trying to go for a revive. But on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, Dax have also been shown the exit from this match. Savage Esports have gone out. We're down to 9 teams, 29 players surviving in this game. Venom Legends, Steel Shot. Oh, this is going to be intense. He's isolated. Vibes, they're quite close to him. Joker and Malik, just the final 2 players. Still, Vibes, they are struggling. If Malik is taken out, then it's going to be down to the last player. And with how Steel Shot is lining up his utility, I think Vibes, Malik is not going to be alive for long. Barely any HP. Oh, so close.
So close. In this situation now, as these players are trying to find up a good place for themselves, as Steel Shot's grenade. Oh, that was one. Icy with the 9 bullets that he has for himself is going to take down one. Will switch up the weapon. What an impressive reflex coming up from this lad. And as soon as we could just talk about it, Alex needs to understand that he just needs to connect 1 bullet. He does that as well. Needs to go for the revive on IC, but I don't know if that's going to happen. As DRS, they're going to go with their own throwables, but then nothing connects. What is happening is Alex is on one side. That smoke just, is going to help him out. Reaper with that M16. Can he make the most out of it? Yes, he does. 9 bullets used, but IHC is out.
Well, IHC being shown the exit, something that I think a few of us expected, but everyone just wanted to see them survive to the late game stages of the match. Now, Venom Legends left with a 4-man roster along with the players of T2K. Rest all the teams have lost players earlier on in the game. And, well, Ocean, as we are headed towards basically the top 5 teams remaining marker, look at who has made it this far with 3 players left. E1 Esports are also a part of this action, and they are still here. But let's see if they can make it to the top 3 at least. for now, I think Venom Legends and T2K are the teams that stand in this game with advantages. Both teams with 4-man rosters complete.
A1 Esports, yes, they have players. Yes, they have the areas. Yes, they are in top 6. But can they go? Can they push themselves more and more? That's the question. Oh, Legend, he wanted to push that pedal, but then it did not happen. The vehicle will be taken down, and so will be him, as A1 Esports' Dante takes him out, but Rafa just steals that.
Well, let's see. Rafat is going to be able to secure an extra point for his team. 7C, Precious. No, getting inside the bus is not a good idea at this point, but we'll talk about that later. A1 Esports 6-9 finding the opening against Venom Legends. Down to 3-man roster. The nade is being cooked. It's going to be, well, it looks like it was aimed quite perfect to take down one more player, but Dante is going to finish off Pika from the Stalwart Esports squad and, well, bring the numbers of the lobby down to the top 5 teams. And 6-9, he found the second and the third as well. Just last player from the Venom Legends lineup remaining. 6-9 is finally going to be shut down by Precious. Oh, it was Aku Jor who took him down with the final few shots connected by him.
Oh,
but A1 Esports, they shouldn't push like this.
Exactly.
A little bit overconfident, a little too cocky in this push, in this fight against Venom Legends. Totally forgetting about 7C Esports that are not too far away. Ailey's going for a revive at point blank range. Dante is going to go for the nade being lobbed towards Rafat, securing the finish. And now he can just go for the fight. The Molotov is going to be lobbed as well, but Ale managing to dodge out on the damage. Dante is going to, well, go for a reload on the M4, and that's the finish. The complete wipeout of Venom Legends by the hands of A1 Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is the team that we wanted to see.
But 7C is still surviving in the top 3. We know what happened in the last game.
Yeah.
They would not want this to happen in this game. 7C, this is your redemption game. If you can just make the most out of it, they're going to take down Sinister. Dante might just be the next one to follow. We'll see what happens as 7C's players are moving forward. They need to get this dip for themselves. But T2K is trying to do everything in their power. They're trying to do everything in their favor. A1 Esports' Dante is kind of stuck in that situation. But he takes down one and he'll go for the finish. Dante, whatever it takes, he will do it. And now, T2K, a tsunami is coming. Trained to kill these players. They know how important it is for them as well. But Dante, there's no stopping Dante. He is just laughing over those crates, taking everyone down. But now I guess he's overcommitted. He's overcommitted quite a bit. He has overcommitted and he will be taken down. One player from 7C surviving, that is Precious. He was so precious, he gets the team to another 12-point marker for themselves. But will it be 15? I mean, it's a 1-on-3 situation. 7C's Precious would be praying that now T2K should throw the game the way they threw the first Erangel. But I'm doubtful about that.
Yeah, that one was a different scenario where there was another player from the opposite team present. This time it's a complete 3v1 situation, and I don't think T2K, they are going to make the same mistake. Look at Sandesh. He gets the position and the other lads go for the finish. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. T2K getting another chicken dinner for himself. So the form continues. The incredible performance from T2K from the second Super Weekend. They've brought it that back along with them to the third, ladies and gentlemen. Moving up, well, staying in fact in the top 5 of the overall rankings. 22 points secured from this game. And $1,000.
Really? Yeah. Really good plays coming up for themselves as well. They are at the 5th, and right now, as we see them, 1 to 5 is the damage stat coming up for them. 22 points, just like you said, with the 7 eliminations that they have for themselves. But A1 Esports' Dante, appreciation the way this guy just played in the final zones. Appreciated that play. I mean, he is the one who has had brilliant games for himself in the past as well. I still remember his Paradise Resorts Zeus 1v4 that he did in the previous PMPL seasons. This time as well, just coming up and doing really good. Although A1 Esports, yes, they are a bit late to the party. Yeah. But then again, they are making sure that they got the invitation right.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as we are talking about A1 Esports, we need to mention 7C Esports as well. Because even though they missed out on the chicken dinner in the last match and we were very brutal on them about it, they are being consistent. I mean, finishing in top 2 last game, finishing in top 2 this game, 12 points each time secured comfortably. I think if they finish on a second every single game from now on, even though they will miss out on a lot of money, they will still be walking away with a lot of points. And after this match, I think 7C Esports have pretty comfortably established themselves in the top 16.
Yeah, they have. They definitely have, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be enjoying it for now, and everyone's going to be just loving it because they were playing consistent. They were playing for positions, and they got good positions for themselves.
Yeah, they have good position for themselves. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break. So just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, which is out in the markets right now. So go grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro, ladies and gentlemen. And this is Super Johnny, that is Ocean Sharma. 2 games of today are done. 7C Esports consistently finishing in the top 2 in both those matches. Now it's time for us once again to move to Erangel, match number 3 of the day. But before we do that, we're going to talk about the stats from the previous match.
Exactly. We will be looking at the MVPs and the other stats as well, because this game, I'm pretty sure so many players just, improvised and they adapted onto some new strategies. In fact, this was a standard Miramar zone, but not so standard Miramar play coming up from all these players. I mean, Dante, just like we said, we talked about him before the break. So let's have a look at the MVP as well, and let's see who that player is going to be, and the way these players just played. What does it take in this one to be the MVP? All right, it takes 4 eliminations, 530 damage, and 24 plus wins survival time, and that was done by Train to Kill Suyuk.
Yeah, I mean, just 4 eliminations, 530 damage, and as you mentioned, the 24-minute survival time as well. It's going to be pretty intriguing to me. Like, all right, what is the rest of the lobby going to look like? Did no one dish out more damage than this? I mean, Train to Kill will definitely have the advantage in terms of the survival times, because they did in fact survive till the very end, literally. But again, now also another interesting thing, what's the total tally of the lads from Train to Kill? Because after CO, we don't see any of the other players in the top players list, but A1 Esports, Dante, he managed to find his way in with 617 damage dished out in total, more than that of the MVP of the game. Praveen is going to be there on the 3rd position with 3 eliminations, 542 damage. Sandesh is going to be there with 2 eliminations, but 507 damage. And Alex with his 2 eliminations and 500 plus damage.
Yep. Coming up with only 2 eliminations, these 2 players, with 500 plus damage, these 2 players. Praveen was there as well, Dante, just like we had this conversation, right? So yeah, this was the A1 Esports that we were missing, but now they are coming back, and they're coming back in a really good form. And talk about this.
Well,
that exact difference of survival time, right? That shows 7C struggle in this match as compared to their previous match. But then again, at the end they managed to get
it's not just the survival time that shows the struggle. I mean, the average survival time 20 minutes, being the fact that look at the damage dealt to the damage received numbers. It looks like 7C Esports, they barely made it to the top 2, just struggling from the start till the very end. No fights going their way quite comfortably. On the other side, T2K as well weren't part of a lot of action, but whatever they took, they made sure they were coming out on top.
Yeah, they definitely just tried and made sure that they were coming out on top for themselves. And talking about this one, we could see all these players right in front of us, the way they were just taking up good fights. In fact, we just understand it. Highest damage for Dante, highest knocks for Dante. Everything just coming up here onto the favor lines of Dante, as we just can see it. Have a look at it. And well, yes, at the end it came out good for Dante. Alibu on the other side with the highest assist. 269 is the longest elimination from top, And Suyok, well, he is the MVP, so
Yeah. I mean, Suyok is the MVP right there. Highest eliminations being there, 4 being the number. And after him, we have Akujot, Dante all on 3 eliminations. So I believe, yeah, exactly what I was about to say, that the elimination points in this lobby were completely, like, easily divided amongst all the teams. We do see Train to Kill with a total number of 7 eliminations, 22 points secured, 7C Esports with 17 total points, A1 Esports with 16 points from this match. Stalwart Esports is there with just 1 placement point, 6 elimination points secured. And I think, yeah, even Dax, who were eliminated very early in the game, did get 2 exit frags as well, just 3 points secured as in total. So it was an interesting matchup on Miramar, but this was the only one for the day. Now we have Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel, the next 3 maps, ladies and gentlemen. And
I mean,
even Sanhok in the league play days was quite interesting. I mean, you expect a lot of action, but that wasn't there.
Now we have Erangel, TDM, Sanhok, Erangel. Like, we can just talk about it in that sense as well.
Forgot the TDM.
Yeah, but then again, just like you said, right? So every Erangel, even if we have the same circle, so here's the deal, Johnny. Even if we have the same circle, will not have the same survivors, will not have the same storyline, right?
Yep.
That's just the randomness of the game that I always love. And we'll move on to that definitely. But before that, we'll have a look at the Oppo F21 Pro movements from this one particular game, because then again, the circle was forming down to the areas of Hacienda, Sanman, like those open areas, as we saw so many fights happening. But this is where it all started, with Jiggle getting that high ground for himself and just showcasing, like, hey, how's the weather down there?
I mean, he was stuck there for so long, and because of him, Deadeyes Guys were also not allowed to move. And I think that just made the entire fiasco a lot more exciting to watch. But as we go to the mid to late game rotations, I think this is where Stalwart Esports were able to get a few easy conversions against the players of JyanMaara, because JyanMaara were also sort of quite keen on overcommitting into those fights. On the other end, though, I think quite an even pacing between the action that was dished out, and a lot of teams just not being able to make it during the mid-game rotation points. I mean, as we see 7C Esports struggling, they lost 2 players in that fight, and then the other 2 lads were also sort of put in a world of hurt. Akujot taking down the lads of Stalwart Esports, quite important, otherwise their backs would have been exposed. And IHC, I think this was a game where a lot more could have been done from their side, but situation just not working out.
Yeah, like, not exactly kind of just working out when we talk about it. But then again, this was where Dante just, he went for the chaos. He chose violence. It's like, he woke up today and he was like, no, I'll just fight anyone I can see. Although this was just the last moment, and it was like, if you just, get up, you get shot down, because you were spotted from the other sides. And everyone just, enjoyed this game for themselves. But 7C, now it's just one thing that I'll say for them, and it is a chicken dinner curse. Oh, JyanMaara with 600 damage and no conversion?
Wow. Wow, 610 damage and no elimination secured. I think that's that Stalwart Esports fight we are talking about, because the first 2 players were picked off quite early, and the next 2 players who were left behind were sort of in an extended fight against Stalwart Esports, but because of the distance, they weren't able to secure their picks. On the other side, though, I think Dax did quite a brilliant job. Just 307 damage dished out, but they got 2 exits. 2 picks.
That definitely just, happened. And now, if we just talk about all the eliminations and all the pointers that we could just see there, right? Vibes, this game, I mean, somehow they just struggled a bit. IHC, Stalwart, if we talk about these 2 teams, I'm still sure that IHC is gonna just retain that position for themselves. And then there's Seal, right? They have such a big lead for themselves that they are still here. Now, I want to see if Seal can actually get to that 400 marker in the next game or not, because then again, that's what everyone would want to see. Who's the first team? Which is the first team that's going to get to the 400 marker? Right now, Seal is quite close to that. So we'll see. IHC 357, Stalwart 350. If anything, right, no changes in top 10, to be honest. Phantom, well, they are at the 10th right now, not playing. Doesn't matter, they have cemented themselves at 200 point markers, so I'm pretty sure they're not gonna just they're not gonna be out.
Yeah. They're not going to be out, but it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly how low will they go. And same can be said for Raw Esports as well, since they are also not playing in the Super Weekend. But 7C Esports finally find themselves inside the top 16, ladies and gentlemen. And there's a little bit of difference between them and DAX. So I think 7C Esports are going to be inside the top 16 till the end of the day at least. Unless DAX actually do manage to convert the next 3 games, consistently finishing in the top 3, the top 2, and figuring out a way to get a lot of eliminations in doing so as well. On the other hand, A1 Esports just 19 points secured. I think this team just needs those chicken dinners. There is nothing else they can do. They just need those chicken dinners. And ladies and gentlemen, what you need right now, well, if you need something right now to get excited, to get hype, well, here we have the skins, the item drops that we have for you guys. And make sure you are watching on the official PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia YouTube channel or on their Facebook page, because that is where these items are going to be dropped. And there's going to be a small quiz happening as well in the live chat, so make sure you're participating in that as well. It's going to be super exciting to watch. If you do end up winning something, do make sure to let us know. Tag us on the social medias. We're going to be excited for you guys as well and happy as well. And talking about happiness, Ocean Erangel returns.
Erangel comes back. And talk about this Erangel, right? In the first one, we saw 20 points overall. Second one, we see 22 points overall.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting to see a game with 20 individual elimination points coming up, right? That's something that I would love to see, and that's where we'll see a lot of jumps happening for a team. We want to see a 20 elimination bomber game if that can happen, right? And
yeah,
I hope in this one. I really hope in this one.
I mean, it's going to be very fun if that happens right now, and even more fun if it's one of the teams from the bottom of the standings or from the bottom of the leaderboard. Like, imagine A1 Esports dropping a 20 bomb in this match. That's going to be very fun. I mean, I'm going to blow the roof off this place if that happens. I mean, it's going to be very exciting, but it's a big if. The reason I say that is why it's going to be more fun if it's from the lower part of the leaderboard, like any team outside of the top 10, because that's 35 points that you're talking about. And that can basically give you a jump of 2-3 positions easy. And it's going to make the mid-table situation, the sort of the teams that are there in the middle of the table, a lot more exciting to watch, because right now everything is just stagnant. There are massive gaps between the teams. They can just like play decent again, not make it to the top 5, and still stay at the exact same position that they are, unless their competition ends up winning the game.
I mean, if that just happens again, just like you said, unless their competition ends up winning the game. But then again, for winning, for being in the final circle, you have to play the entire first 2, 3, 4 zones. Like, those are really, really important. Like, especially if you know Erangel, right? 3rd to 4th and 4th to 5th circle. Out of those 2 circles, one has to be a hard shift. If you can play that, if you can understand that, well, you'll get inside the circle. You'll find a very good place for yourself. You'll move forward with that. That's extremely important for these players to just understand and just get it there for yourself, because flight path might just be something you might just be understanding that yes, it's your drop location, etc., etc., etc. Someone else arrives and just steals it from you right before you could think. And obviously, we'll be going on to the player cams right now to just witness and see what they're doing, how they're feeling. Someone just
Godless just left.
Yeah, they're like, nope, okay, bye. But then again, they're just they're just wait, what is assassin doing? Or it's just that pillow or that gyroscope pick functions, just that. It all. And now our game is starting up, ladies and boys and girls, as this is the second Erangel, or you can say third game of the day.
Yeah, the second Erangel or the third game of the day. We have one more Erangel, and that's at the end of the day, but we have to get through this first. And the match is live. The trajectory of the plane, well, this time sticking towards the west, starting from the shooting range, going all the way towards the military base. So teams towards Yasnaya, teams towards Lipovka, JyanMaara are going to be in a tricky situation in this game. Milta Power, Farm, all these teams are going to be in a little bit of a tricky situation, because as soon as they drop, they have to be extremely careful as to how they move towards their preferred drop spot on the map.
Yeah, that trouble situation, it's definitely going to come for a few of these players, a few of these teams, just like we see T2K, they're dropping down. Sibirni is their drop. Atrax. Oh, those northern sides are coming up for them. IHC, we see them on Georgopol. We know they are on Georgopol, but Skylightz and Venom Legends. Is history repeating itself?
Well, let's see.
Looks like it. Looks like it. Skylightz is dropping. And, well, Venom Legends is dropping out that at that exact, like, it's shades of the first Erangel.
Yeah, shades of the first Erangel, but is it going to be an even trade between the two squads this time, or will just this one just be a complete wipeout for one of the teams? Now, Venom Legends, they have gone for a split wherein Dictator has been left quite close, but look at this! Oh! Wow, dragging the bike away with him, and he's almost flipping the US. Sanchir just managing to hop on the vehicle right in the nick of time, and oh boy, he's gonna be so happy that he made it. He's not knocked out right now.
No fear on the other side. I mean, for JyanMaara, it was kind of a tricky start for them in Savage as well, as right now you can see Snipe. He has an SKS, a DMR. He can try and snipe with that. Maybe. That marksman rifle definitely just, is quite good. And looks like they're going in for a fight. I don't know. Eisenberg's just there. What was happening? But then again, Eisenberg's just around and oh my god, they read him wrong. They read him wrong. Gunner? Wait, what is...
The DBS. I mean, we've seen the impact of the DBS.
I do get it.
No words. Loss of words. I mean, let's see. It's still the early game. Maybe Savage recover from this. As Anif and Hershey, we do see them in the US. And finally made it to Yasna Poliana. Oh, the jump lands perfectly. And they have control of the city's edge now.
Hershey's moving forward. Savage's plays, I mean, they like to drop down to Yasna, and from there, they try and just, move for themselves. Obviously, that initial loot is what they would want. And if Sanchir, everyone's just, everyone's just going to go for that initial loot for themselves. Hershey, just being that Bojack horseman for himself, is just going to just, go for that initial loot for himself, as well as they are quite close to the circle, in fact. And from there, they would just, try and get a hold of a good area. Shield shot just, is moving around that place. So, yeah.
Well, let's see. Venom Legends again. They have good control of Gatka this time and no contact with the players from Skylightz Gaming. So, they're going to be feeling quite comfortable about this. Dictator already hopping on the buggy. Just giving a call out to his teammate right there. Steel shot, like it's time to leave it, to rotate, and I believe they finally spotted out the players of Skylightz Gaming. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what the intention is going to look like, and they want to go for a push. Oh wow, AJ and Steel shot, the utility is going to be exchanged, and AJ steps out in the open, runs back in right in the nick of time, managing to dodge the damage of that frag grenade. And Venom Legends, I think, are finally going to back off, realizing that they are outnumbered in this fight.
They definitely are, but look at that steel shot. In fact, Venom Legends' players have been spotted down. This fight, Skylightz versus Venom Legends, it will keep on happening here and there. They understand each other. They know each other's positions. They know where the players are. They know where the opponents are. They know from where they can go to take up the fights, but we'll see. We'll still see, right? Because right now they have to find up a good, decent place inside the circle. To be honest, Atrax, now they are moving away. They have their own vehicles, a few buggies, a few bigger vehicles coming up for themselves, from which they can just move out of the place. Might as well just go for a slight rotation. Looks like Atrax is going for it, but the circle. Oh, this is such a good circle. Might just go down, might just go up. It'll play with the minds of the players, but at the end it should come up.
Well, let's see. As you said, it should come up in a few short moments, but T2K, look at them. Moving in towards Yasnaya with a 3-1 split. And Dax is, well, their intentions are quite similar to move towards the main island from the eastern points as well. So it's going to be quite interesting to see if Savage Esports, in fact, do catch them off guard. Deadeyes Guys, although, have gone for a very early rotation, moving towards the farm area already early on in the game. DRS still holding on to the Milta City, and Skylightz Gaming now. I think this is going to be quite interesting, Ocean. Look at that. ElementriX, they are playing split. Skylightz Gaming is also playing split. So if those individuals, Yozu and Nima, if the contact happens, I think it's going to be fun to watch who wins and gains an advantage for their team.
Yeah. High voltage, that school area that they have. They always like to drop down here, right? No matter what, if a team is coming on them, they'll still drop here. If something happens, they'll still drop here. They like to just start off on their own momentum, and they like to just drop off to these kind of places for themselves. So high voltage just loves it. That gas can was just out there, would want to just refuel one of the vehicles, maybe to its full potential or something like that. You could just see that. And all right, the gas can gets picked up. On the other side, it's Seal Wally. This new bridge, it's extremely good, and looks like he's giving up a few classes to us, so that how can you just... Oh no, he was just supposed to go to a pixel left. From there, he could have just climbed it up. He wants to climb this bridge, if I'm not wrong, and he's just trying. And on the other side of the bridge, on the other bridge, it's ElementriX. They have Venom Legends quite close to them.
Well, let's see, though, if the fight is finally going to break out. Rafat is going to be there. Dictator thinking about a push as well. Yuzo, just an 8 being lobbed to stop them, but it's going to overshoot. And oh, don't run towards it, buddy. It's not what you do with an 8, but Orange, look at him going for a flank. ElementriX, they've thought about this. The positioning seems to be on point, unless Orange gets caught off guard. Sus in the back lines as well, and... well, Dictator is going to pop off a few smokes to just deny them the vision to sort of deter any further aggression.
Rafat is spotting down a few players, but oh, Orangey from the other side takes down Rafat. That was just so good. Coming up, here's who's on low HP, and everyone just understands that as Sushant just gets Rafat's confirmation. And Dictator through the smoke on low HP takes down 2 players. Steel shot surviving. That desperation finish is what he's just going to go for as well. ElementriX is Sushant to be taken out. Hyozu still surviving, but look at that, Hyozu. Even if he has the slightest of the sliver of the HP, he would want to go for the fight. He would want to fight. That's his fighting stance. That's how he loved to play. And he is going for it. But then again, steel shots arriving. Hyozu, he's barely surviving. Will he be able to give new life to his teammates? That's the question. As steel shots just, spots him out, takes one man down again. Oh my God, this time it was Hyozu and Inkas. How long can he survive? That's the question. The grenade, it will take some time to just cook it up. He is going to go for that cooked grenade. Will throw it. Damage has been done. Inkas has been spotted. ElementriX, they are out. They have been taken out of the lobby.
Perfect approach from Steel Shot as well. Just the way he closed out that fight. Grenade being tested out for the early damage. Repositions towards the right. He knew his opponent would expect him to go left. And then just easy shots from the UMP being connected. But look at this. High voltage in a world of hurt. As Wadu is going to be taken down by Rules and finished off. Just getting punished for overextending towards these barn houses. And DRS, they have the spot under control. It's locked down completely.
Completely just, taking down players. Extreme thinks it's a good day to go for a swim. What do you think, Johnny?
Well...
is it a good day for a swim?
Yeah, it's quite hot.
I don't know. I mean, DRS above your head? I don't think so. But then again, that thing is happening on the other side as Extreme gets taken out. Look at that. Would you look at that?
Let's see, Venom Legends, they know how to drive quite perfectly, just avoid the bullets. And I'd see Esports, we know they have blood in their eyes, they want to hunt them down. And Venom Legends, they're looking godless. I mean, the man can shoot quite nicely and like be very aggressive in the game, but the driving, what we just saw.
Oh!
Yeah.
He's up. He's
He
up.
missed them
He's up.
completely.
He gets. He understands. But Leo, he spots down the other players from Venom Legends, and look at that. Dictator is on barely any HP bar right now. Lambo gets is moving around, and I guess this is where Wally can capitalize. He's giving up a few shots from one side, and Wally understands his position. He understands his worth in this fight. As from the other side, it's gonna be Steel Shot. It's gonna be Dictator, who hasn't healed yet, by the way. But I guess a few more vehicles are coming. A few more vehicles are coming. Wally's position has been taken apart right now. As
Why is no one shooting him down?
Oh, Alex is on low HP. The circle shift. That circle shift has played with the minds.
Yeah, I mean, this circle was very interesting and very fun, but now, I mean, since there is a massive cluster of teams on the corner of the bridge, Wally just drops down to his demise. Oh, that has to be brutal, but Seal Esports, they've just lost one lad. Baron, Demo, and Leo still surviving in this match. And Venom Legends, they have managed to cross over. IHC have managed to cross over. Skylightz Gaming is going to be the next team thinking of crossing the military bridge, but it's not going to be as easy for them, because now they have 3 teams waiting on the other side. And you can't really start fighting instantly after you cross over. You have to position yourself behind some cover, be it either towards the city, towards the left, or the hills towards the right.
All of a sudden now, Venom Legends, they have to go 600, 700 meters more inside the circle. Meanwhile, high voltage, only the first game was a charming game for them. Other than that, it's been a complete nightmare so far. So they need to understand what they're doing wrong. Seals players, a few marking a U-turn, a few just moving forward. I don't know what's going on in their minds, but then again, this is how it is. JyanMaara still struggling with the blue right now, but then again, I'm pretty sure it's the third circle. They just need to pay respect to the circle for the next one, and then they would be fine, they would be safe. Skylightz again, just, you know, the players are being taken down as 7C Ripson just takes down Nima and would want to go for that finish, as he does. He does it. Precious on the other side, Ripson on 1. Akujar on the back lines as well. As we see them, these players, they are thinking for going on a fishing hunt, and A1 Esports is on the other side. Last game was pretty good for them because they were on the land of the desert and they were taking fights. This time, the water might just change everything.
Let's see. I mean, every time Sinister just comes up to fill his lungs with air, he is getting shot. That's a different way to drive a buggy, man. Like next level engineering.
I get it.
I think I wish Necro was here to see this. I mean, he's the one just talking about how in the future everything is going to be wireless driving. Contactless driving. Like, yeah.
Oh, Sinister. Still surviving. But DRS from the other side takes down 6-9. I guess Steel has that understanding, maybe. Maybe they don't, but Mafia Ninja with a really good spray right now, just connecting a few shots on this auto weapon, just using it like a burst with a few shots and then just getting back to his own position. That looked quite good, quite surreal, quite amazing. IHC on the other side, as we see them just struggling around. Think about it, right, Johnny? IHC went to the southern side, then they come back to the northern side. Just like we said, the circle's going to play a few games. The circle is playing games, and IHC has been played.
Well, IHC, as you mentioned, they have been played the crossover to the military island and now trying to fall back to the main island. They have lost Alex and they will be stuck in the blue zone as well. They can be stuck in the blue zone as well because they have Venom Legends right behind them. Joel and Godless, they are moving forward in their vehicles, but will they be able to find some cover once they are inside the zone? They have IC, who did overextend, but he has been spotted out by the players of 7C Esports. Memo, not really in a position to try and go very aggressive, go ham in the action, but still can in fact dish out some damage and make sure that IC is not going to be participating in the late game fights.
Now, IHC, they're trying still. You can see them, right? They're still trying to just find up the places, the positions for themselves if they can. Playzone takes on one from Venom Legends again, and this time IHC Godless is moving forward, and obviously that is important, but still gets blown down, and I am pretty sure nothing hit Godless, but the vehicle still there. Godless, he would not want to stop any place.
Well, let's see. He just keeps going and going towards the other end. But one more thing I want to know is what is going to happen to Stalwart Esports, because if you look at the map, I mean, Stalwart Esports, they have control of the Nova Repnoy Bridge, but Seal Esports is closing in on their array. And while the players of 7C Esports tried to shoot the vehicle that IC was in, he has exited it and now is just swimming just underneath the water. Oh, Seal Esports getting destroyed. Top finding the first pick. Baron quite close to the blue. Has been spotted out as well. Top needs to be extremely careful about this. Is going to drop down to the lower platform and now back to the bridge from where his teammates will be able to provide some suppressing fire if he gets knocked out. Now Baron is taking a lot of damage from the blue. One of the lads from the Seal Esports side, Leo, has already taken a swan dive into the water and is going to try and swim for survival.
They're trying just, to move down from the areas, just like I said, they're trying to swim for the survival. But look at that, Seals players, they're taking damage of the blue, and Stalwart is just enjoying this as of now. Seal, they were trying to hunt down the players from this angle, but then again, it just could not happen. And now, Play Zone takes down Demo. That confirmation definitely comes to Stalwart. Oh, they spot down DRS's players as well as Action's going to go on that Mini. Action on Mini, I am loving it. I mean, look at this. I mostly see Top using that Mini, right? Action and Top both are using Mini. It's just so incredible. Dictator on the other side still just doing really good for his team, for himself, as he's the last one surviving, has 4 eliminations, like the team has 4 eliminations. Skylightz, they lost down on one player, but then again, still trying. Venom Legends, they do get the 5th elimination right now, all thanks to Dictator. DRS has 5 as well, but the difference is a team has only 1 and the team has all the players surviving for themselves.
Yeah. I mean, the numbers can be very important at certain time. Look at that action also getting taken out. And there's the nade lobbed. Oh, no. Top, Pika, both are going to be down. Cry, the final player left standing for Stalwart Esports, quite far away from his comrades. There's no saving Stalwart Esports in this action. And well, the 2 Mongolian Titans, the top 2 teams of the overall leaderboard, have just been completely wiped out. DRS already sitting on 9 eliminations in this match. Ocean, this team has just gone absolute berserk. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the champions of the previous season. A1 Esports, Siniste is going to be spotted out in the water the moment he comes up. And, well, those are the picks they need to shoot at. Reaper bot trying to be the Grim Reaper this time. Is going to try and see if he can secure the final few points. Yeah, last few bullets. And there's the exit. Make it 10 eliminations on DRS.
And Reaper opens his own account now with the first elimination for himself. A1 Esports, they do get eliminated with just only 1 placement point for themselves. This DRS is deadly, and look at Reaper just trying to shoot any place that he can, and he gets that. He gets that for himself. When now they manage to eliminate IHC as well. 10 teams surviving, and Deadeyes Guys is in that area as well as Savage is trying to pressurize them.
Well, let's see how much pressure will they be able to put. Skylightz Gaming will also come under some pressure. Delta finding another knock. Killer taking down Gals in a few moments earlier. But DRS, they need to be careful about this. As you mentioned, Savage Esports closing in now on their position. Rules is going to be taken down by Anif. And since he's a little bit further away from his team, it's going to be quite difficult for them to move on his position for a revive. They will have to lob some smokes, create a pathway, and then try and see if they can get the revive completed in time before the other teams just push towards them. Oh, look at this. T2K, they just made it inside safety. And now they have to think about fighting 7C, but 7C are getting destroyed from Dax. Savage Esports also chiming in. Everyone wants a piece of the action while 7C are getting eliminated on the 10th position. And it's not just them. Skylightz Gaming also forced to bow down.
Oh, JyanMaara's coming. Savage understands as JyanMaara's coming. You see those smokes, right? They have that understanding for themselves. And they would want to just, hunt the players down of JyanMaara as they are going to be in the open grounds for themselves. Savage, yes, they are struggling at the edge of the circle. But then again, we'll see if the next circle just forms on them or not, because we are out of the 4th and the 5th circle's importance as we understand it. So York with his own grenade takes down Atrax as one player, but then again, that finish has not happened yet. And look at the difference, right? Venom Legends is Dictator, still getting those 6 eliminations for him. I guess he's been spotting down one of the players. But Gunnar, he manages to actually just, lay around in that area. But that smoke's just going down and using anything. He's using a pistol as well. Whatever it takes to take the players down. He was just trying to go for it. And now he feels, he understands that someone's just coming quite close to them. He's just going to go with the jump and the punch for himself. But JyanMaara, they lose on one of their players. In fact, Venom Legends, all right, gets taken out finally as we're down to 7 teams.
Well, let's see, down to 7 teams, 24 players surviving. Hershey taking down Gunnar quite nicely and easily as well. No fear, and the backlines is just left there with 50% HP. He's going to have to put on a first aid before he runs forward, try to take down the players of Savage Esports. But Sanchir is going to look to close things out. No fear, switching over to the UMP, will go for a gun battle, taking down one, finishing him off as well. Finally securing a point, and this is a perfect trade. Now Sanchir, he has blundered this up. It's going to be quite difficult for him to recover, lobbing the nade towards the broken wall, but the opponent has already repositioned himself. Ghana has gotten quite close. And on 50 HP as well.
S12K? Come on, what is he nuts right now? He's running with an S12K in this situation. Oh, I love it. I love the way he's just, playing this game. And he's
they've
not
swapped positions now.
Yeah, but then he's not just, he's not giving that weapon down. He's still using that weapon. He would want to use that weapon in the final circle. If he uses that, that's just going to be brilliant. Now look at him just jumping around and using it. And he uses it. S12K coming up. The shotgun era's coming, I'm telling you, in this region. The way we have seen the use of DBS, the way we have seen the use of S12K. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, S12K is still, I think, going to be the more interesting of the two options, because DBS, at least you can just press the trigger and just keep running forward in the close range situations. Rules from DRS just been revived, back in the action. We'll have to heal up before he steps out from behind the smokes, behind the covers, and this is going to be quite interesting. I think DRS, the 2-2 split might not work out for them. They're going to be quite exposed when they go for the push for the circle, and moving towards the players of Vibes also will have to absorb extra bit of pressure from them. Deadeyes Guys, True Love Sir sees the players from DRS moving, trying to shoot down Delta in that Lamborghini, and dishing out 50% damage, but the other two lads have been finished off already by Vibes. So DRS, from doing really well in the match, now doing not so good at all. Delta is going to be finished off as well. Last player surviving, Killer YT behind the smoke. Jiggle, will he be able to take him down?
Right now, Vibes' Ryu is on the other side as well. Jiggle, he understands the position. Killer is just surviving, I guess. Yes, he gets that damage of the nade, but then again, it's not faltering down at all. Jiggle's gonna use another grenade. Let's see if the second time actually just becomes a charm or not. Oh, Killer survives that grenade though, and he's just repositioning himself. Vibes would want to get this game, and if they do, Johnny, I won't be surprised, to be honest, because we know what they're in for. But DRS getting that major chunk for themselves with those 14 eliminations. They are out finally. T2K is doing good. They would want to get a hold of multiple chicken dinners today as well, as we see them. Atrax still struggling as the players are down, but then again, we'll see where the struggles go, because the circle has to move forward. But Legends Grenade takes down Shante, and Octopus is down already. That means they can try and rush, and they'll have to, because the circle is on Darktrax's side.
Yeah, exactly. And if Dax gets finished off, that allows position for T2K to move in. Deadeyes Guys on the other side. True Love Sir, look at him. He's trying to capitalize as well. Picks up one kill from the knock that was secured by the lads of T2K. Savage Esports, they're going to be finished in this matchup. Down to the top 4. 13 players still alive. DE with all 4. There's going to be the lads of Vibes trying to close in from the back lines. There's the players from the T2K squad as well present in the matchup. And I mean, still, Dax, even though they have lost a few of the players, still holding on towards the edge of the circle, not letting go in a situation like this. But Jiggle, Malik, and Ryu, as you mentioned earlier, Ocean, I mean, Vibes is if they win this game and win $1,000, I mean, we're all going to be happy because Vibes, they have been struggling just securing that money. They have been very consistent as far as the points are concerned, but the vehicle overshoots. It goes in the blue, and well, even though they try to pull back, it's a little too late. Trula finding 2 knocks, and Shifu is just going to go for the finish. So Vibes, all of a sudden, just a small mistake, and they have lost 2 players. They're down to the final player in the match.
It was important for Vibes because they had to get to that second position as well. But then again, it looks like the players are being taken down. And this fight now is kind of majorly situated between T2K and Deadeyes Guys. Obviously, there's one more lad still surviving. But T2K, a team that got Miramar for themselves, is trying to get this Erangel as well. Can they go for a hat-trick chance on their own side? Can they go for a double chicken for themselves? That's the important question. Or will Deadeyes Guys snatch this opportunity away? I mean, both the teams are inside of the zone right now. So if not by the throwables, I'm pretty sure we might just witness another circle.
Well, let's see. Down to the two teams, 4v4 again. T2K, the players will have to heal up completely before they push forward. And it's going to be more fun, as you mentioned. Where does the next shift go? Because right now, both the teams, they don't have any incentive to force this fight, but they have to position themselves to prepare for the inevitable action that is about to begin. Shifu sir behind the broken wall is going to lay down the smokes, lay down the pathway for him and his teammates to move around inside the circle. But T2K, they have the perfect spot for this. Look at this. They are inside the dip, so there is the cover due to the curve of the landscape that allows them to take these fights. But still, Sandesh is going to be the first man going down. Now True Love dishing out more damage through the window. Will try to take down another one. One nade being lobbed in that dip, and T2K could be done. Shifusa, he rams into his own teammate's vehicle and is going to try and readjust to a spot from where he can, in fact, be relevant in the action. True Love in the balcony is going to toss out a smoke just to deny vision to the lads of T2K, but T2K, they are being extremely careful. Even Sandesh is back, and it's a 4v4 again.
30 meters is the distance that DE has to go for themselves to be inside the circle, and that is where T2K might as well just win this game. I mean, Chief was trying, and he's actually at the edge of the circle for himself. But then again, to take up the fight, they have to move. They have to move to T2K, who indeed have to move in the circle as well. I mean, they have a 15-meter distance between them and the zone, and the circle is on this side. Think about the circle curveball as it has happened. But whilst all this is happening, Jane is finding his own position. That smoke definitely dishes out. So if they take Jane out of the equation first, that would be good. Legend, what is he doing? Legend's out in the open, and Fragboy just punishes him out for that. But there's an instant trade. This comes up, and 2 players, 3 players in fact are down. Deadeyes Guys might just be in a world of trouble, as Fragboy is the last one surviving from Deadeyes Guys. And look at him, just surviving around this place. But that grenade just changes it, and we have with a brilliant winner chicken dinner again. Train to kill.
Quite solid on that 5th spot still. 6 eliminations secured, 21 points, and well, $1,000 as well with this win. But I love the way this game ended. That nade just underneath the vehicle and just blowing that the final player from the Deadeyes Guys lineup, Fragboy in pieces, trained to kill. They do know how to finish in style. I'll give them that. They do know how to finish in style. It was an incredible match filled with a lot of chaos, especially with the mid-game circle shifts, and then in the end, the sort of revives that were being given to the players of T2K. Well, the players were giving to each other, but the opportunity that was being given to them to go for those revives, which should not have happened, because when the fight started, Deadeyes Guys, they had a clear advantage. After Sandesh was knocked out, they could have just pushed in with 2 nades being lobbed in the dip, and they could have easily just wiped out T2K in just a matter of seconds.
Yeah, they could have. They could have just wiped out T2K in a matter of seconds. But then again, we saw this game just moving forward with its own great momentum. That zone shift to the southern side, then the zone moves to the northern side. I told you, right, the circle will go here and there, but the circle will come back to the northern side, and well, that's how it just that's how the cookie crumbled. And then T2K just found their sweet spot. Had Vibes' players had not done that hefty sort of a rush, I believe story would have been different. But then T2K just manages to get it for themselves. Kudos to the top 3 surviving teams. Vibes was there, Deadeyes Guys was there. T2K, well, they are getting the money this time. So
And definitely, as you mentioned, they are getting the money, and the money is also going to be important. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be talking about the stats from this match. You know when, right? After this very short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia. Of course, currently we are in the Super Weekend 3, day 1, and 3 games have already progressed on. And TDK, back-to-back chicken dinners for them. I mean, that's the sort of performance Avon needed. But in the couple of games in the past, things have been slipping by from their hands.
I mean, the second game was still decent for them, but then again, Erangels have not been a good feat for them. As of now, obviously, we have just seen we have a sample size of only 3 games for them, out of which Erangel was played more. So we'll see what happens for them in the upcoming games or maybe in the upcoming days, and if it's enough. But then let's not make it about A1 Esports right now, because T2K, well, they have a hat-trick chance for themselves coming up, which is indeed a good thing. We have seen so many hat-tricks in different PMPLs here and there, so we'll see if that happens or not. But let's have a look at the MVP coming up from this game, because again, those are the conversations that we always like to have with the player performances. DRS had such a good performance for themselves, and that's the reason that Rules comes up with 5 eliminations, 1133 damage, and just 21.5 minutes of survival time.
Exactly. I mean, DRS had an instrumental position inside those houses. They were able to just inflict so much pain and hurt on the teams in the front. We did see Rules too. He's one of those players who likes to position himself on a bit of high ground and then just likes to mow down squads in the front. And that's why he's got 5 elimination points. On the other hand, he's also got 5 knockouts to back it up. That conversion is pretty well. 2 assists as well from his side with the survival time of 21:32 and damage of 11:33. Rules, I mean, this man has been there since the past, just doing such great things. I mean, before, of course, he was not playing for DRS, was just representing other banner. But man, even inside DRS, the conversion from this man has been absolutely insane. Rules so far doing a great job. But again, there are TDK, back-to-back chicken dinner. That's going to be boosting them up to #5 in the overall rankings. That means now TDK as well is going to be a bit of threat for the Mongolian teams.
Yeah, I mean, T2K is definitely going to be a threat, but then there's a stagnant there, right? 5th position. I mean, the point difference is so much between all these teams that even after the chicken dinners previously and all, they're still at that same position for themselves. I know, like, how it's just going to be, they need more and more games with the same feat for themselves. But we're talking about the top players. True Love is there with 6 eliminations, 745 damage. Then there's a Dictator coming up who single-handedly tried to take down so many players and got Venom Legends so many good eliminations for themselves. DRS's own Killer White, he comes up with 4 eliminations, 384 damage for himself. And then there is Spike with only 2, but 463 damage for him.
Man, I mean, Dax too now, just stepping things up, amping the aggression up too from their side. I mean, Dax is usually one of those teams that don't really like to challenge those fights in the early phase of the game, and they like to preserve themselves for the late game stages. And Dax, Spike is of course one of those players that has always been a man who's putting on some outstanding performances. And over here too now in the top players in the previous game, Spike is able to show himself up. But Venom Legends too, not really that bad of an outing from the previous game. Decent points wrapped up, decent elimination points to back it up as well. But that's not going to be enough for Venom Legends. Again, they will need to try and get some much more better points to try and just nail that spot down in the overall rankings.
That is correct. But right now, if we just talk about it, right, you can see how the differences were there with Train to Kill and Deadeyes Guys. If we just have a look at it, I mean, damage dealt coming up as almost 1947 coming up with the Deadeyes Guys, and 959 only for Train to Kill, with 6 eliminations for them and 10 for Deadeyes Guys. Plus, they had almost all their players surviving here and there till the last moment. So Deadeyes Guys, they have an average of 27 plus minutes, and Train to Kill as well, because till the end, Train to Kill, they got it for themselves with more number of players, obviously. So, yeah.
Man, now, not gonna lie though, in the end, the tables were kind of flipped against Deadeyes Guys. I thought for a second Deadeyes Guys have the chicken dinner, especially that buggy play that came in. They just straight up sent it inside the next zone, and Deadeyes Guys had an upper advantage over the players of TDK, but still they somehow messed it up, and TDK just won those initial duels. And that's what it really came down to later phases, because we saw Turulov on top of the house. He was able to hold the players off at bay for a really long time, but then TDK just found a counter to that. They used the smoke grenades to beautifully to block out the entire vision of Turulov, and now you can see here him even in the highest elimination points. Turulov, of course, is a man who positioned himself so well in the previous game, and he's also able to show himself up in the overall rankings. And now today, so far, man, these teams are doing really good, right? TDK, they got themselves chicken dinner again, back-to-back, and now Deadeyes Guys too with a consistent performance. DRS too wrapped up so many elimination points, and Rules has to be an instrumental factor behind it.
Yeah, I mean, Rules definitely just played a vital role for himself when it comes down to it, because you see him out here. Had True Love been with 5 eliminations, and Rules would have been at the top, obviously, if it does talk about it, but then it would have been Rules all over. Although True Love got it on the highest elimination marker for himself, but then again, Rules' contribution for DRS was just so good, and the team managed to get, what, 14 eliminations? Yes, it shows there, with only 4 placement points, and that's why they're at the 3rd position in this game's rankings. The guys, they got 1,000, they did not get 1,000, and was T2K just coming up, so that just, just shows that even if you're aggressive, there needs to be a full stop just coming down to it, right? Yeah. Anyone can take you down. Deadeyes Guys and DRS are 2 prime examples of that in one game, that they missed on such a big feat for themselves, and Train to Kill just got it by playing smart.
Yeah, that's beautifully mentioned. Training Kill got it by playing smart. Now, you can see they don't really have a lot of elimination points to back themselves up, but still that chicken dinner is what really mattered for TDK. $1,000, two in the bank, and now TDK, they're going to be having some happy faces for themselves. Deadeyes Guys, though, even though they got themselves second spot in the previous game, they're still going to be on the top because they got 10 elimination points to back it up. Skylightz Gaming, again, not really that great of a performance from their side. 7C2 had quite an okay-ish day today, but still they will need to try and deliver more because we know in the overall rankings, they are also struggling.
Yeah, they definitely are struggling. You know, it would keep on. If you talk about a team like T2K, they are having their own time of life. They don't care about anything else. They're getting good games back and forth. They are enjoying those games. They are definitely gonna just cherish it, to be honest, till the upcoming 2 days or something. Like they will love it.
I mean, I also had like this little conversation with Johnny, but before that, let's take a look at the map rotation from the side of TDK and let's see how they were actually able to play that so smart and so well. So I'm pretty sure TDK, they just started things off right there near Severny and shooting range, and then they just came down along. I first thought this might just be military ending, but then in the end, things just kind of changed, right? Just kind of an off circle right there. And I personally love to see those off circles.
Just like everyone thought, I also just pointed out that the circle will go down south and then it will go up. That happened 100% because look at this, right?
Yeah.
This is where everyone thinks that circle has to form on that lower side. So everyone tries taking that bridge area, moves around, etc. etc. But T2K, they were like, let's just play with the gamble of the zone. Let's just try and stay where we are. Let's just not overcome it. Because if something happens, we have to do good. And you see, as soon as the circle follows, the circle forms up, they just go for that right side rotation. And they're like, yeah, we played it. We played just like circle played everyone else. And whilst everyone was just thinking of the rotations from the bridges, or maybe they were swimming, this team was like, yeah, we can hunt the players down. And this is the exact smart play that we were talking about.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, TDK, in the end, do you want to call it a little bit of luck too, just mixed up with it? Or do you think it was
calculated
just
and luck? I don't know.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because again, like a lot of teams, majority of the teams, we saw them just engaging in so many fights. For example, CO2, they were just camping the bridge lines. First, they went up against one of the teams, and then later on, IC2 followed it up. So a lot of teams were trying to move down south because they thought it's probably going to move there. But then TDK, just because they dropped all the way up north, they did not really have that much time to move down south. And we know, usually in military islands, if you're going to be making a late rotation, that's pretty much going to be an invitation to your own demise. So TDK, they just took their chances, I guess, and they just tried to stay on that island, and it actually worked out for them. And TDK, in the end, a beautiful chicken dinner to back themselves up. Back-to-back chicken dinners too. That's going to be boosting themselves up pretty well on the overall rankings, and also the confidence is going to be all-time high. Now, the question that I really wanted to ask you was, A1 Esports, if day one they're not really able to do that great, do you think in day two or day three they are going to be able to catch up to top 16?
I'd say just $1,000 is what would be left. Obviously, we'll be looking at the open moments as well. We might just catch up a few glimpses of A1 Esports here and there, maybe on the giving side or the receiving end of the damage. But then look at this, right? Gunner, he had just these two shotguns and he just went forward with it. And I was surprised, right? These players were having, they were using shotguns till the final moment as well. They were just, loving it for themselves. And Dictator, he just changed everything in this game once he started taking down the players of ElementriX and he started moving forward as well. I love the way Dictator played, and ElementriX, well, he was the one showcasing them a few exit doors in the start, and then it was Steel Shot capitalizing on it, and DRS, they bullied people in the water lines.
This is what I said, right? DRS, they had a phenomenal position, and wow, this shot from this spray from Zell, I was watching it from the back lines, and I was like, man, that's a great spray. Instantly takes down the player of Stalwart Esports, who was just camping on the top, and then Skylightz Gaming, they get dismantled too. Nima is the man who got taken out, or at least picked off first. 7C so far, though, I'm not going to lie, they're doing quite decent, even though in the previous game, they weren't really able to show themselves up, but the first two games, 7C, they had quite a performance.
Yeah, they had quite a decent performance. In fact, coming up on what was it, back-to-back second position. I mean, the first one, I would still hate this team for that, right? I love 7C, but the way they just threw that game, I just can't, I cannot describe that. But then again, kudos to the team's performance, right? They played really good. But then again, this one was not quite the game that they wanted. And look at this Sanjir coming up with the shotgun. I was surprised, right? These players were using shotguns till final moment. That it is a bold decision to just go for that.
And I'm not going to lie, these days we're actually seeing that happen quite a lot too. And it seems like players are now evolving, right? I don't know what to say. I mean, I personally am seeing a decent amount of times. I mean, it's not like every single game, but yeah, a decent amount of times I'm seeing the players also whipping out the shotguns, mainly in Sanhok, because we saw Zeol, right, just starting it off with the DBS in the final zone. Zeol is an absolute beast without a doubt, and he's able to deliver too. But now even some of the players from Savage, they were wielding a shotgun in their hands. You take a look at damage graph over here in front of us, and TDK, this clearly shows a smart and a clinical and a tactical approach from their side. Their aim here was to win the game, not to get elimination points.
Yeah, man, it was about, playing smart in every sense that they could just go for. But DRS, 2235 damage coming up from their side, 14 eliminations. That was really good. A1 Esports, this time they went out without a fight. Look at it, right? Nothing.
Yeah.
On the elimination side, on the damage side as well from them, high voltage 0.48 for them. So this was quite a different high voltage than what we saw in the first game. Obviously, first game they played smart. This game they tried, but it could not happen. 7C, they struggled a bit, but then again, top 16 is the name of the game, and that's where they would want to see themselves. So they have that spot for them.
And look at IHC, Stalwart, and Seal just dialing things down, taking things quite slow. They got taken down too. At this point, it's like these teams, they're just here to potentially spoil the game. I mean, I'm not really sure, because look at the chicken dinner numbers right there. Stalwart with 6 chicken dinner. That's like 6,000 points already accumulated in your pockets. $6,000, I mean. And then IHC with 4 there too. The Seal with 3. I mean, that's insane.
But so today's day started and we had this conversation, which team will reach 400 marker first, right? Seal, they started off with 385 points. They're still at 386. Think about it. IHC is gaining. The day started, they all thanks to Zeol and his performance, the team is at second position right now. They can contest first. If not today, then by the end of the Super Weekend, they can contest first and they will reach 400-point marker as well. A1 Esports at 20th position with 20 points right now. That's where they are. Atrax, 64 points for themselves. 7C, 16th position is where they are. That means it's over for TRZ in 1952. That's one of the conversations as well. But Raw, they can stay in top 16, but it all depends on how next 2 days plus these 2 games are to be played.
I'm really glad that you bring that up, right, about Raw. I mean, yesterday, me and Johnny were, of course, casting those 2 leftover games from the previous Super Weekend, and we were like, Raw, this is your chance to nail down the spot. These are 2 final games in your hands. If you're not going to be able to perform that well, then maybe potentially you'll not be there. But again, considering the fact that taking a look at the points difference too, I mean, Raw is all the way on 196. It's going to be tough to catch up.
And I was watching those games, right? I was actually sitting right next to Ansh, and I was watching those games right from his own eyes, and I understood a few things, right? Phantom's position inside the circle, that was so brilliant in the first game that they just sat in those L building for themselves. We call those L buildings, and the area behind us a volcano mountain. So they just sat in those L buildings for themselves, and they just got the zone right in front of them, and they. In the final moment, right? You saw the players giving revives while the fight was happening. That Erangel was just so boldly played by that team. And then the second one, I mean, DRS, they just got those thousands just coming up for themselves. But Phantom, that chicken dinner, gives them such a good deal that right now they're at the 10th position. Nothing's going wrong with them. In order to take them out, if they go out, that means Raw will also have to go out, and that's just a long thing to think about, right? So I'm pretty sure Phantom's going to be in safer hands, although Phantom and Raw are quite close to each other.
I mean, again, I honestly feel like it's going to be really tough to kick these teams out. Pretty much next to impossible, if you ask me, because they've already got so many points. I mean, Phantom, you said they're on 10th spot. Raw as well on 11th spot. Raw having 196 points, and then the team right underneath him, they have 150 points. So there's like a bit of points cushion right there that Raw can rely on. And personally think Raw, they have probably made it to top 16. So something that really does not need to be worried about. But something that needs to be worried about is why did you guys not make it to top 16 in this week 3? And that's something Raw will need to try and figure out. So even if you're sitting back and relaxing, make sure you have those notebooks out and you're noting some stuff down.
Yeah, I mean, and after this, obviously, the top 16 teams, just like we had this conversation, right? They're going to be moving on to the finals. And in finals, it's going to be a different story. Trust me, you might just see different strategies coming up with the top teams from the top teams mindset as well. And from there, we saw that little banner saying that top 10 teams will obviously move forward. Just, coming down to the championship marker. And there are going to be other regions as well. Other region, to be specific, from there, 6 teams are going to be coming up as well. So we'll see how Pakistan region just constitutes. Because yesterday I was looking at the matches of that region. We had this conversation with Johnny as well. I was looking at the matches and 550 plus points coming up from one team. That is, I8 just coming up with 550 plus points. That was just so brilliant. In fact, in the last game, it was a 2v4 situation with Crypto and Uzum still surviving in the last game of Erangel. And I almost thought that these players might just take it, but nope. NES just got that game away from them, and it was just a brilliant feat of strength coming up from all those players as they had to push out in the open. They pushed it with that one grenade that took down Crypto, and after that, Uzum was the last one. So well, that was a different story. But then again, let's talk about this one as we are going to be moving forward for a special match, and I guess this is on the audience demand. We're going to be seeing Stalwart coming up against Seal and the top 3. It's in the top 3, right? So we're going to be loving that.
I was literally having a conversation with the Nepali desk underneath, and I was literally talking to them. I was like, yo, you know what? A TDM would be cool between Stalwart and Seal, and that's what is literally happening right now. What? Okay, well, a coincidence, if you ask me, but still, it's quite insane, right? But moving on, in Stalwart and Seal, which team you think has the better firepower? I personally think Stalwart would be edging a little bit over here, but you never know, man.
Yeah. I mean, if it comes down to Stalwart and Seal, I mean, it's difficult to say, but then we know the way these players perform, right? Action. Last time he was a part of TDM, I went back to his Instagram, right? He actually showcased a story of that 180 when he took down 2 players in the same TDM, right? He took down 2 players in that 180, and that was just so brilliant. And look at this, they are starting off again.
Oh man, there we go. Already just starting things off on a great note. And Leo too, just over here trying to catch some players off guard. Action is the man in the front. He's still challenging the fight. Man, the ego on this guy is on another level, and Leo will also pump out a nade now, going to try and toss on in. This has to be a good one. Potentially going to catch Pika off guard, but no, Pika's still barely alive in a sliver of health. The HP bar is not even visible. There we go.
1-2 is the scoreline right now.
And oh boy.
Yeah, it goes down to 2-2 as Wally's grenade just takes one on. But top, it looked like he was just taking a decent TPP angle from one side, but then again, he was punished for that. And now Leo, with his own TPP angle, is spotting the players down, but nope, 2 sprays coming onto him, and that was just, that just took the place down. So yeah.
They just kept spraying and just waited for him to just like straight up walk into his crosshairs. And then Action over here too, just gonna do the same thing, Wally! Oh, this time you step in the crossfire too. Unfortunately, the players of Stalwart Esports, man, they're just pre-firing every single angle, and this is something I would personally really like to see. They just anticipate where the players are going to be coming from, and now he's quite low, didn't really have the HP to back him up. Demo will be able to successfully take him down. Nice mow down from his side, but then Scry as well from the right side will try and balance things.
Leo just, is spotting down a few players as well. Stalwart's players pick I guess he was spotted, but maybe he was not. Action gets taken down. Paranon gets straight down. And just like we said, that little bit of the edge that Stalwart has for themselves, that's the reason that the scoreline is only 10-12. It was 11. It was, and now it's 11-13.
Oh, man. There we go. 11-14. Seal, they're able to catch up. A little bit of a mistake, but that drop shot, it's okay. It's going to just reward him with that elimination point right there.
Let's try just used he just used a stun grenade, but now look at him just moving on one side, takes on one. Will he go for the other? Oh, he tried, but then he could not. Those crowd spams just were coming up from the players. And now Stry is moving forward again. Action on one side. He spots on Baron, I guess. Yes, he does, and Baron's on low HP, and that's one of the things that just makes it easier for him to take the player down. But then again, instant trade coming up from Demo, who gets traded up from Scry on the other side.
Oh my god, he's so low too, man. But it's okay, at least he's alive. He's not really giving away the point. He's just going to back off, play a little bit off of that third-person perspective. Taking things quite slow behind over here, but the nade from Demo will catch him off guard. 22-16, Stalwart Esports. They're off to a rocket boost start.
Leo's moving forward. And now he just stays there. Maybe would go for a nade on that block. I don't know, he's just gonna go for that. He uses a good nade, tops on low HP. In fact, he would be taken down. Action gets taken down as well. Leo, you saw there was no stopping on Leo.
Oh man. And he's still trying to move on in, right? Not really backing out too.
Yeah.
Leo finally is able to regen his HP, so that's going to be something Leo can try and rely on. But two players approaching, two challengers in the front. Has barely any sort of HP too, but he almost won that duel 2 action. A little bit of whip, but it's okay. He's able to at least retaliate back and get that frag instantly in his hands. Nades tossed in from both the sides. At this point in time, Seal, they're heavily trying to rely on those nades because they're not really proven up to the mark in the gun skill.
Oh, Baron's on low HP. He won't survive this one. He understood and he actually just admitted his fate.
Gave up.
He, in that situation, was like, I cannot do anything. I'm just going down. But then I would want to go down with the fight action as well. But look at that top from the other side with that grenade. Takes down Leo. It looked like he was aiming for his own friend action.
Yeah. Man, that was quite close though, not gonna lie. And then action right here in the back. Oh, that's a great high ground to play with. Action with such a dominant.
Yeah, he has 10 as well.
Yeah, it's just such like a dominant man right there. He's just gonna try and establish his dominance on the entire TDM here.
Oh, Baron, where are you looking, my friend? Sky just takes him out. It's 36-27. I'm pretty sure they're ending it. They're ending it. They're 100% ending it. Stalwart would want to end it in style. So this is the edge that they would just want to have on for themselves. Stalwart in the close ranges in those kind of fights, they have a better communication. That definitely is just showcasing. Look at how two players are just moving forward for the lead on themselves. And it's just one remaining. And that one comes up. 12-12 coming up for the players of Stalwart. Try and Action just doing really good. On the other side, Demo tried to reach the double digit, but then again, he was just stopped at 9 eliminations. Was a good game.
Man, I mean, Pika and Action, both of those players just getting 12 elimination points on their name. And that's quite insane, right? It's not even just like a normal classic lobby. It's a pro lobby right there. Seal is one of those teams that's currently top in the charts in the overall rankings, and they're just able to do some light work easily on top of the players of Seal. And that's something Seal will need to try and figure out now. Maybe Seal players are just going to start grinding a lot of TDM.
Yeah, and that's just, how it was happening for the players. They would. But then, I don't know if you have played it or not, but there's a new TDM that just, has a rider, and it's just so good. Where the random, no, not the 8v8. So there's a new random spawn TDM. It actually happens in Erangel, and you spawn randomly. It's called TDM Assault, Range Assault. You spawn randomly, and it is extremely good. So you should definitely just play it. It's actually brilliant.
Try it out. I mean, I personally am a grinder of just the 4v4 TDM, and then I just try and go into some classic games, or maybe potentially sometimes the 8v8 too, but I'm not going to lie, I just rage quite a lot in the 8v8 tournament because in the 8v8 deathmatch. But it seems like that's going to be it from our side for now. Don't go any further. We'll be right back after a short break.
नमस्ते सबैजनालाई म चाहिँ विजय गुरुङ र मेरो इन गेम नेम छ डी फ्र्याग वेसर र म टिम डेडाइजबाट खेल्छु म र मेरो टिम धेरै नै एक्साइटेड छौं यो अब आउने PMPL मा भिड्नको लागि you guys can catch it live on YouTube PUBG Mobile official channel believe in Deadeyes.
Hello everyone, म मजिद श्रेष्ठ र मेरो इन गेम नेम चाहिँ Erangel र म टिम ElementriX देखि खेलिरहेको हो. It has been a tough journey, but we are finally here. So तपाईहरु आएर हामीलाई सपोर्ट गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ, which is in PUBG Mobile को official को YouTube channel मा. So आउनुस्, हाम्रो सपोर्ट गर्नुस्. धन्यवाद.
हेलो, मेरो नाम नितिन मल्ल, also known as वाडुजी. PMPL को नयाँ सिजन आएको छ, सिजन 5. पहिला जस्तै टप 20 टिम अहिले पनि छन् र हामीले एसबीले पनि हाम्रो बेस्ट रोस्टर अहिलेसम्मको बेस्ट रोस्टर ल्याएको छौं PMPL मा. होपफुली हामीले राम्रो खेल्ने छौं हामीलाई युट्युब च्यानलमा चेयर गर्न नबिर्सिनु होला साथै साथ नेपाली टिमहरू सबैलाई सपोर्ट गरिदिनु होला धन्यवाद
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring 2022. Of course, we are off to a great start today. Avon Esports is one of those teams we are currently looking out for, but in Game 3, they got eliminated quite early off, so I don't know how the momentum is going to be looking like, especially moving inside in the 4th game. Hopefully, Avon Esports, they're going to be able to catch the pace back up.
Let's just hope. All we can do is just hope, because hope is all we have. But hope is a dangerous thing, so we would not want to just stick to that much. But right now, ladies and boys and girls, this is gonna be a quick, not so quick match, because it's gonna be the map of Sanhok. And I'll tell you. So, Necro, there's a thing in science we always rely on. That is the chaos theory, right? A lot of chaos happens with. So there's a little thing as well, and that is butterfly effect. What it says is that if a butterfly can just flap its wing in Japan, a tsunami can happen in Brazil. So just think about it, right? Now, with the arrival of A1 Esports, so many things are going to change in the map of Sanhok, because they have their own drop location. They would like to have their own rotations, and they might just contest on such amazing places. You'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean.
And Avon Esports currently, they're just heading towards Paradise Resort.
They have their drop, yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, the OG drop locations or drop spots they like to go towards. And if I'm not wrong, where is Savage? Oh, so Savage and Avon Esports, now they're going to be having a huge clash, because that's what I was like, wait, I'm not really seeing Savage, but it was just like overshadowed by the Avon Esports' logos. And there you go. Now we're going to be seeing a drop clash, and I personally feel like Savage, they should be able to. I mean, look, I don't want to like sound something, but Savage, their gunpowder, we've been talking about this, and they are pretty good at that. But this time, he's just missing so many shots, just gifting away a point for the player of Avon Esports. What?
See, I told you, an elimination for an elimination. That would happen, because first things first, Necro, Savage was just 3-man lobby. And oh my god, such a brilliant understanding. Eisenberg, he almost took down RX Jax. Imagine, he was thinking Dante went there, that's why he started shooting. Imagine if Jax was out, he was like, oh wait, I took down too? That would have been such a brilliant thing. And now Savage's players, with Sanchir on such a low HP, I don't know what's going to happen, because they are giving revives. They are doing really good. Eisenberg, he just has an Uzi for himself. The thing definitely goes scrub, but then we'll see what happens as A1 Esports looks ready now. Dante, although, if only one shot of this Uzi hits him, he would be taken down. But for a second, that Eisenberg just looked in a different direction. Dante crossed this area.
Man, Dante Uvu. What a name. But yeah, Dante right here looking at just Uvu every single player out of Savage. Eisenberg's all the way in the top. Dante doesn't really have first. Oh, he actually does, but he's still opting out to use those bandages. Maybe he just wants to be a little bit more preservative. I'd see easy confirmation on the players of High Voltage. I mean, they had a great game 1. But again, they're not really able to deliver after that. Avon Esports right here too. I mean, they're off to a great flying start, because Savage, they only had 3 players to work off with. And now Eisenberg has to be the showman to try and stop this entire flood.
Eisenberg just using those bandages. I'm pretty sure they're getting the sound of that. And Eisenberg would be taken down, although Sinister needs to survive at all the costs. T2K Legend, in fact, T2K is arriving out here as well. And Legend needs to understand what's happening, who's fighting whom. All of these situations in Sanchir, what he could do is just take down a few players, and this is the exact chaos that I was talking about. Think about it, right? T2K, they hear the sound, they arrive. Savage, first things first, the players were with low HP, and now it's just, they were low players, and now low in number, and now it's just one player surviving, that is Sanchir. A1 Esports just changed everything as soon as they arrived in the lobby.
Oh my god. What? This is so interesting too, man. Boy, TDK, it seems like for now they're just going to back off, taking things quite slow, letting these two teams duke it out, giving them their own personal space. They do not really want to get too up close and personal. So yeah, TDK, respect this decision from their side. Skylightz Gaming too is a bit on the right side. Spit it out quite well. The circle so far, it does seem like it's probably going to be shifting on the right side of the island unless we see a huge curveball shift. Just like we saw in the Erangel game, which just shifted on the north side and just caught every other team off guard. Then that's going to be something that's going to put every single player in trouble issues.
See, the audience and we love that. The players hate that.
Yeah.
those kind of curveballs, right? The players definitely they will hate that, but then we love chaos and we love to see something just chaotic happening in the game as well. Stalwart's players, top action try, we see them as well. They're just trying to maintain their own composure, their own places, in fact, inside the zone. 6ix9ine's out here. A1 Esports, in fact, the entire team is just out here. They're taking everything that they can get. Sinister, he has 4 bandages, can definitely just use them to boost him up to 75 HP. He's getting more bandages as well. Jax just has 6 bandages for himself, although he's on full HP, so nothing wrong in that. Everyone just healing up for themselves, but in amidst all of this chaos, right, they maybe have forgotten that last player of Savage.
Oh boy. And he's taking things slow too. I personally feel like he just wants to hurt A1 Esports at this point. He's hiding in the back, hoping that maybe someone will walk in. He gets a free elimination points, and A1 Esports too just completely hurt. Their chances of doing great in this game will be hindered by quite a lot. But so far, A1 Esports too, they're not really overstepping their boundaries, instead trying to stick around together. On the other hand, a lot of teams accumulated kind of in a centralized spot of the zone. Stalwart Esports too right there on the bootcamp hill. Then Dax is there too on the right side. We might just see chaos or at least Hellbreak and lose soon, because so far teams are taking things quite slow. DRS as well, they aren't really under contention. As time's going to be ticking, these teams will start moving on in quite close to each other. But one of the teams I personally want to be eyeing out for has to be 7C in the map of Sanhok.
Yeah, that definitely happens. But look at that. The Molotov just comes in and the player comes out, and there is a good crate.
Cooked. That's what you call it, oven.
It's done. It's done. It's done. It's Savage. A1 Esports, with just their arrival, they are creating chaos. Just like we said, I'm going to say it again like a broken record, but then again, the chaos theory stands.
Wait, so you think A1 Esports, all this not qualifying for the first 2 weeks and then qualifying in the third week was like a planned thing they did?
No. What I'm saying is, hear me out again. In the map of Sanhok, previously it used to be a team like Deadeyes Guys, right? That they used to struggle with the drops and all those things, etc.
Yeah.
And we have only one Sanhok per day. Now, with the arrival of A1 Esports, that chaos has been lifted up to a whole new level, because they like to go to this place. They are challenging the teams around. T2K also arrived there. Imagine if T2K would have been a part of the fight and if T2K would have been taken down. So A1 Esports' arrival for this map is indeed utter chaos. And we have always said this, third week, third day, etc., always mean chaos, and this is the third week, my friend.
Yep, you're not wrong. It's just going to be all the teams pedal to the metal, do realize it's their final chance to wrap up as many points as possible. But again, from what I heard was Savage and Avon, I mean, even in the past in some third-party scrims and stuff like that, they were clashing on that same spot, right? And then in the end, they came to a little conclusion that maybe Avon Esports are going to be giving that spot up to Savage, and then Savage are going to be taking up the Paradise Resort. At least that's what I heard. I'm not sure if that was true or not. Just like how Skylightz Gaming and Savage had a little bit of a thing between them. So I'm not sure what just happened, but Avon Esports making that move on the players of Savage, that's a literal statement for a war. And I'm pretty sure Savage, they're not going to back out from this now.
ElementriX's players, they're finding their own sweet spots as well for themselves. Just trying to scout out the areas. Obviously, they are inside the circle right now, so they would just want to be there. If not anything, they're going to be loving it. Vibes, we saw them struggling a bit here and there. Not exactly the struggles, but as of now, if we include them, top 4 teams are kind of struggling. Kind of as in, they don't have to worry about anything, but still you see it, right? They're not getting that good of a game for themselves, except for IHC that got a really good first game.
Talk about IHC. I mean, so far things are looking quite great, right? If you take a look at the map too, IHC, they're currently on the top left island, just taking things quite slow. They're just going to wait for the next circle shift and see where the circle is going to be shifting. And IHC is one of those teams, right? We already had a conversation about this, a brief conversation too, that IHC is one of those teams that's not really going to care about, even being on the top or at least on the first spot anymore. I mean, they've already gotten the top 3. the pressure off of them has been lifted now. And they're one of those teams that can try and stick to their comfort level, but at the same time, if they want to break it, they can break it too and just try and step out of it.
The circle's forming up. We'll see where this one just goes. Is going to be an eye-opener for a few teams, although the central area is quite contested and congested for the teams, and the circle chooses to go to the central lines as well. As of now, ElementriX and DRS needs to understand if they can just reach to the areas of Painan really soon. That would be really, really great. Great. If they cannot, well, they might have to find out some plan Bs or something for themselves. If it can happen. We are down to 10 minutes into the game. We are left with 15 minutes of the game play here and there. So we'll see what happens. But then again, the teams have to be ready. Plus, we have just seen one elimination happening. One team getting eliminated overall. And that team was just with the 3 players. So it's just out of 63 that we have just started off.
Yeah. So 4 players already eliminated out the lobby. High Voltage was one of those teams that lost a player. Assassin is not really in the lobby anymore. And we've been having this conversation about Assassin too. I mean, this year he isn't really that poppy. But if you take a look at the past couple of years where Assassin has been playing under the same banner, or even he switched over the banner to some other team. I think it was Vibes, if I'm not wrong. He was doing quite a great job, right, with them. But again, we're seeing a bit of problems being created for Assassin. The communication is not really on the point. And I personally feel like Assassin is playing with a leash on. He should be unleashed.
I would say it's just the way, it's not exactly the leash, but it's like the overcommitment issues that a player just, gets in the game. If you're fighting a lot, you think you want to rush, you don't want to rush. So sometimes overcommitment does happen. And I guess that's one of the things that the players have to just look out for, I guess. I don't know, though. Yeah. So that's just one of the things. But, well, as of now, the circle, it will showcase its own colors in a while. Stalwart has a pretty decent place for themselves. JyanMaara, one of the players, is down. Needs that revive. That will happen. IHC is coming up. Quite close to Deadeyes Guys. I would love to see a fight between these two teams if it happens. IC is quite. He's just moving forward. Can spot Deadeyes Guys' players probably. Maybe would want to take up a fight. DRS on that lower side, lower ground for themselves. But Stalwart's split is really good. Imagine if the circle, it just goes slightly north or to a different direction. Stalwart, the players have so much to play on the information that they're looking at different areas. So it's good.
Indeed, it's quite good. Right in the smack center of the next zone, too. Oh, boy. I don't know what to anticipate right now in this circle. Because this game of Sanhok, things are taken quite slow and tactical. We've been seeing this happen in the past Sanhoks, too. But so far, we aren't really seeing that in either fight. Rather, other than that drop clash that happened in the first place. And then High Voltage just losing out on a player, Assassin. But now 7C, I talked about this team, and I was like, my eyes are going to be on this team the whole time. Because we know it's one of those teams that are trying to get in the top 16. Things are still being quite tough for them. But how are they going to crack the code? That's something 7C are trying to find out in this week 3. And I feel like week 3 isn't really the best week to find it out, but still, they don't have any other choice.
And now, if you look at this, right, this Sanhok is going to a very slow pace. Sanhok's definitely not meant for it, but it is going on an extremely
slot zones.
Yeah, the slot zones are kicking in, and these players, they know where their opponents are. They know where the opportunities lie as well, but they don't want to grab it because they're like, if we maybe take someone down in the open area, maybe there's a snake, maybe there's someone that will take the place. And look at this, right? This is what we're talking about. Now, Stalwart, they have such a good ground to play in. Top will get inside the circle. Action, he will try to move a bit forward, and all those things will happen. So, yeah, these players are looking really good. On the other side, A1 Esports, they have managed to just pave their way inside the circle as well. That's really good as well. On the other side, 7C, they have a really good place for them inside the circle. Seal on slightly southern side, but looks like a player of Seal is moving forward with a vehicle. Seal versus 7C can potentially happen. If not that, if they just move their vehicles around, Atrax is going to be just ready to welcome them. But Seal's players are quite close to 7C's players, and IHC, now their struggles with the zone will start.
I really want to see, does Zal again have a DBS in the end? If he does, man, I don't know what to say. It's just, well, at that point, I'll just wait for him to just start mowing players down, or at least start nailing those shots down with the gun. Stalwart Esports, we talked about this team having a really great positioning inside the zone and one of the most dominating teams too. Venom Legends straight up ramming their vehicles in the Avon Esports compound. Sinister now taken out too. Out the equation, this man, it's a big man too, taken out from the side of Avon Esports. That's something Avon Esports cannot really afford. It's the IGL down and dusted.
Venom Legends on one side, just like you said, well, other fights, they are kind of starting to happen. A1 Esports as Dante, he needs that revive. I mean, I remember how important Dante was for the team when the map of Miramar was just going on, right? He was the sole reason that the team was in top 3, to be honest, as he was the one taking head-on collisions and fights with the opponents here and there. Right now, we see DRS with all the players surviving with a decent ground. In fact, DRS has a really good place for themselves. I just need to know where the other players are. As a few, yes, they are struggling with the zone right now, and the blue is coming, so that can be one of the issues. Painan is a place inside the circle, and that's where ElementriX and Deadeyes Guys is now. These teams have faced against each other multiple times, and throwing this grenade, I don't know how good of a call was this, because they gave their location by throwing a grenade, and now they gave their exact location by using a few shots, by actually just going for a few shots. So yeah.
Yeah, position is compromised, but I still feel like somewhere down the line, being in the same city, probably they should have a little glimmer that maybe there is going to be someone available. But now, high voltage too, that's going to be another challenger approaching in the same area of Painan. Going to be making things quite tough. On the other hand, we do see DRS2 just cracking some skulls open like an egg with the bolt action sniper. Hyozu over here. He has heard the shots, don't knows exactly. There is another team in the front, so they're surrounded by 2 different teams. And ElementriX, they're not really spread out that well. I mean, if you take a look at that, right, it's 2-2 split. I personally feel like Hyozu and Orange, they're going to have a lot of struggles.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have those struggles, just, aligned for themselves. If we just talk about it, high voltage is extreme. We still see him trying to look towards the area of IHC. It's incredible how IHC just gets onto this area, but then the zone. Oh, there are 4 teams in Painan, and the zone chooses to go to the other side. Oh, these teams. Now we're going to see multiple teams going down. This is where Sanhok just will show its true colors.
And there's 3 teams accumulated now. Actually, scratch that. Make it 4. All the teams in Painan, they will try and need to make it inside the zone. And to make sure of that, they will just need to breach through at least one of the team's defense. It's Deadeyes Guys potentially just trying to hold every single team off at bay. I'd see 2 now are going to be another challenger in the same compound. JyanMaara, so far, they've got the nice securation with Snipe YT inside the zone. The only compound that was left over, that's going to be taken over by the players of JyanMaara. Great positioning to play with. Dax too with another great positioning to play with. Dax is one of those teams, man. Somehow they're just able to come into these like top positions, doing so great too. Not really having a lot of elimination points, but you talk about a methodical approach. Dax, they're so good at doing so.
They definitely are. Really good. But look at this. IHC, the players are struggling, and this is where it starts off in the backlines of Painan. Although Extreme, he does get one shot on himself, but then again, he doesn't care. He would not want to care. He would want to just go for the conversions, and he's getting the conversions for himself. Extreme gets one. I see. That conversion should come to him as well. He's just waiting with the 12 bullets on for him. He's going to go for a few more shots. We'll go for the reload as well. On the other side, Stalwart, they want to make their way inside the circle as well, as they're trying to take up a good fight. And Extreme secures too. And this is where JyanMaara might just be getting a few nightmares, as Stalwart is ready to give it to them.
They are ready to give, and now look at this. JyanMaara, they're just spread out right here. 2 players left alive, sniping Gunner. Nate's going to be tossed in the front. Does exactly know where action is too. This nade might just be perfect. Was a bit though. Action taken down slow, so low. He's going to prone out in the open. Didn't exactly know where the nade came in from. And Gunner just taking a capitalization on the exact same fact. Gunner now will need to back off, but unfortunately, it's Deadeyes Guys knocking on the doors of JyanMaara from the back.
Today is not exactly the action kind of a day if you just think about it. And now Deadeyes Guys was just going to go for a few shots, and Stalwart, they do understand it. Although T2K is taking a good fight against Seal, all of a sudden the chaos just has started. The fights just have started. Trula was spotted down as well, as that confirmation will come in the hands of Stry. Just getting that 1 for the team, and the team has 3 for themselves. That's the number of players that they have surviving as well. Skylightz is struggling on the other side, as A1 Esports is looking good, but Sushant would be taken down by Top and his QBU. It is Sanhok's specific weapon, and Top, the DMR specialist, likes to use it.
Oh boy, just 2 tap and dirt nap. Going to be taken out. The player in the front did not even properly know, or did not even have enough amount of time to realize where the shots were coming from. And Stalwart just easily able to do some light work in the front, and now they're also trying to fight their way in inside the next zone. They're going to make sure they also have the vehicles to back themselves up just for some last moment cover, because they know every single cover now in the game is occupied. Snipeboy T is going to be the only man left alive from the side of JyanMaara. He will need to play things slow. He doesn't have any other option. Venom Legends 2 right there. Skylightz Gaming. Mafia Ninja's taken out. Nemo is right here. And take a look at the separation between the players of Skylightz Gaming. 2 players in the back, Nemo in the front, kind of like the insurance policy, making sure that Nemo is going to be there in the front lines and just helping his teammates out. Zol, look at this. This engagement might just be a tough one, because Zol and Extreme, both of these players are tanking a huge load of damage from the Wall of Death, and Zol is just going to patch himself back up again. Somewhere down line, Extreme senses the fear.
Just waiting for it. Extreme understands the position of Zeol. Obviously, he knows it. Molotov being thrown onto him, and look at that damage of that Molotov and the zone combined. Zeol gets that elimination. High voltage, they get eliminated on 13 right now. Down to 12 teams, 34 players still surviving. Dictator, he's getting the damage as well, and Aleppo getting the damage of the blue for himself. Still, he wants to take up a fight against Atrax. Look at him, not surviving now, as the zone's gonna just eat him up. And Kyante is going to go for that confirmation. He needs to understand where the other player is, as Rafat is just on the other side. He trades him out for his own teammate. And there it is. One more confirmation coming up for Rafat. He has only 1 first aid. He might well not make it. He might not.
Yeah, TDK, though, still in a really strong spot. All 4 players up. One of the players did get knocked out. Killer YT, on the other hand, inflicting pain and hurt in the front. Vibes are going to be on the receiving end this time. 3 players up for Vibes. DRS just subtracting 1 man out of that squad. As now Legend 2 will try and take out the players of Skylightz Gaming in the kill feed. We do see that happening. Venom Legends will follow it up in the 10th spot. Slowly and steadily pushing on in. The march is there from the side of DRS. And Rules, of course, is going to be the man to open the fray up.
Definitely they do. And now we're down to 8 teams, 21 players. Still surviving, still just waiting for the fights to just keep on happening as a circle. I don't see any team in circle specifically right now through the minimap. And yes, there's no one inside the circle. Everyone's just playing the edge, because the zone's like dead open place. Demo taking down T2K Sandesh in all of these situations. For a change, Seal is looking really good. They have a good momentum flowing on for themselves. Delta, oh my god, he should not drive this Lambo like this, but then again, he wants to. Ryu is surviving, and look at DRS just going for a push on for themselves, and Delta was going to go for a heal in that smoke, but then again, he gets taken down from Jane from the other side, and DRS looks like they are going to be in a lot of trouble as well.
Now, that was quite funny, but look at Seal. Boy, they have the highest chance of winning this game,
400 points incoming.
Oh boy, Seal. Are you sure about that? But you never know, man. TDK too. They're a 3-man strong squad, and they can try and spoil the
Triple
dreams.
chicken dinner.
Might just happen. 3 eliminations still on the side of Pika. But now you take a look at Seal. He has spotted out the players of Seal. Seal too, somewhere down line, do exactly know what's happening in the front lines. But Seal, they still need to make it inside the zone. And it's not going to be that tough of a call for them.
See, I don't know. Whatever happens, history might just be made right now in front of our eyes. Will we see a triple chicken coming up from T2K? That's the question. I mean, they are so far away from the circle that it's going to be extremely difficult for them to just, even walk on the lands of Sanhok. So they might as well just would want to crawl. But then if they crawl, they might fall. Skylightz Gaming did get eliminated on one side. Baron's been spotted down. 7C wanted to play, and Leo made it his own damn playground. Down to 3 teams, 11 players surviving, and look at that. Trio goes down by Leo, and T2K is in a whole world of trouble. DRS, they made a few mistakes in the previous game, but this time they want to change it. Seal, 400 points is what they want. We'll see what happens in all of these situations. Baron, he gets that revive. They are ready to play. And yes, Seal would want to take this business seriously. They are looking forward to it. DRS's killer has been spotted on as well. Wally just wants to use every single one of the bullet for himself. But T2K, they are gonna say bye-bye to the lobby probably. As Legend has nowhere to go, might as well go down in the blue.
Well, and that's what exactly happens. Just wraps up in the blue, gets taken down, and now it's all down. It's Seal versus DRS. T2K out the equation. 2 teams alive, 7 players in total. 3 players for Seal. Or actually, scratch that, make it 4. Now make it 3. As now it's a 3-on-3 situation. Man number equalized. Baron should be confirmed easily. Rules gets the elimination on his hands, and now the blood's being sensed by DRS, and they probably want to taste even more.
Demo's moving forward, but then again, a few throwables are coming quite close to him. Demo needs to understand that. And now Wally, he is trying to find the good places where the opponents are. I mean, he has that high ground from there. He can just scout out the areas. But look at Rules, just, quite close to him. On the other side, this terrace area, this sort of an area gets really difficult to play around. But then again, Delta's grenade takes down Demo. And this is where Rules is moving forward, pressurizing the players of Seal. Leo with that UMP is trying to go for a decent fight. Rules is on low HP. Wally's the last one surviving. Wally gets down, and the real soldiers are in it to win it with that cash. They're going to enjoy it. What a brilliant winner chicken dinner.
Finally, DRS. They get their hands on a chicken dinner. I mean, today they were able to put up the numbers, but they're just not able to back up with the chicken dinner. Finally, they get it. Previous game 2, such a solid game. This game 2, 10 elimination points, 25 points in total, and a damage number of 1977. DRS, man, not gonna lie, that proved themselves up in the week 3 here. Just showing up to the mark, and they're also taking a huge jump in the overall ranking to 6th spot. Man, that's a statement.
That indeed is a bold statement, the way they have just played this game on for themselves. But then again, Seal, amazing effort coming down from them. T2K just did really good for them if we just talk about it. But at the end, it was DRS just showcasing an amazing feat of strength.
Exactly. I mean, talk about the strengths. Just DRS, man. Not gonna lie. Rules has to be one of the most instrumental player for DRS currently. The way he opens up the fray, the way he engages in the fight in the first place, that's something that has been impressing me over the days in this PMPL. And Rules, honestly, not gonna lie, he's the main key for the success of DRS. And as long as Rules is going to be there all the way in the front lines, things are going to be looking even much more easier for DRS. But a great capitalization even from the entire team. Try to back him up even with those nates and stuff. But Rules, and even against Seal, he was able to equalize the man number.
Definitely, he was able to just equalize that man number for themselves, and that was one of the things that the team needed for their push. Right, once that push happened, they were like, "Yeah, we can just go for it."
Exactly. Well, it seems like it's time for us to push to a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back
in a while.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you guys are doing great, because now we're going to be proceeding on to the final game in the PMPL South Asia 2022. Off to a great start. DRS2 showing themselves up, and this time it's the South Asians dominating the entire stage.
I mean, it was just really good, coming down from T2K's chicken dinners. We saw High Voltage getting that one for themselves from the start. And now we move forward, coming up on DRS. So today, in fact, the entire day has been a good South Asian domination, which everyone's loving. Although, in these games, multiple times, it's been kind of a hint of that Mongolian domination as well. With I had seen the first game. This time it was Seal just coming in. So we can say that the teams are trying, but then again, at the end, South Asia is getting the cash.
Hey, as you said, the cash, that's all that matters, yeah? I mean, it doesn't really matter even if you're trying to dial things down. As long as you're getting the money in the bag, that's all that matters. And DRS right there, the most valuable player this time, has to be Delta. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Delta in this entire PMPL, in this entire PMPL, he has to be one of the best CQC players from the side of DRS. And, well, he's been able to live up to his name too, right? Because 4 elimination knocks are knocks for himself, 4 eliminations to back it up, 2 assists, 25-0-7 survival times, and the damage number of 830. Delta is proving up to the mark in DRS. This is what we expect, right? From a squad like DRS. Now, moving on in, we're also going to be taking a look at the top players. Delta, of course, is going to be on the top right there. But DRS Rules, too, following it up. And I had a conversation with Ocean about Rules. And Rules, too, opening the fray up in every single fight, proven to be a crucial player in the entire roster of DRS. Then Pika is right there, too, in the 3rd spot with 4 elimination points and damage number of 435 to back it up. Killer YT there as well with 2 eliminations, 585. This game was DRS domination, and then, as Ocean said, there's also a little bit of hint of that Mongolian domination coming through. But then again, that cannot really be ignored. I personally feel like the Mongolians are just dialing things down in the final week. But hey, seems like guess who's back? It's going to be my lovely Johnny. How you doing, man?
Wow, lovely Johnny. I think that's the first time I've been introduced like that.
It's okay, man. I got you.
But still, I mean, the last game was pretty bonkers. I mean, considering it was Sanhok and we did not see a lot of action in the early stages of the match, so quite interesting. But again, the start comparison of DRS and Seal Esports. DRS definitely are going to be a bunch of happy lads. Another $1,000 being secured by them. And I mean, I have to say this: the monsters that were sleeping all this time, they're finally awoken, man. Because now DRS, the way they're playing like champions that they are.
I don't know about the monsters awaken, but I mean, again, I'm going to say this again. I personally feel like the Mongolians are just dialing things down on this final week.
I don't think so. I think IHC and Seal Esports have been trying the level best. Stalwart Esports, maybe. They have a lot of bank already.
I mean, it's kind of like, it's hard to see, right? Because I personally feel like we aren't really seeing the same level of domination that we saw in the first 2 weeks. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I personally feel like. I mean, yeah, Seal was there showing themselves up, and Seal so far, they're able to do consistently well. But you take a look at their elimination points, and they don't have that many of them. Because you usually see Seal, they also have those placement points, but they also have those elimination points to back themselves up. But this time, Seal, they're dialing things down a bit on that aggression.
Well, I mean, they are dialing the things down a little bit on the aggression. So it's going to be quite interesting that going into the last game, maybe we see them step it up. But looking at the match summary right now, it is just DRS and T2K everywhere. Jane getting the longest distance elimination and highest knocks in the match. I mean, imagine, Necro, had this been the game where T2K secured the 3rd chicken dinner win. I mean, it would have been very impressive. It would have been very amazing to notice the impact of that win of the winner chicken dinner on the overall rankings. But let's see. For now, it's just DRS in front of us with a 25 points secure in this match. Seal Esports 17, T2K 14. Stalwart Esports just getting 11 points from this game, and IHC just 4 points. A1 Esports on the other side. The struggle has started again. Just 4 points for them.
Talk about just 4 points, though. Then you take a look at Deadeyes Guys, too, with only 1 placement point and then 4 elimination points and 5 points in total. A1 Esports, again, off to not that great of a start. I mean, they were able to start things off on a pretty good note at the start of the day. First 2 games were quite great, and then later on, it's just things slipping off A1 Esports' hand, and I don't personally know what they can try and do, because that's been the case since the entire PMPL. I mean, we cannot even say that they're not consistent, because they haven't even got a chance to be consistent.
Well, I completely agree with that. I think that they haven't been given the enough opportunities to be consistent. But still, I mean, expectations are always going to be there from the fans, and the fans always expect their particular team to dominate whenever they are playing, no matter what the situation is in front of them. Which is, well, to be honest, not possible every single time. So I mean, you can make the best out of worst situation. I mean, we have seen teams who were on the verge of getting eliminated earlier on in the game and then just playing for survival, making it into the top 3, the top 4s again and again, just managing to secure those placement points quite consistently. But that wasn't the case this time. This game was all about total annihilation, and for that, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Oppo F21 Pro moments.
Johnny, I also heard Oppo F21 Pro is already out in the market.
Yes, it is.
Man!
Man,
bro,
I told you yesterday we need to go get it.
Dude, I'm running. This show ends and I'm already running to the market.
Hey, take me with you, man.
So yeah, I mean, if you guys want to play like the players, the Mongolian players, or even any of the South Asian players, for example, Action Top, the top players, man, just buy the Oppo F21 Pro and be them, and represent your country and your region in the international stages.
And if you make it to the PMPL, like you could. I was saying, if you make it to the PMPL, you also get the opportunity to secure $1,000 for the winner.
Make sure to give us a shout out, because we told you guys the secret on how to get good.
Yeah, this is the secret to get good. Get the F21 Pro. That's how you do it. That's how you win. That's how you become a champion.
I mean, Johnny, I feel like Oppo should like hit us up with a sponsorship. We're such great sellouts. Come on.
Yeah, but I think the lads are doing a much better job of.
Yeah.
And if they also get the device, I think they could do a much better job of actually displaying what the F21 Pro is capable of. Because no matter what you and I do inside of the match, we have a skill cap. These players don't.
Oh man, talk about the skill cap though. I don't. Just kidding. I do. And I've already hit
that
it.
movement.
Yeah, dude. It's actually tough to even like think about that these players are doing it on mobile devices.
Yeah.
And just you gotta be so quick with your fingers. I mean, not gonna lie. But take a look at the damage graph. 10 elimination points in 1977. I did take a look on that stat right there. Seal 2 on the second spot with 5 eliminations, and then 1431, and then TDK on 4 elimination at 1361. It's just like 4-4. Not a lot of elimination points wrapped up, and then you take a look at Stalwart Esports, and that in itself just proves what I'm trying to say. Stalwart currently, they don't care who they're going up against. They're just going to try to take you down. And it's just, the aggression is the name of the game. At this point, maybe potentially if some chicken dinners do come their way, they'll probably try and secure those. But they've already got like 6 of them, Johnny. Do they need any more?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, Stalwart Esports have already pretty much set themselves up in a very nice position where they have those 6 chicken dinners. And also along with that, I think $6,000 being secured. Train to Kill on the other side, 4 chicken dinners. Vibes, I want to see them get 1 more. And look at that, Vibes have been. Well, their 4th position has been taken away from them. Train to Kill are now sitting in the top 4. DRS climbing up to the top 6, just a few points shy of Vibes. In fact, quite a few points shy of breaking into the top 5. But either they do it in this game or maybe tomorrow. I think by the first game tomorrow, they should be in a spot from where they can say, all right, we are in the top 5. We've finished the league stages in the top 5. But as always, we're not interested in the top 10. We want to see what's happening at the next page.
Oh, man, that's damn right, Johnny. I mean, unless if it's about money, then we're interested.
Oh, yeah.
If it's not, then just skip over. Just move on over to the other graphic, please. The other half of the board, that's what we're going to see, because that's where the real storylines are. That's where the real content is made. Look at Dax, man. I mean, today they've been quite okay in the placement perspective, but they still need to start amping things up when it comes to the aggression and those elimination points, because they still need to topple over a team like 1952, and they have a couple of points to go to their way as well. And think about it, right? 2 more days after this, 1 more game to go today. Is it going to be possible that Dax might just make it a top 16? I feel like Dax have a nice head start for themselves, and they can try and capitalize on that. Shouldn't really be that tough, consistent performance every single day.
I mean, but it's still going to be very tough. I mean, 115 points where High Voltage is sitting, and Dax, they have to finish every single game within the top 3 with at least 4 to 5 eliminations. If they manage to do that, then maybe we see Dax somehow make it to the top 16. If High Voltage also consistently finish in the bottom 3 of the matches with no elimination.
Oh my
so Dax
God,
gets
wait.
15 points, High Voltage gets 0. And ladies and gentlemen, what you guys can get for yourself is these beautiful skins. But only if you catch all this action on PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia's official YouTube channel or their Facebook page, and then participate in the giveaway.
Oh man, wait, I'm opening a channel up right now. I want those skins. That's a cool UMP skin, considering UMP is currently in the meta. Oh man, these PUBG Mobile devs, they know what they're doing, huh, Johnny?
Yeah, exactly.
Boy,
And
they know how to just rule you into that and get those skins. And I currently have the channel open. Man, I'm waiting. You guys in the chat too, do the same thing. Open the channel up and watch the stream over there.
I mean, so Necro, this has been the case in every single PMPL. Every single time PMPL rolls around, we have a lot of beautiful stuff for our audience. And even this time, I mean, you wait for the South Asia Championship to come and there's going to be a lot more.
Indeed, there's probably going to be a lot more, and talk about a lot more. I mean, that's something we just want to give back to the community, or not we. I mean, the PUBG Mobile devs want to give back to the community, and that's why we have these nice, cool skills. As Johnny said, make sure to tune in on the PUBG Mobile South Asia YouTube channel, and you guys will be able to get yourself those nice, cool skins inside in-game. Of course, as I said, UMP currently is in the meta, so you want to make sure you're getting those hands on those guns. I'm not going to lie, that pink skin of the UMP, quite like it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks quite pretty. I like the black one.
Looks cute.
There was there down in the bottom. Looks very, very sleek and deadly at the same time. Although, I mean, which team is going to be more deadly in this last match? I think that is the question we need to be asking right now, because the final Erangel is about to begin in a few short moments.
Exactly. It's about to begin in a few short moments. As you said, we're just waiting for the plane to hit the sky and then every single player to just strap the belts on. But talk about the final game, man. Avon Esports is going to have a lot of pressure. Final chance to capitalize. If they don't win this game with a dominating points, that's not going to give them a sigh of relief tonight. And tomorrow, too, they're not going to have a good head start to kick things off, because at this point you might as well just rule them out, right? It's a little bit tough call to say, but look, I'm a person who likes to hope, right? Because life, as I said in the past too, works on hope. You hope a lot of things, and that's how life just, gives you hope of things getting even better. And that's what I'm hoping for Avon Esports. Hopefully things get better for them too.
I mean, it's not just about hoping things get better. You have to work to make them better yourself as well. Otherwise, if you're just going to sit there dreaming like, all right, it's just going to improve all by itself, that's not going to work out. And I think that is something that all of these teams have realized, as we've seen a lot of changes as well, especially from Skylightz Gaming. I think they've just been all over the map in every single map that they've played. And it's been catching a lot of the other teams off guard. On Erangel in particular, it has been Venom Legends who are sort of struggling because of Skylightz Gaming landing quite close to them. But let's see if that is going to be the case this time as well. As ladies and gentlemen, the last game of the day is live right now. The trajectory of the plane starting from Nova Repnoi. Well, between Nova Repnoi and military base, it's going to start from there and go all the way towards the hospital position.
Savage are heavily screwed. How are Savage going to go to Yasna Poliana? They're going to have a huge rotation to make. And talking about the circle, I personally feel like this has to be a left side circle. Circle that's probably tilted towards quarry and stuff, but we still never know because this first circle isn't even on the board just yet. I'm just waiting for how Savage are going to be taking things over here now, because they like to go toward Yasna Poliana, and the plane flight path is just absolutely off from that spot. So Savage, they're going to have a bit much more struggle to try and worry about, as the plane flight path is going to keep on proceeding. V and even Johnny right here is waiting for the first circle to form. My call was towards quarry and stuff like that, but let's just find out if that's going to be the case or not.
Well, let's see. We're about to find out in a few short moments, but for now, I think, alrighty. So towards the western areas again, I believe the final few moments that we're going to witness in this match are going to be towards the Gutka positions. IHC, I think as soon as they see the circle, their game plan is set. Just loot the Georgia Pool containers and the city as quickly as possible, and then just take control of Everest. Just be the gatekeeper, shooting from the high ground, enjoying the free damage that they dish out. But look at this, as I mentioned earlier, Venom Legends, always on Erangel today, have been in a world of hurt, as Skylightz Gaming has been drop clashing with them, and now it's just Rafat left with a PP Bison in his hands, and has a lot of information as to where the players from Skylightz Gaming have positioned themselves.
Exactly. Venom Legends, 2 players in the front. Oh, things are not really looking that great. Galzin just missing an entry he could have found. And now Skylightz Gaming, look at them just punch boosting their way closer and closer to the players of Venom Legends. But Venom Legends too, they know that Skylightz Gaming are getting a little too up close and personal for their comfort. Rafat now just going to prone back in the building, taking things quite slow. Both these teams, they don't have any other intentions of straight up charging on in, but this Molotov from Nima can be a game-changing one. Tosses in the Molotov, clears out the angle, knows exactly no one's going to be holding that third-person perspective. So now he vaults on over inside the building, and the shotgun from Nima might just be a detrimental one too, but he gets even a better one in his hands.
Well, but let's see if this AKM is going to help him out at all. Nima on the other side is just going to lob out a nade outside the house. There's not going to do anything, and Rafat, what? Did he not hear Nima close in? Because the damage has been dished out. There's the knock, the opening from Skylightz Gaming, and all of a sudden Venom Legends are at a disadvantage. Steel Shot with the shotgun is going to try and see if he can find one knock, but AJ is going to run in with one of his own and does in fact secure the finish on the knock that was opened up by Mafia Ninja. So that's the first blood in the game, ladies and gentlemen. 2 players have been finished off from the side of Venom Legends now. Just the final 2 remaining, and they are in fact on another position because Venom Legends do like to go for a 2-2 split drop on Erangel.
Talk about a 2-2 split drop, and this is why exactly sometimes you can be caught off guard if a team does their homework. And Venom Legends, they got completely caught off guard right there. Boy, did not really see this kind of circumstance just coming their way. 2 players are still up though for Venom Legends, so now they're going to try and take things a bit much more safe on the map. Deadeyes Guys, high voltage and vibes as always. They're going to be right next to each other near the school area. Avon Esports is one of those teams that we all are going to be having our eyes dead locked on, hoping that maybe they're going to be doing good in this game.
Well, I mean, we are hoping that they do good, but is that actually going to be a case? We are about to find out. Deadeyes Guys on our screens right now towards Rosop, a place where that they like to call home. Let's see. Venom Legends again, Ale, Dictator, the final 2 players surviving, and after the initial sort of fight, the fiasco that was there between them and Skylightz Gaming, I think there is definitely going to be small little downtime in the game where no action is going to take place, since now all the teams are in their comfortable, their preferred loot spots, and they are just going to be looking to stay safe in these early game scenarios. But alrighty, so the moment we have the map in front of us, you're going to notice something very interesting. Godless from the side of IHC, and I believe he does not have a teammate with him, has in fact not gone for the Everest position, but they are straight up pushing for Gatka, and quite close to the lads of Skylightz Gaming as well. So it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly when the fight is going to be forced and who's going to pull the trigger first. But on the other side, Dax on the northern Georgia Pole City looking quite comfortable. No one there to bother them apart from the team across the river, but even they won't take those shots because it's not going to accomplish anything. You can't really go for an all-in commitment from that distance.
Have a little question to the chat. Currently, we're having a downtime in the game. By downtime, I mean nothing really is happening. So the question for the chat is going to be, how many people in the chat are hoping or at least want Avon Esports to be in the top 16? Let me know in the chat. Just type me in the chat if you guys think that Avon Esports could make it in the top 16 till now, or at least still they can make it in the upcoming days.
Well, what about you though?
Look, I like to be on the brighter side of things, right?
Yeah.
I like to hope things. I want Avon Esports to make it in the top 16, but I still feel like if I want to be just like blatantly honest, I personally feel like it's going to be a no. I don't think so. Avon Esports can make it in top 16. It's too late for them.
I agree with that. I don't think they can make it into the top 16, but I think at least in the last Super Weekend, I want them to get 1 or 2 chicken dinners so they don't walk away empty-handed from the league stages. I mean, just securing that extra cash, extra little bit of $2,000, I think should be the thing that makes them happy. But yeah, realistically speaking, the distance between them and the top 16, it's quite a lot, even for 15 matches. especially with the form that A1 Esports has been in the recent days. If they start playing, all of a sudden, if they start playing like Stalwart Esports in week 1, if you remember that, I think then they might qualify. But that's a hard thing to pull off. That's not easy at all.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure there's probably going to be a lot of hopers in the chat that may be hoping that A1 Esports can make it. And not going to lie, I appreciate your guys' support towards A1 Esports, and I'm pretty sure even the players do. So keep supporting them, no matter what, even if things are going tough for those players. Never be harsh on them. Don't hate them. They're trying their best to be their best. Sometimes things don't really work out together, and they will try and find a big counter to that, maybe in the upcoming years, and maybe you guys just see, well, a complete new reformed and transformed A1 Esports. Keep supporting them. Show love. Why you want to spread hate when there is love to show people, right?
Yeah, that's a very nice thing to say, Necro. But and I think for A1 Esports, I think the main point of concern was like, has the team just completely lost the synergy, the skills that were there with the team? And I think during the third league play days, they have opened people's eyes. Like, yeah, it was just that they were having a couple of bad days earlier on in the tournament, and then finally in week 3 they showed up. Because in the league play days they were very impressive, and to be honest, I mean, they looked like the A1 Esports that everyone remembered, the A1 Esports that everyone used to cheer for. And I think that sort of gave people hope again, like, all right, we can still believe in this team. And as you said, Necro, I mean, you can't win every single tournament, right? You can't just be extremely consistent. Otherwise, what it's going to get boring if we don't have new competition. So if it's not this tournament, maybe in the next one we're going to see A1 Esports just coming back a little bit stronger. But talk about becoming stronger. Zol from the other side of the river has completely forgotten that T2K are still a 4-man roster, because he's going to be taken down from the flank. On the other side, Deadeyes Guys find Hershey from the side of Savage Esports. 1 knock and elimination secured. Anif is going to be the next man in that fight to fall down, but Godless,
Great shots from his side too. What a nice prone shots coming in. Straight up laser beam out of his gun. Takes him down easily. And then Deadeyes Guys too, they're just able to wrap up a kill onto the players of Savage. TDK Jane here will spot out the rotation of IC. And IC will be able to get out of harm's way for now. Eisenberg is just in the enemy territory. Is surrounded by wolves all over the place. And eventually, he will be devoured alive. As Savage Esports is going to be the first team to take an exit from the lobby. Another question to the chat. This might just be a bit of a brain puzzle. What is... Okay, if you guys are good at the maths side, let me know. But I'm going to ask you guys a bit of a brain question here. What is the answer for 9 divided by 69? What is the answer?
What?
It's just a little maths question, you know, just testing the people in chat. I'm just testing their brains.
I mean, it's just going to go like something in the decimal thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's testing their brain. It's a tough question. Do not use the calculators, please. You guys will be cheating on me if you guys do so. Yeah, it's probably point something. Yep.
3 something. Yep. Yeah, I'm not that good. I think probably Ocean could have given you like 5 more digits after the decimal point, but yeah, you're only going to get 2 from me. That was enough to get marks in the exams back in my days.
True. Back in your days, man. How old are you?
I mean, it's been 6 years since I got out of school, man.
Damn.
Not 6. It's been 8 years. It's not. Wait, not. It's been 9 years. It's gonna be 10 years next time. So yeah.
Boy, quite an old man.
I just realized I'm old.
Call you boomer.
See, it just hit me as well. I just realized how old I am, but.
Yeah, but people who wonder in the chat that I'm asking you guys a question, don't worry, man. I'm dumb as hell, okay? I was never a good kid in maths. I'm dumb. I'm really bad at maths. I'm legit telling you guys. But yeah, focusing on the games here a little bit, as A1 Esports they're quite closer to the players of Stalwart Esports. Even a little glimmer from the side of Dante. His head will be cut off, so A1 Esports will need to make sure they're taking things quite slow in this one.
I mean, what's happening with Stalwart Esports, though? Have they just taken a day off today?
Oh my god, the shots!
I mean, they do connect on Dante, but he runs behind cover. Action has been picked off super early. every single time in the game.
Boy, look at the plane here too. Zone's going to be closing in a couple of seconds now. That means a little bit more pressure to be added on every single team. And all this time, it's also going to be covering the Big Boy Mountain. Hospital is going to be there too, the centralized spot inside the zone, Johnny.
I mean, the one game IHC don't take control of Everest, that's the time the circle is there. Oh boy, talk about having a bad luck, man.
They still have the hospital control, though.
I mean, they have the hospital control, but they're also going to get outnumbered and sandwiched between Dax and DE in a few short moments. And with two players, there's no way you're surviving that fight. But let's see, Stalwart Esports in their own little collision against lads from A1 Esports. Both the teams looking to find their way inside the circle, but it's not going to be easy as DRS is going to be the team blocking their way.
Johnny, which team you think is going to win? Give your predictions right now. Even the people in chat, quick.
Like the whole game?
Yeah. Quick.
I think it has to be T2K.
All right. We have 7C Memo, though, just charging on. I mean, just trying to hold him off at bay. The defense is going to be quite strong for Memo. He connects the crucial shots, finds another knockout on the player of High Voltage. That's another player from Extreme. Is going to try and move on in from the right side, but High Voltage, too. They're doing a great job replying back in style as they're now kind of getting the grip back up on this fight. Just trying to close the fists against the players of High Voltage. Great dodge drop shots as well. Assassin is an absolute beast in close range quarters. You should not really be challenging him in these sort of fights, but Precious, too, is trying to prove himself quite precious in this fight. Gonna peek out left and right.
Oh!
Finally, does connect those crucial shots and gets rid of High Voltage from this lobby.
I mean, Assassin did so much, found 2 knocks for his team. It was just that final 1v1 against Precious where he fell down, and that was the High Voltage team taking an exit, ladies and gentlemen. Now down to 14 teams, 49 players still surviving. Dax in a world of hurt as Alex from the IHC lineup did in fact secure the finish on Gyante, but let's see. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there was another team closing in on this position. It was the players from Skylightz Gaming, Deadeyes Guys, in fact, who are closing in from Georgia Pole, moving in towards the hospital area, from the containers to hospital. And if they close in right now, they can easily wipe out the players of IHC and then take the fight against Dax, because even Dax has taken a little bit of a hit from Alex and IHC. But it's not going to be easy. T2K. All right. So a few moments earlier, you asked me why, which team I thought was going to win, and I answered T2K. The reason being, Everest is under their control. They have a lot of vision on these open fields, and if they do figure out the right timing of how to come down from the mountain when the circle eventually moves away from it, I think they're going to have a perfect position to just clean up the few individuals that will be left behind earlier on and just protect their numbers. I think they need to focus on just protecting their numbers for as long as possible. If they make it to the late game stage with a 4-man roster, I think it should be an easy game for T2K to close out.
Easy game for T2K to close out. ElementriX 2 right here. Currently not really inside the zone, something they're going to have to struggle with. Man, talk about ElementriX 2, right? The victory so far hasn't really been in their court. They will need to try and snatch it away, though. As you said, the next circle shift 2 is right on top of the players of T2K, kind of covering the majority of the Big Bar Mountain. That means IC2 will now need to leave their spot they have found themselves in. It's only 2 players alive. Alex and IC, one of the players from Stalwart Esports, caught out in the open. Demo is not going to miss shots like that, but look at Volley, a heroic entry inside the fray. And he's going to try to clean things up. This time, they're going to try to steal the name of Cleanup Crew from Stalwart Esports.
Well, they are doing a pretty good job right now, but let's see. Wally is going to survive his duel against Top. The nade is going to be tossed out, and Top goes down. Stalwart Esports, they are just destroying both these teams at the same time, and well, Stalwart Esports, they're going to be down to their last surviving player. Pika, who's up against the lads of Skylightz Gaming at this point, tossing out a lot of utility upon them, but will he be able to find a knock or a finish? That's the question right now. On the other side, the A1 Esports, look at them. Inkas, he saw Jax, but resisted taking the shot. Now again, out in the open, does see the entire team in front of him and still not going for the opportunity. And again, he wants A1 Esports to completely be focused on the rest of the competition, the rest of the lobby, and that's when I believe he wants to take them down when they're not even aware of where the players from ElementriX are. Sus drawing a lot of pressure on him. Jax is going to be down to around 50% HP, and look at that, IHC eliminated from the game early.
What was that from the side of ElementriX? Incas could have found an easy opening.
Yeah.
Why did he not just pull out the gun and started shooting in the front? That's so weird. And then he tosses a nade right next to him and takes damage himself. Oh my god, that has to be one of the most embarrassing moments I've ever witnessed. But yeah, Incas, he will be confirmed, and 3 elimination points just given away to the team in the front. 4 players still up from the side of Seal. And, well, Seal, they have crossed over the barrier of 400 points so far. And they're currently on 403 plus 2. That is, how many? 6? Oh, no, 5. That's how bad I am.
No worries, man. You have good reaction times, though. That
Exactly.
works.
That's what I always say. My answers will be quick, but they might be wrong. So
I'm quick at maths. I didn't say I was correct.
exactly. Hey, Johnny got my back. You know, he understands my mentality. We're talking about understanding players' mentality, though. We did see one of the Seal players just blowing themselves up. I think it was Demo that happened against. And now ElementriX, they're just trying to take out the players of Venom Esports slowly and steadily. As Yozu is going to find the opening. Sinister being taken out. Great shots right there. RX Jack's able to shut down Orange from the side of ElementriX. A little bit of revenge knock.
Yeah. And the last player left standing, it's going to be Mr. Yozu, who's going for a push in the direction of where the lads from Skylightz Gaming already are. Sees Nima, I believe, is going to be able to, well, will try to get away. Takes a lot of damage in his face and, well, goes to the other side right behind the lads of Stalwart Esports. Survives literally for a second and then gets blown to bits and pieces. ElementriX have been sent back to the lobby as well, ladies and gentlemen. And look at that. The circle right on top of the lads of Vibes. This should be their opportunity to secure another $1,000, or maybe it's going to be DRS, or maybe T2K. 3 top contenders right now in amazing positions to win this game. But let's see at the end, who will it be? Skylightz Gaming, they have to deal with Pika from Stalwart Esports and the lad of Seal Esports before they try to move towards the zone. Otherwise, Wally is just going to shoot and take them down in an instant. Look at them getting in their vehicles. The project getaway is underway. Let's see if it's going to be a success. In the meanwhile, though, Deadeyes Guys getting taken out.
Deadeyes Guys getting taken out. Precious is the man with a nice nade loft. And then Pika, too, is quite exposed. He's caught a lot of bullets. What's going on? Boy, and AJ will be taken out. Almost getting confirmed as well, though, Johnny. Seal looking great so far, but again, they're taking a lot of damage from the play zone, and that's something that should not be happening so far in the game. Seal, they would want to make sure they're making it inside the zone as quick as possible, but this time it's going to be Skylightz Gaming with some precise shots on the players of Seal.
Well, let's see. 70 Esports, they have a pretty decent position for themselves as well, but the problem is the same. They have to move towards the circle. A1 Esports, oh no, finally getting taken out of the match, down to 9 teams, 25 players surviving. And Skylightz Gaming have finally decided they're done with Steel Esports. They just want to finish them off and then move forward further in the game. Gunner, he's thrown down. Sees Precious jumping in the air. Should be an easy takedown. And will have to try and go secure the finish as the opposition is just right there in front of him. And that's it for Seal Esports as well, as Skylightz Gaming go on to secure their 7th elimination in the game and wipe out another team.
Talking about wiping out another team, Venom Legends too will follow it up. Gunner, oh, the amount of damage is taken. He wants to boost it, but no. Barely could have made it, but unfortunately the zone this time is going to be a bit faster than him. And that's going to be it for JyanMaara too. Another team taking an exit. We don't see any Mongolian teams currently in the top 6. 17 players are still alive though, and TDK now. They're just going to put the final nail in the coffin for Dax. He was laid prone on the ground, and he's going to die sleeping.
Yeah, and let's see now. Vibes, DRS, T2K, SG, and 7C remain. Mafia Ninja from the side of Skylightz Gaming has been taken out by the players of DRS, who are just tossing a lot of utility in his direction to finish him off. Oh, it's a bit of an overshot. Mafia Ninja is still going to be down to around 50 HP. AJ and Gyalzen taking damage from the nades, and this one is going to be very close. AJ is out of the picture now. It's just Gyalzen, the last player left standing in Delta. Look at him. He's well in the perfect position to finish them off. This is deal done and dusted. Skylightz Gaming, that's it for them. Down to the top 4 in the match. 13 players still alive. 7C, last player left in the game. And Aku Jord is just playing for survival at this point. It's a 4 versus 4 versus 4. versus just the one.
Man, someone called DRS Kratos because currently they're the God Slayers. Damn. The way they're playing inside this lobby, it's like they're just asserting their dominance.
Yeah.
And every single team, they have to respect that dominance too. They cannot just straight up try and counter it because the way they're positioning themselves is just so well. And now TDK, look at them. They're sandwiched because two of the players at DRS are in the back. Legend is completely screwed over. And that's what I exactly said. There you go. Legend taken out. The positioning is so well, so methodical, so tactical. DRS, man, they're playing it so well.
I mean, the push from Legend was a little bit off. Could have gone for the house directly, but they do manage to recover. Legend has been traded out. DRS are losing a lot of their players as well. Delta is trying to reposition himself to go towards where Reaper bot is, but will they be able to make it to the other side? That is going to be quite tough to see. Rules, he's going to be finished off by Chain. Killer, Reaper bot, and Delta, all that remain for the side of DRS, and all of a sudden, Vibes are the team with the man advantage in this game. A lot of utility being shot. Sandesh is going to be spotted out in the open. Jane as well. Reaper bot taken out from the flank by Malik from the side of Vibes, and Malik is just protecting at this point the lads of T2K. I mean, he doesn't care about them. He might as well just finish them off, but they are hidden from his perspective, so he can just focus on the play, the DRS. Killer Whitey, the last player left standing, and he is gonna go try and go for a revive, but even after that, it's not gonna be an easy endgame play for DRS.
Yeah, I actually get the resurrection up too. So Reaper bot's gonna be back up on his feet. Killer YT quite exposed. Makes it back to the safety in the nick of time inside the house. Now we'll need to patch himself up too. Hopefully they have at least one or two smoke grenades to back them up for the visual blockage. The nade right there from Sandage, tossed in quite close, but not really yet on the mark. As TDK, they're going to be in the front lines of the Vibes, and Vibes, they would want to make sure they're at least taking things really up close and personal to all these teams that are currently left in the lobby. 3 teams alive, 7 players in total. Killer of IT, he's being pinned down behind this little house. As I said, one little smoke grenade is going to be enough, but that nade toss from the side of DRS will make sure that at least the chicken dinner is being secured by Vibes, and this is going to be their second chicken dinner. $2,000 in the bank.
I mean, quite an impressive run from Vibes, and as he said, I mean, $2,000 have been secured by this team now. Quite a nice prone and shoot practice from Malik, just sitting on top of that shack and just shooting at the players from DRS, taking them down one after the other. But I think Vibes in that final top 4, top 5 situation, they were the ones controlling the pace of the game. They were the ones controlling who goes where and where the teams can position. And that is why they just had DRS and T2K at one point pinned out outside the circle. Quite a comfortable win for Vibes in this matchup. And again, congratulations on the second $1,000 that this team has won.
Wow. I mean, Vibes, man, one of some of the hottest teams out there in the week one as well, asserting dominance in the lobby. Not really that much of dominance compared to the Mongolian teams, but still just trying to find that sweet tuning between the Mongolian dominance.
Yeah.
This was the team of Vibes, and now also getting that second chicken dinner, my bad. Damn, sometimes my tongue does slip quite a lot. But yeah, second chicken dinner, also $2,000 secured in the bag, Johnny. I wish that was me.
I mean, everybody wished that was them. Or maybe Stalwart Esports because they have more money. But still, I mean, it's still quite an impressive run. And I guess now all we have to do is just look at the stats and the overall rankings.
Exactly. Well, we're probably going to be seeing those stats and overall ranking after this short break. What's going on, my adorable viewers? Hopefully everyone's doing great because currently we are in the PUBG Mobile Pro League 2022 Spring. And now, Johnny, Things have been off to a great start of the week one, or at least of week 3 of day one, and things have been looking quite great, right? A1 Esports not really proving themselves up that great. In the first 2 games, they were doing quite great, but then later on, it's just been the South Asians dominating it completely.
I mean, definitely, as you mentioned, it's just been the South Asian teams dominating the entire day. And I think this has been the first time that throughout the day, the Mongolian teams have not picked up a winner chicken dinner. So quite interesting, but still, let's see. I mean, what the next day, what the tomorrow is going to look like, what day after tomorrow is going to look like. Because this is the final week in the league play stages, and it's going to be quite important for a lot of teams to just secure some extra bank before moving on to the finals.
Talk about securing the extra bank. We're going to find out who's going to be the man of the hour, who might just be securing the most to the bank from that previous game. And let's take a look at the most valuable player. It's going to be this Killer YT from the side of DRS, doing a great job. Again, Killer YT is one of those players. I still remember his first ever dominating game in the pro league. It was back in the PMCO Nepal. I think so. It was Spring Split 2. 2021, if I'm not wrong. And this man was playing on the Miramar map. If I'm not wrong, he was also playing under the banner of Cops. And Killer YT was one of those players that got 15 kills all by himself on the map of Miramar. I remember this guy's performance. It was absolute banger. And that was the start of my casting career too.
Yeah, I mean, he has always been quite an incredible performer. I mean, since the older days, as you said. But looking at the list of top players, he's going to be followed by equally impressive players, as Seog is going to be there with 3 eliminations secured, but 681 damage dished out. Jane is going to be there with 3 eliminations for his name. Wow, all the top players just got 3 eliminations. What happened this game? What? Everyone's just there with 3.
Boy, we took a look at the top 5 players too. But now, Johnny, something we really need to take an eye on has to be the stats comparison between Vibes Esports and DRS, because we saw just Vibes spoiling the glimmers of hope for DRS and third-partying the entire fray and sort of unintentionally helping out the players at TDK.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for a second, they were helping them out, but I thought T2K was going to be second in this game, but apparently DRS managed to finish second in the top 2, and T2K with third. But looking at the stat comparison, as you said, Necro, I mean, look at the damage received by DRS, and then I'm pretty sure a big chunk of that was just Vibes is doing.
Boy, take a look at the match summary. Of course, Skylightz Gaming 2 had quite a huge performance, and then Killer YT will be there as well with 778 damage wrapped up on his name. Joker there too with the highest assist. Ryu there too with 285 longest distance eliminations, and then Seog from the side of TDK will be there. TDK today has been one of the most consistent teams, and that has boosted them up in the hashtag 3 in the overall rankings, or hashtag 4 if I'm not wrong. Yeah, 4th place in the overall rankings, because the top 3 are still being dominated by the Mongolians.
I mean, definitely, they have been quite incredible this entire time, but let's have a look at the match rankings as well, and it's going to be Vibes Esports finishing off with 20 points, T2K with 18, DRS with 18, 7C Esports 15 points, and I mean, this was again a match where majority of the fights were being fought out in the open towards the Gatka fields, and because of that, a lot of the kills, a lot of the eliminations have been pretty evenly distributed amongst the entire lobby. I mean, you see Skylightz Gaming as well with 7 eliminations to their name. The teams that went out early, Venom Legends, Stalwart Esports, even they got something in return. Well, in return of being forced to go back to the lobby so early before the game was done. They got 1 elimination each. Just 2 teams there with no eliminations, but I mean, there's always going to be somebody like that.
Oh man, I'm not gonna lie. Today's day has been quite great, right? Then we also have our puppet master just yelling in our ears and giving us some call-outs, if you know what I mean.
Puppet master. Yeah. I mean, we can call them a lot of different things. Production, the Dark Overlords.
Ooh.
Yeah.
The Underlords, actually. That's the better one, because they're behind the scene as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. There. So yeah, take a look at the Vibes. Please do not mute me, production. Please don't mute me. I have not done anything. It was Johnny who influenced me. It's all up to him. But yeah, as you guys can see the rotation of how it looked like for the team Vibes. They of course like to drop in the Water City area, kind of split around between these compounds too. It shouldn't really be that tough of a task for Vibes to rotate inside the zone, because the zones were quite close to their drop spot.
I mean, definitely. And it wasn't a difficult rotation as well. When things got tough for them after the third, fourth zone of the game, because at that point they had to constantly move and move and move and move. But from this point on, they have taken control of the compound where they spent majority of the time from here on out. And after this, it was just them being patient. Reaction as we saw IHC, Stalwart Esports, Deadeyes Guys, all these teams like pick off unnecessary fights trying to move towards the cliffside of Everest, but Vibes, they were just waiting. They were waiting for the opportunity. They knew if they made it to the end game situation, they were going to get an opportunity to secure extra points by securing elimination, and they did that when they were finishing off the lads from DRS and T2K at the same time.
Yeah, and a great methodical approach from the side of Vibes just to close things out too, right? Something we really expect from a team like Vibes is a smart, a clean, a methodical approach, and that's what they clearly showed from what they did. But again, I really want to see teams like Vibes 2 show themselves up in the grand finals, but that's a talk for the future days. For now, let's take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro Moments. As I said, it's also available in the market, so you guys can go ahead and grab it for yourself, because I'm probably going to be doing it so myself. Hopefully have the money in the bank though.
I mean, we're going to try and see how we can get this. But, I mean, this game, this early fight against Venom Legends, Skylightz Gaming, as I mentioned earlier when the match started, they have been trying to make this happen since the beginning. The first game was quite unfortunate. Venom Legends did not go for a 2-2 split drop. They landed as a 4-man squad, and because of that, we saw 1-1 lad from each side get traded out. In the second matchup, Venom Legends instantly disengaged. But now, I think because in the second game, Skylightz Gaming moved away too quickly, Venom Legends expected that this time it's going to be a similar situation. It wasn't.
Indeed, it wasn't really that similar of a situation. And then you take a look at the players of 7 seed 2, great top shot. I talked about Memo over here quite a bit. And Memo too, just doing such a great job. Able to show themselves up, and then high voltage over here as well. This final frag from the side of Pressure is able to connect those crucial headshots at the right nick of time, and that's how they just won that, or at least won that initial duel, and they were able to secure or defend that compound.
Yeah, I mean, it was an impressive defensive setup, but look at this. I loved the utility usage from DRS in this game. I mean, they took down the entirety of, not the entirety, the three players that were remaining from the side of Skylightz Gaming with just util. They did not have to commit a lot of gunfire for the action, and this was like pretty much the closing moments of the game where everyone was taking it. All right, so Killer's nade resulted in T2K finishing off third instead of second. Otherwise, DRS would have been finished off by Vibes and T2K would have been second, but the plan backfires. And also T2K, had they pushed for the house that DRS was in, I believe it could have been another great opportunity for them, because at that point you just finish off the 2 players inside the house and then take a head-on fight against the players of Vibes instead of getting sandwiched between both the teams, which happened.
Exactly. Damage graph in front of us, 5 elimination points from Vibes. The conversion isn't really that great, but hey, as long as you're securing that $1,000, that's all that matters to me personally. DRS2 doing a great job with 6 eliminations, 1,283 damage dealt. Then TDK there too with 8. TDK currently has the highest tower in the damage graph. Finally, taking a look at the overall rankings, trying to kill again. They're going to be kneeling that spot down in the 4th spot for themselves with the amount of points, 338, and then Seal finally able to surpass the 400 marks barrier.
I mean, Seal Esports, the first team to do that as well. And right behind them, we have Stalwart Esports, who are really far behind, sitting on 364 points, all tied up with IHC Esports. Now, Train to Kill are chasing these 2 Mongolian Titans, and they have 2 days to topple these standings over, push their way inside the top 3, push their way inside the top podium, and finish the league stages off within the top 3. Vibes Esports, they were doing so well, but I mean, their recent performance has slowed down a bit, apart from this match, I mean, in which they won the chicken dinner and have closed in quite a distance between them and Train to Kill. But still, Vibes, if they be consistent like this, then maybe tomorrow we see them in the top 4 again.
Yep, the latter half of the board is in front of you guys as the top 16 teams are here too. Raw, I honestly feel like they are out of harm's way too. There should not be anything to worry about. Venom Legends, all they need to do is, even if they keep on securing 5 or 6 points, or even a bit more from that, and just keep the consistency going from not a lot of points to secure, I feel like Venom Legends should have the 12th spot nailed down, because ElementriX in the final weekend, they're not able to step themselves up. JyanMaara too having a worst day of their lives. And the 7C though, doing so great today. And 7C should keep the performance up for themselves. Dax is one of those teams that I'm going to be eyeing out for. A1 Esports, again, a phenomenal try for them as they made it to the week 3. I'm pretty sure, or I'm hoping for A1 Esports to come back even stronger next year. And please, as I said, do not hate on any of these players. For example, TRZ 1952, even though they haven't really qualified, make sure to show them love, because if they're already not qualifying, they're going to be feeling a lot of mental pressure. They're going to be unhappy. And if you guys give them hate, they're going to be unhappy even more. And you guys do not really want your superstars or your favorite players to be under pressure and not do that great. So make sure to just show them love. And I'm pretty sure eventually they'll start doing great. The entire team card of vibes over here from the league week 3 is in front of you guys, because the entire... Oh, it seems like we just got a little call too from the Puppet Master saying don't really talk about that. So the graphic has been canceled. So, but yeah, moving on in vibes. They did quite good though. They did quite good.
I mean, see the power of production. See the power of production. They can cancel anything that they want. They could cancel us right now, but they don't.
Please,
we're nice. We're nice to them.
I'll touch
we love production.
Please.
Necro has spoken quite a lot, so now he has to apologize. It's gonna be okay, Necro. They don't hate you too much.
Hate you too much? That means they do hate me. But yeah, let's take a look at the elimination.
I mean, if you're gonna ask maths questions in the middle of the game, everyone's gonna hate you, man.
Oh man, I'm sorry,
9 divided by 69.
I'm sorry.
Asking me to do math in the middle of mobile.
I'm sorry, guys. It's okay. You know. Was just trying to test you guys' brain, man. How smart are you guys? But it's okay. I'm dumb too. Don't really. If anyone wasn't able to answer, it's okay. You guys are with me on the same page.
Yeah. But I mean, these guys are on a different page though, because the elimination leaders in front of us doing so well, and look at that, top at 101. Aggression 101, I guess.
Damn. Well, that's the best way to put it. Aggression 101. The latter half of the elimination leaders, as it's going to start from 6th to 10th spot. Icy is barely going to be making it on 10th, but again, we talked about this. The only player from the side of South Asia is going to be Joker, able to make it in the top 10. And with the 82 elimination points secured on his name, Joker has been doing so great inside this roster of vibes. And hopefully he just keeps doing great.
Imagine if this was a lineup. Baron, Alex, Joker, Pika, and Icy in a team.
I still feel like it won't work out. No.
I mean,
you can take all-star lineup, but then it just won't work out, because there should be one of those players who should be willing to support. And
that's Pika right there. I mean, that's Pika and Icy, and then for the aggression you have Alex and Baron, and then Joker can just like be the IGL of the team, I guess. Icy can also IGL. He has a lot of experience.
Pika is IGL.
I mean, all of them are very experienced players, so I think the role swapping is going to be very easy for them, apart from just Pika being the dedicated support player.
I mean, again, we've seen these kind of same things, right? For example, I mean, we have a lot of example in front of us.
Yeah.
Sometimes communication can be a key error. Now, we know every single player from A1 Esports is a fantastic player. But again, the only time we see them struggle is that communication barrier that just holds them back. And even though if you do have an all-star lineup, you got to make sure these players are really well known to each other's play style. And the communication barrier can be something that can cause a lot of issues. What's happening, Johnny?
I mean, did you see that all the matches dominated by the teams from Nepal?
Ooh.
Finally, the reason has sort of risen, I guess. And going into the finals, this is the right time. Especially, I think DRS stepping up in a lot of the matches today made me really happy, because there's just 2 days left, after which the finals are going to begin next weekend. And if DRS go back to the same form they were in, like the players I'm talking about, they go back to the same form they were in back in PMPL Season 4 when they were playing as well as Vibes, then that means we need to add one more team in the list of the championship contenders.
Man, I'm pretty sure there are still a lot of teams that are kind of hiding a lot of stuff that I personally feel like in the lobby, and they're going to be exposing everything, or they're just going to be spilling the tea in the grand finals, where there's even much more money to try and capture. So I'm just waiting for the grand finals to roll out, because that's where it's going to come down to. That's where it's all going to matter, because the grand final brings it all, and that's when every single player in the lobby will start showing their true colors, Shawnee.
Yeah, and I mean it's going to be very fun to watch what's going to happen in the finals. But before we get to the finals, we have 2 more days of the Super Weekend to go through, and well, with those 2 more days, more opportunity for the teams to secure those chicken dinners.
Exactly. Talk about securing those chicken dinners, Johnny. Man, today's day has been a fantastic day. Of course, teams have been given all they have. So respect to every single team playing in here. Tattoo doing a great job, being adorable and cute as always. Thanks for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. But now it's time for us to take an exit. You guys do go ahead and have your dinners, lunch, wherever you guys are. So thank you for tuning in, as I said. But now it's time for us to take a leave. So it's going to be me, Necro, and Johnny taking a leave. Bye.